All right, y'all. All right. We are back with the final day and a half verdict, etc., of the Carly Gregg trial. My name is Lily. I am the Chatty Juror. I watch trials and legal stuff, and I talk about it because the jury cannot. So that's when we talk about it while it's happening. And this trial was a fast trial. It was like 3-4 days, and we are currently in the middle of day 3. We're going to finish up day 3, day 4, get a verdict, and all of that stuff. It happened fast. The jury was like, "We're done with this. We are not going to take it past the weekend. We're done with this. Let's sort this all out for Carly and get her situated in any way that exists." So we shall find out soon. So let's get in. Let's get into the happenings of it. Welcome, and here we go. All right, day 3. I think I scooted it back like 15 seconds. Let's just jump right back in.
That.
We have Deputy Tony Shack on the stand.
You have a number 1. It says,
and we are in the defense's case. This is the defense's witness, and they are hammering home that this what was I going to say? That this law enforcement official did things like turn off his body cam or mute his body cam, even though he wasn't supposed to, because he was currently in the middle of an active, ongoing case situation.
Procedures. And it says when and how to use the BWC.
That's correct.
What is the BWC?
Body worn camera.
Okay.
Body worn camera is activated during.
And I got to correct myself. I said number 1. I said it's A, and so that would be A, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, me too. Hello. I'm hoping that this case. I feel like this case is going to do a lot for future NGRI pleas. That it's there. It takes a lot of work. And it's very, very difficult to actually prove. And so far, they're not proving anything. There haven't even been strong claims. The next witness is going to either drop a bomb or throw a wrench in the entire defense's case. So we'll see. This is a very odd situation that these lawyers even agreed to, which is interesting.
And then B is what?
Deputies shall activate the body-worn camera to record all law enforcement activities and contact with citizens in the performance of official duty, including but not limited to traffic stops, deputy-initiated stops of members of the public, arrest. You may keep going.
Yes, it'll be, and you're going to turn to page 2.
Searches, interviews, and interrogations, warrant search the public that a deputy.
Now,
this is not my internet. This is, I think, the video feed when it was live.
Actively.
Okay, it says while the event.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So you didn't turn your camera off, correct? So C actually would be correct.
Right. I could have turned it off, I guess, instead of muting it.
Okay. So now read B.
Deputies shall not initiate the mute selection anytime during the body-worn camera is activated for recording.
Okay. Now, did you do that?
No, I guess my better option would have been to cut it off.
Okay. Now, what do you do if you fail to, abide by these rules? Is there a procedure?
Sure. I mean, I'm assuming there is a procedure at that point. I'm sure there's a verbal warning. I'm sure there's things such as that.
Well, let's get down to number H.
Okay.
What does number H say?
If a deputy fails to activate the body worn camera in situations where recording is required by the sheriff's department policy, fails to record entire contact that interrupts the recording, the deputy shall document why a recording was not made and was interrupted or was terminated.
Now, you did a report in this matter, didn't you?
I don't recall the report. Do you have it?
Yeah, first witness.
Yes.
This is really interesting. So they're running both defenses. Police did a bad job, and also the NGRI, which is the not guilty due to reasonable insanity. So right now they're really hammering home. See, the police did a really bad job.
Yes.
He's hiding
That was brief. I'm
stuff.
sorry.
Okay. And I'm taking this was done at some time when you got back to the station or something.
This is going to be a really hard shift for the jury after seeing so many law enforcement officials, already seeing body cam footage, already seeing bits of reporting done from like the law enforcement officials that they've already heard from that were reliable, that were comforting, that answered questions with ease for both sides. There was already this like really solid aura of we did everything that we could extremely fast, thorough. We pulled people in from the street, like we found her in minutes. Like we went in without gloves because we're preserving life. So there was a solid explanation for all of the mistakes that the defense claimed so far. I haven't seen anything like they put blood evidence in red Solo cups, like in Karen Reed. Then they put it in a paper bag and drove it open and put it. We haven't seen anything that outlandish yet. So this is really just bugging the jury, how long he is hammering home that this man muted his body cam, when in fact there's probably the two other angles of the two other people who are speaking at this current moment that have their body cams running, where he could, say, okay, this is a bad thing that you did, but luckily we have the other body cam footage. What's the sort of reprimand that you would get for muting your body cam? Luckily, 1, 2, 3 other officials were close enough to pick up what you were saying. And now I'm going to impeach you because you're saying that it was about you driving back and forth, when in reality it was about, you talking about how she wanted to know about her mother and those sort of things. Let's get to that. This man is wasting the jury's time, in my opinion.
Right. Well, date entered. What was this? When did this happen? The 19th? Yeah. So the day later. Yes.
Okay. Your policy says that you're supposed to make an entry if your body camera is ever interrupted, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Show us in your report where you did that.
Yeah, it's not there.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that his report be entered into evidence this time.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, be admitted D8, all purposes.
And we would also
Hang on a second.
I'm sorry.
Let's get it marked in first, please.
Procedure manual be entered into evidence that he's testified from.
Any objection?
All right, we got no objection to the body worn camera portion of the policy procedure being entered, but I think what Mr. Kemp has is an entire thing. I think it would be irrelevant and confusing.
Your Honor, I can take those. I can take that. We can have just those.
No, I'll come modify it and look at it. If you would, please hand that to the bailiff.
If you remember, we left off with a lot of issues of both sides not having the pieces of evidence, the specific pages of a sketchbook, a journal, all this stuff that the defense is going to be entering into evidence. This is an issue. This all should have been modified. Of course, the entire police procedure rule book isn't going to be entered into evidence, so it should have been sectioned out. It should have been marked out. It should have been shared already. This is not finishing your prep for court and wasting the jury's time.
Your Honor, what we did was for the rec policy and procedure manual is the first page, and then it goes to the actual policy for the body cam, which is the next 4 pages. It's listed as page number 1 through 4.
Any objection to that, let's say.
Yes, sir.
Be admitted without objection D9 for ID.
That's been
completeness, if a party plays one part of a statement, the other party can demand that any other part of it that ought to be showed to the jury, and fairness be showed. At this time, you can present. Do you want it from the beginning, or do you want it from here, from this point?
From here, Your Honor.
All right, hit play.
The video feed was not having a good day on day 3.
Well, she came, I saw her coming out of the Farmington there. I was like, hey, hey, hey. I said, I said, are you the girl that does that? She was just, yeah, I heard you get on radio. I think I passed you. I was in the damn center thinking, I don't know. Then you're coming out. Yeah, good lick, Jack. Yeah, man. I was just there, man.
Sorry, that's not my internet. That's the feed, and it was just glitchy.
Anymore.
Check, how you doing? Questions about as it on. Can you tell who you're?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Andrew Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
Okay. And Dr. Clark.
Okay, this is the witness that we all have been waiting for. The forensic psychiatrist who's going to break down any sort of medicine use prior to the incident by Carly. He's going to share his what will quite possibly be inappropriate professional opinions on what was possible to happen inside of her brain due to any sort of medication use prior to March 19th, which led to an extreme mental break that would take someone to the level of murdering their own mother and attempting to murder their stepfather. This is the witness that the judge had that they wanted to do a motion in limine on at the end of day 2. The judge was pissed that it was happening during the trial. Hey, Raylene, what's going on? Perfect timing. Perfect timing. We're about to watch the witness, the forensic psychiatrist. All right, let's just get into it. Let's just get into this. This Dr. Clark.
What's your current age?
I'm 68 years old.
Okay. And what is your current occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And what, if any, who are your
Forensic
current employers?
psychiatrist?
I'm currently self-employed. I have a private practice of psychiatry. I spend about half my time doing treatment of both children and adolescents and adults, and about half my time doing forensic work.
And what, if any, teaching experience do you have?
So I was on the faculty at Harvard Medical School for about 20 years, from 1996 to around 2016, and I taught and supervised residents at Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I spent about 5 years at Boston Medical Center from 2017 to 2022, and I worked half-time then as the director of medical student education and psychiatry, so teaching medical students.
And what specifically did you teach at Harvard?
Hold on. Let's just go back real fast. Because so much of our current brains exist in comparison to the Karen Reed case?
Medical Center from 2017 to 2022, and I worked half-time then as the Director of Medical Student Education and Psychiatry, so teaching medical students.
And what specifically did you teach
right.
at Harvard Medical School?
So I taught forensic psychiatry as the primary thing that I taught. I taught forensic psychiatry to residents at Boston Medical Center, and I currently teach forensic psychiatry at Boston Medical Center, but just about once a month.
And where did you attend medical school?
I went to the University of Michigan Medical School and graduated in 1986.
When did you receive your medical license?
In, I believe, 1987.
What, if any, board certifications do you have?
So I have 3 board certifications. I'm certified in adult psychiatry, I'm certified in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I'm certified in forensic psychiatry.
And what, if any, certification have you held in pediatrics?
I trained in pediatrics at Boston City Hospital from 1987 to 1990, and I was board certified as a pediatrician, but I've let that lapse since I don't practice pediatrics.
And what, if any, certification do you have in neurology?
I have no certification in neurology. My psychiatry certification is through the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology.
Gotcha.
And I'm just a psychiatrist.
And when did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
Oh, you're testing me. I think it would have been in 1995 that I was certified in psychiatry.
Now, as you know, lawyers go to law school and not med school because we're not very good at math. But is it fair to say that's roughly 29 years that you've been?
I believe that's correct, yes.
When did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
I think you just asked me.
I'm sorry. When did you receive your board certification in forensic psychiatry?
Oh, I think it would have been around 1996 or 1997.
And when did you receive your board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I believe that would have been 1997.
And what, if any, residencies have you done?
So I've done maybe too many residencies. I was a resident in pediatrics for 3 years, and then I did a 3-year residency in psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and then I did a 2-year residency in child and adolescent psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and finished my training in 1996.
And when did you receive your subspecialty certification in forensic psychiatry?
I believe it was 1997 that I did, and then it lapsed for a few years, and then I was recertified maybe around 8 years ago or so.
What, if any, leadership positions have you held in the medical field?
So when I was at Massachusetts General Hospital, I was the medical director of the Children and the Law program, which was a program of individuals doing forensic psychiatry and psychology. When I was at Boston Medical Center, I was as I mentioned, the director of medical student education and psychiatry, and I was also the medical director of the outpatient psychiatry clinic there. I also had a job at a trauma clinic in Waltham, Massachusetts, where I was the medical director for, I think, 4 years.
And what, if any, experience have you had with the juvenile court?
So I worked for several years at the Boston Juvenile Court Clinic and the Norfolk County Juvenile Court Clinic. I'm early in my career, so probably 3 or 4 or 5 years altogether.
And what was your position
Norfolk County.
I was a staff psychiatrist there, responsible for conducting evaluations that were ordered by the court.
there? And who did you conduct those evaluations on?
Typically on adolescents or younger children who were court involved in some way, either juvenile delinquency or care and protection cases.
And what, if any, positions have you held with regard to child and adolescent forensic consultations?
I was early in my career, I was a member of the Child and Adolescent Forensic Consultation Team in Massachusetts and did a number of evaluations, mostly competency to stand trial and not guilty by reason of insanity cases for the state.
What, if any, fellowship positions have you held?
I did a fellowship in infant parent mental health at one point about 10 years ago now, and I'm not sure what else.
How many times have you
A lot
testified as
going
an
on.
expert
That's
witness
fair.
in child psychiatry?
I'm going to guess 150. That's just it's somewhat of a rough estimate, but I've been doing it for 28 years and probably have a couple of handfuls of cases each year.
And how many times have you testified as a forensic expert in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I think typically when I'm qualified as an expert, it's in either psychiatry or child and adolescent psychiatry, but not typically in forensic psychiatry.
Ooh, really?
What, if any, peer-reviewed papers have you published?
I've published 2 papers in the last 2 years, one on juvenile solitary confinement and one on the question of the ethics of psychiatric diagnosis. I've also co-written 2 chapters on a juvenile post-traumatic stress disorder.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry.
Established to board our witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good
Good morning, Dr. Clark. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good. Thank
State
you.
has
Good,
some
good to see you again.
question.
You and I spoke over Zoom last week, didn't we?
Correct, yes.
But you didn't recognize me this morning because I had a beard last
Yes,
week.
that's right.
All right. Where do you currently hold an active medical license, and what state?
In the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. You're not licensed in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Have you ever treated patients in the state of Mississippi prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed medicine to patients in the state of Mississippi in your practice?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been accepted as an expert in any court in the state of Mississippi?
No.
All right. Is this your first time in Mississippi?
I've passed through here before.
Okay. I got you. And you just told Ms.
You
Todd
didn't
that
go to school
whenever
here.
you've typically been accepted as an expert, it's not in the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
And just by way of brief definition, what is forensic psychiatry?
So forensic
Yeah,
psychiatry
that's a great
is
question.
that part of psychiatry that interfaces with the justice system typically. And most often working as an expert for court-related cases.
Right. But you're typically not rendered as an expert in forensic psychiatry, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would just re-urge our prior motion as it relates to Dr. Clark, but otherwise, nothing further.
Any further objection?
No, sir.
The witness will be admitted as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. Hang on just a moment. Correct.
All right, so what just happened? Typically the state, so when it comes to an expert, if there is an objection from either side for a witness to be tendered as an expert witness, they're allowed to ask some extra questions of their own. I thought it was really interesting that the defense did not even ask the question, what is forensic psychiatry? What do you do as a forensic psychiatrist? That was very much avoided. And his answer when the prosecution asked him, I don't think it sufficed a proper definition in my brain as well. They made it heard to the jury that he is not from here. He does not work here. He's a northerner. He's a northerner. He is from Massachusetts. He's not from Mississippi. He doesn't work here, and he doesn't typically do this either. So it already sort of sowed the seed of doubt in the jury to take precaution while accepting his responses, which I thought was really good lawyering.
Now that the witness has been qualified as an expert, I was informed that the circuit clerk has y'all's lunch here today. It's 11:46. I don't want that to get cold, all right? Or do the way you ordered it. So if y'all would, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's a good time for us to take the lunch break. Just knock on the door and let the bailiff know when y'all are ready. Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits.
He doesn't want their lunch to get cold or their cold lunch to get warm. Judge Dewey K. Arthur there's like the kindness in there, and it's like he looks like a disappointed father with how this is going down. He hates that this witness is here. He hates that he had to accept him as an expert witness. He hates that he has to go through that.
All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Dr. Clark, you're going to remain under oath. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody during the lunch break. It's 11:47. We'll be in recess till the jury knocks on the door and tells me they're done eating. All right. Anything further from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
There's no time limit for lunch. It's when the jury is ready to come back. That's so sweet. That's so kind. All right, we're going to boot, scoot, and boogie right through their lunch break. Let's see here. Very interesting wardrobe choices. I haven't really spoken about it since it's only been like a 4-day trial, but very interesting wardrobe choices.
I think the parties have agreed to stipulate also to the CV of Dr. Amanda Goodley on it.
All right. State or defense? State.
State.
What state's next? And defense agrees, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State next in number all purchases.
Sorry.
Y'all approach it real quick. Now for lunch, if anybody gets tired, I'm not saying y'all would get tired, but I've seen it happen before. Somebody finds himself dozing off or heading on, just stand up for a minute, okay? That's perfectly acceptable. All right. Court has accepted the
I just love when a judge speaks to a jury. It's like the little pets, you know? They're like, "Oh my goodness, are you so sleepy? It's okay. You don't have you can be sleepy. Just stand." Like, it's so cute. It's so cute. Oh, I love it. Respect. The respect for the jury is amazing.
witness
I love
is an
it.
expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. You may begin your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Clark, let me start out by asking.
So he's an expert in child psychiatry, not forensic psychiatry.
When we say adolescent, what age range does that include?
Say typically the ages of between 12 and 18.
How did you first get involved in this case?
I got involved because Attorney Camp gave me a call somewhere around the middle of August and asked whether I might be available to do an evaluation.
Okay. And what, if any, records did you initially review?
What I did at first, I suggested to Attorney Camp that I might just spend a few hours looking at the initial records that he could provide me before I agreed to go any further. And so Attorney Camp sent me a number of different records. I can't recall specifically which ones they were, but a fair number of records regarding the case.
And do you recall what kind of records these were?
They were treatment records for Carly from her therapist and from Precise Medical from early 2024. I believe there were treatment records from her earlier years as well. And there were some police reports as well.
Okay. And what about any journals?
I believe in that initial batch, there had been some written journals that had been found at the residence.
Okay. And did that include any sketches?
I believe there was a sketchbook as well, yes.
What all did you do as a part of your evaluation of Carly?
So what I did is kind of the second phase. After having reviewed those records, I spoke to Attorney Camp and suggested I wasn't sure that I was going to be helpful, but I thought it'd be worth my coming down to Mississippi and interview her. And so I came down here and interviewed Carly for about 4 hours on August 29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Anyone else?
No.
And where did you interview Carly?
That was right here at the I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And after your evaluation of Carly, did you have an opportunity to review anything else?
Yes. So after my evaluation of Carly, I received some treatment records from Vital Core, which were her psychiatric treatment records from the correctional facility. I then wrote a report. And then subsequent to my report, I received a copy of the state's experts report. In addition to that, I did a video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley, Carly's stepfather, for about 90 minutes on August 31st, just 2 days after I had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Go wherever you got to counsel opposite first, unless it's sorry and then it's.
Both sides need to know what's being handed to him.
This is a copy of my written report dated September 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And can you tell by looking at your report what the date of your evaluation of Ms. Gregg was?
It was August 29th, 2024.
And does your
Birthday.
is the document I gave you a true and accurate copy of the report you compiled?
I believe that it is, yes.
And if you need to, take a minute to flip through and make sure.
No, I'm good, thank you.
And did you sign that report?
I'm sorry?
And did you sign that report?
I did, yes.
I
And
believe that it is. No, I
does your report
be
include
like sure.
a list of any documents you reviewed?
It does, yes.
Does your report also include the list of anybody you spoke to in regards to putting this report together?
It is lacking one interview that I did, which I did not rely on. I spoke somewhat briefly with Ms. Vicki Breland, who's Carly's maternal grandmother, on, I believe it would have been September 1st. I chose not to utilize that information and so didn't rely on it in my report and so didn't list it.
So didn't list it because
That's
you didn't rely on it in your report.
Correct.
And does your report include,
That is hard. It's hard to. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that because if you hear something, you can't unhear it, right? Like, those words from a person exist. I can, as an expert, I can, Yeah, well, I did an interview, but I didn't rely on it for the report. Okay, but you still did the interview and you still have. Why didn't you rely on it? I want to know why you didn't rely on it.
Report included a true and accurate summary of the interview and your mental health evaluation of Ms. Gregg?
Yes,
Does it also include your opinions?
it does.
Your Honor, we would ask, and is it labeled psychiatric evaluation report?
It is.
And what's the date on that report?
September 3rd, 2024.
Your Honor, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
You'll approach.
Like the whole damn thing, even that last paragraph. We sure? You sure? Sure? You sure? You sure? 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 Okay. Oh,
Yes, sir.
all of this.
And did you base your expert opinion on any facts or
Okay.
data that you've been made personally aware of?
Yes, I base my expert opinion on my training, my experience, my knowledge of the literature, and on the information that I gathered as a part of this evaluation.
And did you also base your opinion on facts and data in this matter that you personally observed?
Yes.
And can you tell me what you personally observed that you based your opinion on?
So what I personally observed was my 4-hour interview with Carly, my 90-minute video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley. I then reviewed a large quantity of records, including some videos and some still photographs. So I guess that's personal observation.
And were you able to after observing and reviewing the records?
This is
and your
1.25
interview with
speed.
Carly, were you able to come to an opinion as to the ultimate fact in this matter?
Yes. Well,
And
I'm
is that
gonna-
contained in your report?
yes. Just to be clear, I guess I came to an opinion regarding the McNaughton issue in this matter.
And that's contained in your report?
It is. I will say my position is that the final decision as to whether or not Carly Gregg meets criteria for the McNaughton standard is one that is most appropriately left to the finders of fact. It's not my job, not my business. I feel I'd be usurping their responsibility. So I didn't answer that ultimate question, but I believe that I provided enough information to allow the finders of fact to use that information in their deliberations.
And that is contained in your expert report?
Yes.
All right. So what he's saying, yeah, still faster than Lily. What he's saying, she's trying to get these questions as proper as possible. She does not want any objections. She wants to just get through this. So she is taking her time. And he just said, I didn't write if she was insane or not. I didn't say yes insane, no insane. I made a report that for the jury, the finders of fact would be able to come to a proper conclusion based on my professional opinion, my expertise, my own knowledge of the person, my own knowledge of psychiatry, my own knowledge of how things affect the brain and I didn't say yes or no. I made a report that will point them in the direction that will be a solid yes or no for them due to my expertise. Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's expert report be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
Second objection, Your Honor.
I'll approach.
So she wanted to get the report in earlier. They objected. He said, get some more foundation about this report. Get some more foundation about this report. What is this report? What's in this report? How did he write it? What did he use to write it? Why did he write it? What is this going to find? What is this going to tell the jury? Get the foundation into the report. And there is still an objection about admitting this into evidence.
Upon and the facts and data that you reviewed and observed.
Sorry, let me.
Dr.
Okay.
Clark, are the interviews you relied upon and the facts and data that you reviewed and observed what you ultimately relied upon to come to your conclusion?
Yes. along with my training, education experience, and familiarity with the literature.
He's
Your
like,
Honor, at
that was
this
a
time,
weird
we would
question.
ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
I'll approach.
Lawyering is very difficult. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know all the ins and outs, but he wants to make sure that both the prosecution and the judge both want to make sure that this is foundationally appropriate. Ma'am, Carly, let's not have side discussions, please. It's
You reviewed and relied on.
oh boy. He said,
That you reviewed and relied
give it a
on.
go.
The same that any expert in your field would typically rely on when making this evaluation?
I'm not sure I can speak for any expert, but I believe that the protocol procedure that I utilize is one that is standard in doing a forensic psychiatric evaluation, that interviewing the party, interviewing knowledgeable collaterals, reviewing the relevant records, and then coming to a conclusion, I think is typically how such reports are done.
And would your interview with Carly and her family member that you stated be typically done by someone in your field who's trying to come to an opinion,
Yes,
who would be rendered an expert of that opinion?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Still an objection.
Yes, sir.
I'll approach.
Still an objection. This is look, Carly is being affected by it. She's realizing like this is not going well. I wonder, as a 15-year-old, like you're 15, are you able to really comprehend like what is happening right now? You're 15, like you just turned 15. 6 months ago, you were 14 years old and you murdered your mother and you attempted to kill your stepfather. So when you are, sorry, just 1 second. Sorry, there was people. So when you're 15, you're 14. I lost my train of thought. You're 15. Do you know what's going on? Do you know what's going on? I don't know.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what were your overall impressions of Carly's personality and development?
So my overall impressions were that Carly was a young teenage girl who loved school, was bright, I think enjoyed the fact that she was bright, loved reading books, loved thinking big thoughts, that she was a loyal and generous friend, that she may have been something of a follower rather than a leader, that she was generally energetic, she was involved in many activities, that she had a close, although somewhat complicated relationship with her mother, and a close, affectionate relationship with her stepfather, and that she had a much more problematic relationship with her biological father.
And what, if anything, were you able to gauge about Carly's having any behavioral issues or a history of behavioral issues?
So it was my impression that Carly had, to a very large extent, always been well behaved, was a dutiful girl, sought to do well in school, sought to please her mother by doing well in school, and then in the last perhaps year, developed some what I took to be relatively common teenage behaviors, such as staying up past curfew on a burner phone to text with friends, for example. I think on one occasion,
I'm gonna need this whole burner phone conversation to like burner phone. It was an iPod. I think continually calling it a burner phone is extreme. It's not a burner phone. It's not a burner phone. It's an iPod.
Snuck out at night after curfew to go visit a friend, and then in addition, in the last perhaps 6 weeks prior to the arrest, she began smoking marijuana.
What, if any, past history of
Okay.
trauma
What-
did Carly have?
So Carly had a somewhat difficult childhood in a couple of different ways. One is that she had a younger sister who died of a medical illness when Carly was about 4 years of age. And the younger sister was around 18 months of age. And Carly reported to me that that was hard for her. She remembered it happening and it was difficult for her. Secondly, her parents divorced when she was around 4 or 5 years of age. She reported to me that she remembered a lot of arguing and that she recalled having seen her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her. And she told me that she recalled she and her mother leaving late at night as the parents separated. She told me that she, and it's my understanding as well from records, that Carly had court-ordered visitation with her father about every other week, but that was difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable, that at times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid. And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her and she ran and hid under the bed. And this was an incident that continued to bother her. She also told me that her father was a dangerous and scary driver, and it was scary for her to drive with him.
What, if anything, did you learn about Carly's educational history?
So what I learned was that Carly was all
He had a 90-minute interview conversation with Carly. Hour and a half.
always a good student, that she worked hard, that she got good grades, that she scored quite high on standardized testing, and that she had skipped the 4th grade. And she reported to me that she really enjoyed or appreciated having skipped because she thought she found the 5th grade that she went into more challenging academically, and she actually liked the kids there. So my understanding is that she had always done very well academically.
What, if anything, did you learn or consider regarding any incidents at school with Carly?
So I think there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents at school. One was when she was in the 7th grade, she brought a knife to school. And she told me that it was a Swiss Army knife, and she brought it because another child had asked her to. And what she told me was that the other child had then told the principal about it. But at any rate, she was found out to have had the knife, and she ended up having to go to an alternative school for that semester. I reviewed records from a therapist that had met with Carly and her parents on, I think, at least 2 occasions around that time about that incident. And the therapist indicated that she thought that this was, her quote was, much ado about nothing. And the therapist implied in her records that she thought the school was being sort of overly reactive around it. But nevertheless, Carly went and spent a semester in an alternate school.
I'm not a parent, and I haven't been in grade school in a very long time. Is having a Swiss Army knife, if it is a Swiss Army knife, going off of this testimony of having a Swiss Army knife and at school would put you in a alternate school, probably one with a little more security aspect for a whole semester. Does that sound like Carly is downplaying having a knife, or does that sound like the school is overreacting? Because to me, the punishment doesn't necessarily fit the crime. If it's something like, did she brandish the knife and threaten somebody with it, or is a Swiss? I mean, or was it like a Swiss Army knife that has a toothpick? Like, what are we talking about here? I'm not getting the full picture. I'm having a feeling like I'm not getting the full picture here. Having a Swiss Army knife in my brain, I'm seeing like a multi sort of tool Swiss Army sort of thing. Has a screwdriver, has a bottle opener, has a little poker knife, has scissors that you pull out. This is what I'm envisioning in my brain, because I don't have a picture of the knife. I don't have a demonstrative of the knife that was brought into school that got her into an alternate school for an entire semester. Does that feel like the school is overreacting to her having a Swiss Army multi-tool situation? Or was it like a 4-inch blade with like a bone handle, and she was walking around showing that? Yeah, alternate school. See you later. Get out of here. That's wild. was it is Carly underselling what happened with the knife? Is the school overreacting, or is it both, or is it there's no tolerance for anything sharp whatsoever, which I can respect from a school. No knives, no matter what the situation. I can respect that from a school for sure. I'm not getting the intensity of the knife situation that would result in her being in a completely different school, an alternate school, one that I'm assuming, this is my assumption, has some sort of different standard for security for people who have done something of this situation or might just need a little extra assistance in their own day-to-day life. Was there a mental health evaluation that assisted this decision? I'm not getting all the information. There's a lot missing here. That's what I'm feeling.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what did Carly actually do when she got to that alternative school?
Well, what I understood was that Carly had taken some responsibility for helping to teach the class when she went there.
You said earlier that you found Carly to be more of a follower than a leader. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that it was something that I had read from some of her friends, describing her in that way. I understand, for example, that there was an incident at school when Carly and perhaps other kids, I actually don't know, but Carly at least had drunk some hand sanitizer, kind of on a dare. So I took that to be an example of her not using terribly good judgment and kind of being a follower in that regard.
Kind of on a dare?
Based on your evaluation, when did Carly first begin to develop?
I don't know if you guys remember being 13, 14, 15 years old. But when you're 13, 14, 15, y'all dumb. Like, we are dumb. We are dumb as a box of rocks. We're going to do the dares. We're going to jump flights of stairs. We're going to slide down banisters. We're dumb kids, right? Like, there's dumbness, and there's the freedom of, like, we're going to live forever. And there's this energy of there's youthfulness and fun and spontaneity, and we're dumb. We're hella dumb. Like 14, 13, 15, 16-year-olds are dumb. But not in a I'm going to murder someone dumb. Because that's something you what? She's a follower, so I don't know. This isn't doing it for me.
Well, when Carly was young, ages, let's say 6 to 9 or so, what she reported to me was that she felt kind of depressed. I don't quite know. I'm reluctant to use kind of the psychiatric term of depression, and that for a child that young. But Carly reported that she was unhappy. She said that it was tough having to visit her father. The divorce was hard. The death of her little sister was hard. They were living in a small house.
Here it is again, the death of her little sister. She had a sibling, but we don't know how she passed. To me, this is all very important information that would essentially lead to, excuse me, someone of her age sort of being pushed over the edge, right? She's going through puberty. Her body is changing. Her brain is changing. Everything's evolving. Everything's happening. And it feels like everything's happening so fast, and everyone's in your business and watching you, and you don't have a life. And you're still mourning the loss of your sister, and your biological dad's an asshole, and your stepdad's pretty cool, but your mom's all up in your business, and you can't live your life, and you just want to grow up, but you're still a kid, and you're going through this. Like, what happened? And it's not to be, I want to be nosy, and I deserve to know what's happening inside of her life. I need to know everything, but you are pleading NGRI, not guilty based on reasonable insanity. What happened? We can't say yes or no if we don't know what happened. I woke up today and like fall hit, the autumn hit, allergies, sneezing, sniffling. I can't.
Financially strained. This is before Heath Smiley came into their life. She said that was a difficult time. She also reported, well, actually, I think 2 or 3 things. One is, I noted from the records that there were a few occasions when Carly was noted by her therapist to have had intrusive memories or bothersome memories of times with her father. and she was reported on one occasion to have just been minding her own business and kind of idly and having these memories coming back and were bothersome for her. She also reported that she began hearing voices relatively early in her life. Again, the ages 6 to 9, she began hearing a voice. It was a male voice, unfamiliar to her, that would say things like, "You're better than them," things that were sort of elitist in a certain way. She reported that that became a constant, not necessarily bothersome, but kind of a constant thing for her. She also reported that, again, early on, that she began to have this experience of feeling distant from the world, as if she was in a dream. Things were sort of foggy for her in that regard. So that she said was kind of a regular, frequent thing that happened to her, again, in this sort of ages 6 to 9 period of time.
You just used the phrase intrusive thought. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say intrusive thoughts?
Yes, I'll try not to get into jargon, but intrusive thoughts is one symptom of post-traumatic stress. And I'm not diagnosing her with post-traumatic stress disorder.
Hold on. Intrusive thoughts are one symptom of a lot of things. Also, I hope that you say that it's one symptom of this specific thing, but also it's one symptom of OCD, bipolar disorder. It's a symptom for a lot of things. I don't think that's Hi, Ronnie. What is going on? We're getting to the point of this forensic psychiatrist who is basically here to make or break the NGRI, the not guilty based on reasonable insanity plea for Carly Gregg. And we're getting into some really important details from the 90-minute conversation and some random reportings of her peers throughout her life. And we're getting into the mental health sort of status of Carly Gregg before the incident and what may have led to her having this sort of final break. And this, I'm going to have a lot to say about the words that he's going to continue to say, because I grew up with 2 therapists in my life. I don't want to say that I was psychoanalyzed since I was like 5, but having the ability to say, "Excuse me, please don't psychoanalyze me right now." I kind of lived in a different world of sort of recognizing did people in a different way than, like, I would say, like the typical person. I grew up in a world that had different sort of conversations that involved a little more into what's currently happening in the brain than like a normal child. I mean, when you know the phrase "don't psychoanalyze me" when you're like 7. things were a little atypical. So saying that I want him to continue to say but also a bunch of other things after saying diagnosing her with post-traumatic stress disorder because of some intrusive thoughts or intrusive, like he said, memories. I have intrusive memories. I'm pretty sure it's a very common situation. I don't know, when you're like laying down in bed and you're not really to the point of where I could just pass out. There's still a little bit of energy left in your body, and you're like, "Oh my God, do you remember that thing that happened in 6th grade? That was the most embarrassing thing. Like, I bent down and farted, and everyone saw that I fart." Like, it's that moment where you remember the most embarrassing thing that happened to you, and you're like, "God damn it." Ugh. And then you fall asleep and you wake up and you do your next day, Ronnie, I'm so glad you're here. I missed you yesterday, says Raylene. So let's continue with this. I'm gonna have thoughts and opinions.
PTSD, but people that have experienced trauma that haunts them afterwards sometimes have the experience of, especially when they're not paying much attention or when their guard is down, the memories will come back and in a bothersome way. All of a sudden, they'll just recall whatever it was, and it'll be upsetting for them. So, and for some people, they can be really bothered by it. It can be very problematic for some folks. But it's considered to be a post-traumatic symptom, and that Carly seemed to have had in the aftermath of her difficult experiences with her biological father.
Okay, explain how the level of bothersome can differ in someone who might have post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar, schizophrenia, any sort of stressful mental health disorder, and how that could be different from someone who doesn't suffer from that. How someone who is able to be like, "Oh my God, that shit was really embarrassing. Take a deep breath," and then you carry on with your day, versus someone who's like, "Oh my God, that shit was really fucking embarrassing. I am now in a completely different state for minutes, hours, days, weeks, because my brain won't let me go back to before I remembered that, because my brain won't take it out of my like mental view, because it just keeps replaying and replaying and replaying and replaying, and it just makes you angrier or frustrated or shuts you down. You can't concentrate, you can't hear anything else coming in. Explain how it would affect someone. We need to know how she went from perfectly fine to a murderer. You need
Based on your evaluation, was there a period of time in which Carly's mental health issues began to be more significant?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So beginning from around the age of 9 or so, what Carly reported was that she began to feel depressed, that the auditory hallucinations, meaning she was hearing voices, that those continued, that these experiences of feeling like the world wasn't real continued. And then somewhere between the ages of 9 and 11, the depression continued, and she then began to cut herself. And as I understand it, she'd been cutting herself for about 2 years, so starting around the age of 12, that she would, on a fairly regular basis, make superficial cuts on her thighs as a way to help manage her anxiety and distress. And
Go ahead.
I'd be happy to talk about just cutting,
Yeah.
right, which is a relatively common phenomena that typically teenagers engage in, not so much in a way to try to kill oneself or to injure oneself, but as a way to cope with feelings that are too much to handle. So it's kind of a maladaptive way of coping with feelings, and often it's a reflection of some level of either depression or anxiety or just mental health struggles.
And based on your evaluation, about when did Carly's parents learn that Carly had been engaging in cutting?
So I think it really wasn't until the
cutting is a very difficult topic for self, and when he says cutting, he should be referring to it as self-harm, because it's a lot more than just cutting. And this is another thing. The people in my life who work in the field of psychiatry, psychology, social work, just in general, continue to move forward with time, with what's happening. I think being able to categorize it as self-harm instead of cutting, it gives it a different it's a different weight, right? She's self-harming. She's injuring herself. Cutting seems very cutting in my brain, in my millennial brain. Cutting seems very like 90s, where you would use words like gay to mean like mean things instead of just a person who is attracted to the same sex. It takes it back to the 90s, like, oh, you're cutting. No, you're self-harming. You're making an active decision to hurt yourself in more ways than just cutting, because the act of cutting isn't just I'm going to cut myself. It's not, it's so much more than that. What is happening inside here while you are physically doing the physical self-harm, there's so much mental self-harm that you're doing as well. This man is giving me old school. This man is giving me, oh, they're emo's cut, like that type of mindset. And I hate this. I hate this so much. And that is not to say that Carly was not self-harming. I believe that she was self-harming. But self-harm is more than just the physical harm that you are doing to your body. It is the mental harm that your brain is doing to your soul as you are physically doing that to your body. When you are self-harming in the form of cutting, your brain saying, do it, you're worthless. You need to feel this pain, and you are left with scars. You know what's going to happen to your body when you know what happens to your body when you get a bad cut. You know what happens to your skin when you scrape your leg. The marks last. The scars last. Your brain understands that your physical outside skin, your biggest organ, is going to be scarred by this self-harm. Because you're mentally scarring yourself and you're physically scarring yourself. So every time you see that scar, it re-triggers your brain. It is a vicious cycle. And I don't think this man's putting enough weight on this. Cutting. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with this.
December of 2023. So just last December that Carly's parents learned. As I understand it, she had been cutting fairly regularly for about 2 years before her parents found out.
Were there any other behaviors that her parents learned around December of 2023?
So the other behaviors that the parents learned about at that time was that Carly had been using an old iPad or an old iPod perhaps to text with friends, and I think with a boyfriend, quote unquote boyfriend, after hours. She'd be doing this, of course, without her parents' knowledge or consent, and Carly's parents found out about it.
What, if any, issues had Carly begun to experience with?
Yeah, this is the big moment. This is going to send the jury into NGRI, guilty or not guilty. Like this man early on in his testimony, he said he wrote a report after his 90-minute conversation with Carly and his 60-minute Zoom interview with Heath Smiley, her stepfather, that he wrote his report. And he doesn't typically enter as a witness as a forensic psychiatrist, because that's just not typically what he does. So this is very abnormal for him. He's also done the majority of his work in Massachusetts and the Boston area. So this is abnormal for him to do. And in his report, he did not make a clear conclusion that yes, she was reasonably insane while she did this act, or no, she wasn't. He is leaving that up to the jury, that he has made his report and his notings and his writings so that the jury is able to make a decision for themselves. The fact finders.
So Carly began to develop sleep difficulties from the summer of 2023, and she reported, and Mr. Smiley confirmed to me as well, that she had trouble falling asleep and that she would often wake up in the middle of the night. And she began to take melatonin to try to help with that. And I think by the fall of 2023 found that the single 5 milligram dose of melatonin that she took wasn't enough. And so she would sometimes take a second melatonin tablet to make 10 milligrams.
Was this prescribed melatonin or like
take 2
over the
melatonin
counter?
tablets?
The dosing of melatonin is pretty broad. It's not uncommon for people to take 10 milligrams. Some people take 1 milligram. I'm not sure there's much data to support it, but it's not particularly harmful to do. But I know that her mother was concerned about it, and her mother began to hold the melatonin and give Carly just a single pill each night.
And just in case there's anyone who doesn't know, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is an over-the-counter sleep aid that is that's widely used, thought to be helpful for sleep. Melatonin is a naturally occurring chemical that your body generates to try to put your body to sleep. And so again, it's widely used. It's generally considered to be safe and maybe somewhat effective.
I make too much.
Is it fair to say that melatonin is classified as a vitamin?
Too much melatonin.
I don't think it's actually classified as a vitamin, but again, it's over the counter. And I think, as far as I understand it, no one is particularly concerned. No regulatory agencies are particularly concerned about the fact that so many people take melatonin.
And what happened beginning in January of 2024?
So after Carly's parents found out that she was cutting herself and staying up late using this burner phone, I'll say in addition,
iPod.
The other thing that happened around that time was that Carly reported to them that she was feeling depressed and that she thought she needed help as well. So really those 3 things happened. And in response, Carly's mother sought out both therapy and a medication evaluation. Carly's mother contacted the pediatrician. The pediatrician made a referral. Carly had an evaluation initially at Precise Clinical with a prescriber. And then shortly after that, her first session with a new therapist, Rebecca Kirk.
What was the course of Carly's treatment between January of 2024 and March of 2024?
So there were 2 parallel treatments going on. One was the psychotherapy, right? So Carly was seen every week by Rebecca Kirk, and Carly reported to me that she really liked Rebecca Kirk. She found her good to talk to, compassionate. She liked her. She had not liked her therapist when she was younger, but she liked Rebecca Kirk and felt that she could be open with her. And so they met.
Awesome.
Every week. In addition to that, Carly met with the prescriber early in January and was begun on antidepressant medication. So the prescriber at Precise Clinical diagnosed Carly with major depressive disorder, which is the psychiatric term for depression, as well as adjustment disorder, and started the medication Zoloft.
What's an adjustment
disorder?
Thank
So
you.
adjustment disorder simply means that an individual, I'll just bash it back up and say, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis. DSM-5 is sometimes called the Bible of psychiatry. All the official diagnoses are in DSM-5. And if you're going to bill the insurance company for a visit, if you're a clinician, you need to have a DSM-5 diagnosis to bill. And so adjustment disorder is a pretty broad category that really means someone is having a difficult time with something that's happened in their life. I tend to think of it as relatively meaningless. Like if you're not quite sure what else to say, call it an adjustment disorder, and that covers a lot of ground.
And what is major depressive disorder?
So major depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for depression. And in this case, depression, not just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric illness. And
How is depression different than feeling sad?
so we use the word
Interrupt
depressed
him.
in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today. But in the world of psychiatry, depression really is an illness, and it tends to affect not just your your emotional state, but it can affect your sleep, it can affect your
Yes.
energy, your ability
Yes.
to concentrate, sometimes
Yes.
your appetite,
Yes.
your ability just to enjoy things.
Yes.
People sometimes feel the whole body has slowed down, and then not uncommonly, people might become suicidal when depression gets bad enough. So it's really considered to be a psychiatric illness. And it's often the case that individuals who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder then are prescribed psychiatric medication, and antidepressants in particular, to try to treat it.
You mentioned that Carly was first put on Zoloft. Do you recall the dosage that she started on?
I do. So Zoloft is also known as sertraline, which is the generic name. It's an SSRI, specific serotonin reuptake inhibitor medication. It's an antidepressant, and it's widely used in teenagers. And she was given the dose of 25 milligrams initially.
And how did that medication seem to affect Carly?
It didn't seem to have much effect at all. I will say it's a low dose. And so in that first month or so, Carly took it and reported that it didn't really make much difference one way or the other.
Doesn't it
What
take a
was-
while
what, if any, course of
to
treatment
sort of
was
set
at
in?
that point?
So in February, Carly had a follow-up visit with the clinician from Precise Clinical and reported that the Zoloft wasn't doing very much at that dose. And so the clinician raised the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams. And I will say that's a perfectly standard dosing. It's a relatively low dose. The sort of the standard dose for Zoloft is 50 to 200 milligrams. That's usually the range where people end up. Folks will often start at 25 milligrams just to kind of go slowly and be gentle, but it's not at all uncommon for adolescents to end up at 50 milligrams fairly soon.
And how did that dosage of Zoloft affect Carly?
So Carly reported, both to me and to the clinician, that at the 50 milligram dose, she felt numb. She felt as if she wasn't able to really experience much pleasure or feel her emotions very much. She reported that it didn't really help that much with depression, but it really left her kind of flat in a way that was unpleasant for her. And I will say that's a very common reaction. I feel as if I see that quite frequently.
Do you remember the term Carly used for how it made her feel?
Zombied was the
Zombie.
term.
And what, if any, medication was Carly changed to after Zoloft?
So
Carly.
at the follow-up visit on March
Golly.
12th with Precise Clinical, she reported feeling numb. And the clinician then changed her medication.
Carly looks like she's zombied right now, just like playing with her nails, like girly pop. This is the make it or break it, and she's probably feeling like it's breaking. This is really interesting because this person wasn't there and seeing it. Could the diagnosis be wrong? Could Zoloft be an incorrect medication? We gotta keep watching.
One called Lexapro or escitalopram. It's another SSRI medication. And I will say that it's actually quite common for someone to do poorly on one SSRI and better on another. We don't have the ability to identify up front ahead of time who's going to respond to which medication. And there can be a lot of individual variability. So one person might respond well to Prozac and badly to Zoloft, and the next person might respond well to Zoloft and badly to Prozac. And it's a fair amount of trial and error that's often involved. And so this clinician, at that point in time on March 12th, prescribed 5 milligrams of Lexapro, a relatively small dose, and instructed Carly to lower the Zoloft down to 25 milligrams for 10 days and then to stop it. In fact, Carly told me that she just stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, I guess, right? Cold turkey is not quite the right term because she didn't have withdrawal symptoms, but she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th because she didn't want to take it anymore. And maybe she didn't quite understand the instructions. So starting either on March 12th or maybe the next day, Carly was on
Do we think that Carly should? Okay, so Carly stopped taking the Zoloft because, and he said maybe she didn't understand the instructions. Where are her parents? This is a minor who is supposed to be taking these pills in this specific way. Did her parents not know about that? Were they not informed by the doctor about the prescription? I mean, she's 14.
Only the 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
And was there a point in time when a prescriber had mentioned trying to put Carly on Prozac?
I believe that at the initial visit with Precise Clinical, what they reported in their records was that Ashley, Miss Smiley, told them that when she was younger, she had been put on Prozac and she'd become suicidal quite immediately, and so really did not want Carly on Prozac.
Right. Yeah. He was completely oblivious to everything. And so stepdad testified to mom watching her take each med. Yeah. And I'm confused as to why she would allow Carly to, I mean, I guess you can't force a pill down someone's throat, but if she was aware of the change of the medication, maybe it was just like a miscommunication between like doctor, prescriber, and guardian. Like, I guess that could happen if you are a youth in the therapy, and then the guardian has to go get the prescription and drive you to the pharmacy and all that. Raylene is very much I hate Heath. There's something off about with her stepdad. Yeah, Heath. I really thought about the second wave of testimony when he was called by the defense, because Heath was called again to testify by the defense, and it was extremely, in my opinion, very much unnecessary, and it was weird. It was uncomfortable. He was smiley. It's weird that that's his last name. He was smiley and giggly, and he kept making eye contact and smiling at Carly, and it was off. And it really is like, yeah, it feels creepy. There was a creepy aspect to it. And I think that was exasperated because of the original time that we saw him. Like, the only 2 times in our lives that we have ever seen this man is when he was testifying for the second time, and when he was testifying when he was called as a state's witness. They were 2 different people on the stand, and to me, they both felt forced. When he was originally testifying, it felt forced that he was like not allowing himself to be affected. The second time he was testifying, it felt forced that he was allowing some emotions to come through, but it was only good emotions. Even when the question was Carly the one who shot at you and shot you, he was like, yep, that was her. She did it, with a smile on his face. It was so this whole thing, I don't know. This doesn't feel, it's not, anyhow, let's get back into it.
How did Carly's personality begin to change at school after her dosage changed?
After her dosage.
After her medication changed.
So there were a number of things going on by March 12th. And I guess are you asking how she changed the school after that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that Carly managed to be very effective at doing well in school, showing up, looking engaged, and getting good marks. However, I also understand that beginning sometime in February of 2024, Carly began smoking marijuana at school.
And what did you learn about Carly's use of marijuana?
What I learned was that sometime in February of 2024, so perhaps 6 weeks or so before the incident, Carly began smoking marijuana. She told me that she smoked 2 or 3 times a week. I think she told a clinician at the correctional center, she may have smoked up to 4 times a week, but not every day, but a number of times a week. She told me that she smoked both at night to kind of help her with her anxiety and to help her sleep, and sometimes during the day when she was at school.
Why was it that Carly turned to the marijuana usage?
So what I know is that Carly reported that she used marijuana to help her deal with anxiety and stress. So, which I think is it's a very common reason for adolescents with mental health difficulties to begin smoking marijuana.
Would that typically be described as self-medicating?
Yes.
And in your experience, is that something people tend to do when they're experiencing symptoms of, any medical issue that's aggravating them?
I don't know about any medical issue, but in my experience, I mean, I think two things can happen. One is some adolescents start smoking marijuana because they enjoy smoking marijuana. But others who are struggling with mental health difficulties start smoking marijuana because it helps them feel better. I think especially, listen, my experience, adolescents who've been taking medication, when medication just doesn't work very well, they get a little frustrated or a little discouraged. And it's like, and they smoke marijuana, at least in the short run, they feel a little bit better.
Based on
As someone who is very much pro legalization of marijuana across the board, federally, state, recreational, obviously, I would like to see some research on like 18 versus 21, just due to like the mental, like physical brain development on it. I think that, I don't like to see a 14-year-old start smoking marijuana 4 times a day because it makes her feel better, especially when she's currently testing prescriptions to make you feel better. Do I think it's do I think there are some unknown and extreme benefits to marijuana as sort of like a magical piece of life? Yeah, I think there's some fantastic, wonderful, amazing things that marijuana and THC and CBD and all of the extractions of like the bud, the flower, what have you, can have on a human being, and it just grows. It just grows. I think it's essentially a miracle drug for a lot of people with a lot of things. But when it comes to a 14-year-old, I just cannot get behind a 14-year-old's essentially self-medicating, like they say with marijuana. I can't get behind it. You are so far from developed, and the developmental effects on the brain with self-medicating with marijuana, with like weed vape pens, it is so much different than like in the 70s when they were like smoking a little bit of like the marijuana that like it's not the same marijuana that it was. It's not the same THC. It's yeah, and you're also an adult. I think marijuana is great, and I think it should be legal, and I think people should have access to it, and I think it should be in pill form for those who want it in pill form, and I think it should be in edibles and this and that and all the things. But I just cannot see a 14-year-old benefiting long term from the use of marijuana. Yeah, kids are going to dabble, and kids are going to be bad and do stupid things and all that stuff. But I think it's really bad as a 14-year-old to be smoking marijuana, especially if there's like the history of things. I just don't think it's a good idea. I just don't think it's a good idea. I have to like put my foot down on a 14-year-old having where did she get it? How did she buy it? Wait, is Mississippi is recreational marijuana legal in Mississippi? Mississippi sales tax of 7% will be collected upon every sale except sales from cannabis sold for medical purposes as recreational marijuana. Cannabis in Mississippi is legal for medical use and illegal for non-medical use, supposedly. Can you get a weed card in Mississippi. Patients was. How did she get? Legal name of business. Updates. April 5th, 2024. Mississippi legislator fails to move to further cannabis policy reform in 2024. Mississippi legal status is mixed. It's decriminalized. Have I tried it? Yes, not in years. I fully agree, and it shouldn't be legal for kids that young. Yeah, the legality on that age is like, it's. I never want to see it. Just add to list of illegal things. Yeah.
In your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, how was the
How did she
marijuana
get it?
likely to have caused or affected her symptoms?
Wait, hold on. Stop. How did she get it? How did she get it? How did she get it? It's decriminalized in Mississippi. It's decriminalized in Mississippi. It's decriminalized in Louisiana. It is not decriminalized in Alabama. It is not decriminalized in Tennessee. Where the heck did she get weed pen? Did she order them online? How do you get weed pens? You're 14. What connections do you have? And so street corner. So when they say weed pens, are they talking about like full THC pens? I need to know. I'm not getting. Why do I feel like I have so much missing information that seems to be quite pertinent?
So I have a lot of patients that smoke marijuana. I will say it's legal in Massachusetts, which may make a difference.
Just gonna say, you're from
typically,
Mass.
With individuals who smoke marijuana, what I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned that she just wasn't doing as well academically. And if Carly had friends who had feelings against marijuana, it just puts her kind of at odds with some of her friends who are not smoking.
I don't know.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, did Carly's academic...
What do you guys think about that exploration of his opinions on marijuana? I feel like I'm like battling an expert. Like, oh, she really thinks she knows what she's talking about. I mean, I don't think people who smoke weed aren't out doing things. I don't know. I want to see the study on it. I want to see the study on the people going out and doing extracurriculars. You know, if they're weed smokers, if they're regular weed smokers, they're not out doing extracurriculars. And like, I think it's safe to say that since 2020, a lot of us aren't out doing things just in general. Like, we've all just kind of had it with the human aspect of life. Like, we all just kind of go to work and go home. You know, we'll go do a little thing and then we'll go home and complain about having to do the thing because of the people. You know, like, I don't know. I don't think the comparison, I don't think it's fair to say the people who smoke weed aren't the people who are out doing things. I don't think that's fair, because I think there's a mass population out there who, with a little bit of assistance from marijuana, are able to do so much more. It absolutely helps one. Yeah. I totally agree with the sleeping better. Listen, the last time I smoked a sativa, I made a lasagna, made a pan of brownies, and organized my spice cabinet. Yes. And I think that there's a fantastic... I'm gonna have to say marijuana and ADHD. I think that there's a study there. I don't know the study, but I'm sure that there's people out there studying the effects of a little bit of THC with those who have the ADHD, and like the change in being able to focus and doing the things. I don't know, but I just don't think it's fair to say those who are out there smoking marijuana are the ones who aren't doing anything. I think that's very 80s and 90s sort of mentality. I think he's just old. I think he's just too old. And not to say that he's too old to do a good job. I think he's just too old for this situation.
Performance begins to suffer at this time.
As far as I can tell, not. The only thing is that Carly reported to me that on March 19th, the day of the incident, she woke up grumpy and irritable and couldn't pay attention in school. She said that was the first time that it ever happened. She'd always been able to really focus well in school, but on that particular day, she just could not pay attention.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you in regards to smoking marijuana on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had not smoked marijuana on March 19th, that she thought she had smoked on Monday, March 18th.
And do you recall why Carly said she didn't smoke marijuana on March 19th?
I actually don't.
Were you also high that you
What were
can't
your
remember?
conclusions
Just
based-
kidding.
what
That's
were your
mean.
conclusions about Carly's mental health at that time between January to March 19th?
Yes, I have a few. I think one is that I think Carly was struggling with a significant mood disorder. She had reported to her clinician that she was depressed. They had diagnosed her with depression. They were treating her with depression. It wasn't very effective at that point in time. But in addition, I asked Carly about what is called hypomania. And hypomania is a condition where a person's mood is elevated. I'm going to give a little background. So in psychiatry, there's major depressive disorder, or what's sometimes called unipolar depression, where a person is either depressed or they're normal. But there's another condition called bipolar disorder. And classic bipolar disorder is one in which an individual often oscillates between being really depressed and then being manic. And when you're manic, your mood is very high, you're full of energy, your thoughts may be going fast, you feel often bigger than life, you can be more confident, and it can become a very unstable and dangerous state. People often have very poor judgment, they take a great deal of risk, they can spend a lot of money, and they can become really quite psychotic when they're manic. I don't think that happened with Carly, but there is a condition called hypomania, which is elevated mood, but not as severe as mania. Hypomania is where your mood is up, you're full of energy, you feel good, you're confident, you're funny, you're thinking fast, you're smart, you're on top of the world. People actually often enjoy it. Like nobody comes to psychiatrists complaining that they're feeling hypomanic. But for people that have, and there's a condition called bipolar 2, in which an individual suffers from depressed mood, but also at times a hypomanic mood. And the hypomanic mood is not the problem, the depressed mood is the problem. But it makes a difference because when you treat bipolar 2 with an antidepressant medication, you often can make things worse. Either nothing gets better, or you can make someone worse because you can drive them into a manic state. And I think of it, I often say to patients, it's like having a boat without a keel. If you don't have a stable mood and you're cranking up the motor, you're going to be zigzagging all over the lake. And that's what often happens when you treat someone with bipolar disorder with an antidepressant medication. They can have significant problems. So I asked Carly very specifically about hypomania. And part of the reason I asked her was because my understanding is that her biological father has been diagnosed and treated with bipolar disorder. And bipolar disorder is a highly heritable condition, meaning if you have a parent that has it, you're at much increased risk of having it yourself. So a teenager with depressed mood with a parent with bipolar disorder is at a high risk of having bipolar as well. So I asked Carly, what she reported to me was that she has had for the last several years regular discrete periods of time when her mood is up, when she's more restless, she's more impulsive, she's more rude, she's more tactless, she's physically somewhat agitated, and she'll take risks. She told me that she got her nipple pierced when she was in that state. She told me that she had these clear-cut states.
Who pierced a 13-year-old's nipple? What the hell is going on in this town? Who did it? She didn't go to a place. Yo, Mississippi is wild. She didn't go to a place. She didn't walk into a place and say, here's $50. Do this. And they weren't like, how old are you, 12?
She told me that I asked her to estimate over the last 5 years, how much of your time have you spent in these things? What she said to me was, over the last 5 years, she thought about 60% of her time in a depressed state, about 20% of her time in a hypomanic state, and about 20% of her time in a normal mood state. So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay, and so how does bipolar 2 affect
Dr. Clark, did you also
decision
receive
making?
Carly's medical records from Precise Medical Clinic?
I did.
Prosecution's going to have a field day with cross-examination on this. I can feel it. I can feel them just like,
Can I give you a
what?
copy of those documents? Can you tell me what the exhibit number of that is?
Exhibit.
I am in a state, which I believe what the jury at this moment is also in, is a state of, I wouldn't say confusion, skepticism. I'm skeptical about your diagnosis after 90 minutes. I'm skeptical about the stories that you've heard about this person, and you're able to draw such levels of conclusions about. I'm skeptical about not hearing from her biological father and how, when he was diagnosed, what medications he's on, what medications helped him, what is it, HIPAA laws, et cetera, et cetera. I'm skeptical about these conclusions due to the lack of time that this man spent with Carly. I'm skeptical about it. He's claiming that her psychiatrist diagnosed her, and I don't want to say improperly, but diagnosed her with something that he would not have diagnosed her with. He's claiming, I would have handled it differently. I would have done things differently. She did not just have depression. She had bipolar 2. It's different, which it is. It is. There's a Venn diagram of mental health disorders, and there's many crossovers and sort of settling points for many different illnesses that happen inside the brain, but there's skepticism here.
Defendant's Exhibit 19.
And
not with his
what records
history
are
and his
those?
education.
These are the records from Precise Medical for Carly Gregg.
And if you will,
But
if
his
you'll see at the
90
very
minutes is
bottom,
still
there's
enough time.
Lewed State versus Carly Gregg,
Yes.
and with numbers. If you could, will you turn to page 761 in those records?
Yes.
And will you tell me what we're looking at on this page?
Yes, what we're looking at is something that's called the modified mini screen, which appears to be a series of questions that were asked of Carly, I would think, prior to her visit with the clinician.
And what would be the purpose of having her fill out this mini screen?
The purpose of these screens are to try to flag any possible problems. So it's also time saving. So you're asking a number of questions to try to identify what might be the problem areas. And then presumably when the clinician sees the individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
Is this something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons?
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
And could you read that first question for me?
Question number 1.
Bipolar 2. Raylene asks, what is bipolar 2 bipolar depression? Yes and no. So the direct AI overview from Google is bipolar 2 disorder is a mood disorder, which he keeps claiming that she has, that involves a pattern of depressive episodes and hypomanic episodes, but without ever experiencing a full manic episode. So bipolar 2, you're not going to see those full-blown manic episodes. I don't want to say this, but I want to say I don't know if anyone remembers Gabby Hanna kind of having her manic episode on TikTok. I think it was maybe like a year or so ago. It was video after video, and she's manic. She's experiencing like an extreme flow of consciousness, and she has no control over not posting these videos that are coming off like everyone's like, oh my God, she's crazy. I'm doing air quotes, crazy. She's manic. She has no decision-making capabilities. It's just, she's just kind of doing what she knows, sort of muscle memory, make videos, recording. She wants to make sure the most people can can hear her. When you're in a manic state, you don't make good decisions. You let people into your home that you shouldn't. You open your car door when you see something and maybe you haven't put your car in park yet. There's so many of these basic decisions that we make throughout the day that just go by the wayside. You have filters that are gone, that disappear. You say the things, like, well, we're going to take over the world. Oh my gosh, I'm going to do this and we're going to do this. And you just keep going. There's nothing pulling you back. You're not sleeping right. You're not eating right. You're not showering right. You're not brushing your teeth right. You're not watching TV right. You may, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. Like there's the normal decisions that your body makes on a day-to-day basis are just completely gone, because your brain and I don't want to say the broken part, but the unhealthy part of your brain has taken control. But if he believes that she was diagnosed, that she should have been diagnosed with bipolar 2, she wouldn't be at that point of a full manic sort of takeover.
One is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self? Parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded yes.
Could you read question number 7?
Question number 7 was, have you had one or more occasions when you felt intensely anxious, frightened, uncomfortable, or uneasy, even when most people would not feel that way? Did these intense feelings get to be their worst within 10 minutes? Parentheses, if the answer to both questions is yes, select yes, otherwise select no.
How did Carly answer that question?
Carly answered yes.
And will you read question number 8 for me?
Question number 8, do you feel anxious or uneasy in places or situations where you might have the panic-like symptoms we just spoke about? Or do you feel anxious or uneasy in situations where help might not be available or escape might be difficult? Examples, being in a crowd, standing in a line, being alone away from home or alone at home, crossing a bridge, traveling in a bus, train, or car.
How did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 9 for me?
Question number 9, have you worried excessively or been anxious about several things over the past 6 months?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
Could you read question number 12 for me?
In the past month, have you been bothered by thoughts, impulses, or images that you couldn't get rid of that were unwanted, distasteful, inappropriate, intrusive, or distressing?
And how did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 13 for me?
In the past month, did you do something repeatedly without being able to resist doing it?
And how did Carly respond to that question?
She answered yes.
And could you read question number 14?
Have you ever experienced, witnessed, or had to deal with an extremely traumatic event that included actual or threatened death or serious injury to you or someone else?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
And what stood out to you in your review of precise medical records?
What really stood out to me was their question about, have you ever been up or hyper? And I saw no indication, and this is, I understand this to be a question that really is screening for mania. You're looking to see whether bipolar disorder of some sort might be a problem. And Carly answered yes to that. And I saw no evidence in.
I think this is a fantastic witness to solidify that, yes, Carly is mentally unwell. But was she so unwell that the consequences to her actions while pulling the trigger were completely unknown to her? I don't believe so.
In the record,
not yet
clinical,
from this.
Followed up on that. And they ended up not asking her about mania, according to their records, and prescribing her antidepressant medication, which in retrospect might not have been the best choice.
How, based on your experience and expertise, how difficult is it to diagnose mental health issues in teenagers?
Well, it can be tricky for a couple of reasons. And one is that a lot of times teenagers are, if they have a mental health issue, it's just starting to come to fruition at this period of time. It can be a little hard to know. And there's a wide range of kind of normal teenage behavior. And
yeah, teenage angst is a real thing. I think I'm just getting over it. Teenage angst is a real thing. Okay, right? The development, where teenagers are in the stage of their brain and being and consciousness developing is so it's hard. It is hard for therapists, psychiatrists, to figure out if it's just a damn kid or if there is something actually happening there. There are, outlier cases where it's much clearer and stuff like that. But for the most part, your teenager is going to be a jerk to you. Like if you have a kid and you have a teenage girl, they're going to be a jerk to you, like they're going to be a jerk to you. And then they're going to love you. And just because they're being a jerk to you doesn't mean they don't love you. Like you have to, when you are raising a teenager, you have to remember when you were a teenager, everything was awful. Like things suck when you're a teenager. Like if something sucks a little bit when you're an adult, when you're a teenager, it sucks a lot. If something is really awesome and like really awesome when you're a teenager is really, 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 really awesome. Like everything's funny and you're joking and you're growing and you're going through puberty and that there's hormones like racing through your body and like you don't understand anything and everything's new and you want to grow up and your parents want you to stay a kid and you want to it's all so much. It's all so much.
Teenagers aren't always terribly forthcoming to an adult. And so, you have to establish rapport, often get information from other places, and hopefully the teenager can open up to you.
Were you able to
There's
do
some things
that
are
with a
maybe easier to
90-minute
diagnose than others,
interview?
but it's not always simple.
Based on your experience and expertise, when you are having sessions with teenagers, how confidential are those sessions?
It's mixed. What I always start out when I'm meeting with a teenager, I'm talking about confidentiality. And I usually say to them, again, depending on the age, I say, I can give you some privacy. You deserve some privacy, but if issues come up that really affect your health or safety or significantly affect your welfare, we got to pull your parents in. We got to let them know. So I think every teenager kind of understands that the really serious stuff, the parents can get pulled in.
And what, if any, concerns did Carly already have about having bipolar disorder?
So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father, and that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, "You might be something like you're going to end up just like your father." And Carly understood her father to have a serious psychiatric illness. So Carly reported to me that she really was worried that she might have a serious psychiatric illness.
Did Carly see her father as a successful person?
No.
Based on your experience and expertise, what would motivate someone to not be forthcoming with their doctor?
So there are probably a number of reasons. I think many teenagers don't really want to go talk to a psychiatrist or even a therapist, but certainly shame is one. Shame and stigma are big. There are a lot of people that engage in denial, that they just don't want to believe that they have a condition, and they like to think that they can kind of soldier through, and they say to themselves that it's really not that bad. A lot of, I think, teenagers in particular, again, are worried that their parents are going to find out. And it's actually still fairly common for people to be worried that they're going to end up in a psychiatric hospital if they're especially around things like suicide. I'm talking about suicidal thoughts, but just in general, they worry that you're going to lock me up in a hospital.
Based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to be afraid of receiving a mental health diagnosis?
I think it can be very difficult for people. I think especially, depression doesn't quite have that same punch, but bipolar disorder, for example, or certainly anytime you talk about psychosis, I think it's a very big deal for most people to try to come to terms with that, because they worry, understandably, about what it means, what the future might hold for them.
Based on your evaluation of Carly and your interview with her and the records you reviewed, how could Carly be experiencing these significant symptoms of mental illness, but her parents not know when they live with her and see her every day?
So I'll say maybe two things. I think one is, I think many teenagers are pretty good at hiding things from their parents. It's a skill that most teenagers develop. And especially, you know, a teenager spends a lot of time in their bedroom, for example, they may not see a lot of their parents. And the second thing is, I think Carly has said to me, and she has said to others, that she's really pretty good at putting on a face. That she's able to put on a good face even when things are quite difficult. And I think we certainly
that's
saw
called
some evidence
masking.
of that in reviewing the records.
And what do you attribute that to, Carly's ability to put on a good face?
I think I attribute it, I think in part to her, well, actually, I understand Carly to have from an early age had this idea, this feeling that she needed to be aware of her mother's emotional state, that she needed to make sure her mother was doing okay. She needed to kind of help her mother not worry so much. And so that she did lots of things like watch a movie together with her mother that her mother wanted to watch, or read a book that her mother wanted her to read. She did lots of things to help kind of calm her mother. So I think that's a big reason. I think the fact that Carly's bright.
He is kind of moving in a direction that I kind of figured he would. This is difficult. This is going to be difficult to ingest for the jury when it comes to Carly's insanity. He's making mention of things that the mom did about what Ashley did, that made Carly want to do, have a need inside of her to make her mom feel better, to take responsibility for her mom's current state, make her feel better, make her less worried, make her happy in this moment. She's sad. I need to make her happy. Sort of, I don't want to say blaming the mom, but blaming some part of Carly's current mental health status on how the mom made Carly feel inadvertently while trying to raise her daughter. And I'm sure that I'm sure that Carly is mentally unwell. Carly has a mental illness. I think anyone who puts bullets in their mother and their stepfather have mental illnesses. Absolutely. Could some of it have been exasperated by maybe a mother being a little too overbearing with her own emotional state? Maybe saying things that would make a child who is not fully developed and fully aware of her surroundings and how to actually survive a situation like this, and kind of overcome it mentally, and making her want to be responsible for the mother's current happiness and joy, and oh, she seems sad today, I need to do something to make her happy. Sort of putting your emotional responsibility onto somebody else, that can definitely create issues within a developing human being, for sure. Is it the complete reason? No. I want this man to walk carefully here. He is getting himself into a patchy thin ice area, because I don't think the jury is going to say, wait, so the mom made you feel like you needed to make her happy, so you killed her?
Maybe allowed her to get away a little better. But I think she really has a personality where she's very good at putting a smile on her face and functioning reasonably well.
During your interview with Carly, how would you say that she minimized her symptoms, or did she overplay them?
Oh, I'm sorry.
During your interview with Carly,
Yes,
did you
speak
find
up.
that she
He's old.
minimized her symptoms, or did she have a tendency to overplay them?
In my interview with Carly, I did find that she minimized her symptoms. I thought she really led with this idea that she was doing just fine. And I had to work to get her to answer certain questions. I worked harder with her than I usually do with adolescents, in terms of asking specific questions around things that were not going well. So certainly through the interview and then through other documents as well, I thought I saw significant evidence of denial and minimization.
Okay.
Now, are bipolar 2 disorder is going to be experiencing?
No. The short answer is no. It's not usual for someone with bipolar 2 disorder to hear voices. Sometimes people that get very depressed can experience auditory hallucinations, hear voices along with that. People that are
It's interesting that you're going this route. It's interesting that you're taking this route, that you have what you believe to be a really solid diagnosis, but she has this sort of outlier symptom. And this outlier symptom, which is hearing voices. I want to know, was she hearing voices when she committed the crime? Because if when she was hearing voices when she committed the crime is the outlier symptom to your current diagnosis, I would put a lot more weight on the outlier symptom and then maybe finding a diagnosis where that symptom is not an outlier. But I'm not a doctor.
Can absolutely experience auditory hallucination. They can become very psychotic, but otherwise it's really not at all common.
And based on what you reviewed in preparing for your evaluation of Carly, were there any indications in any documents where Carly had reported hearing voices prior to March 19th?
Yes.
Okay. Where?
So the document in particular was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, and 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach? Carly's journal into evidence.
I thought hearing voices is borderline schizophrenia. I'm no psychologist.
And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal?
Hearing voices is a symptom to a few things. For sure, schizophrenia is definitely there. Hearing voices, seeing people, seeing things, and all that stuff. I saw there's a creator who has schizophrenia. I wish I could remember his name. I should look it up. He has a short, and he has a service dog. Essentially, I'm not sure if it's if it's an actual service dog, because when I saw I'm sure it's a service dog. And he has schizophrenia, and he sees people and hears people, and he has trained the dog to greet someone if there's actually someone there. And so if he hears someone and he sees someone, he's like, there's someone there, and he's telling his dog to go greet, and the dog's not moving, and he's like, oh, that's an hallucination. There's nobody there because my dog's not doing anything. So it can, yes, there's a lot of that in schizophrenia, and this I just can't follow where he is going. I cannot follow where he is going. If, like I said, if the hearing the voices, the I'm better than yous, that dog loves his jobs greeting people. I love that creator. It is so eye-opening, and it is so chilling and heartbreaking, but it's like it's the realest shit that you see online. Like it is what he makes is some of the realest shit, and it makes me takes me out of I'm learning, I'm experiencing, because I live a life that has nothing about schizophrenia in it whatsoever. It's so incredible. So incredible. I absolutely find psychology like this fascinating. Sorry for the 20 questions. And I can answer to the point that I think.
And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to
I
you
do not have a degree in it.
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
But really need to know my parents.
So Carly had kept the journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaging in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th, Tuesday, she writes, I think I had a psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming, bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy. And then she goes on to say, I need to get back into the habit of journaling. That think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I can't decide. Exclamation mark.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Did you also have an opportunity to review a sketchbook that Carly had?
Yes.
And that sketchbook's been placed into evidence by stipulation. What, if anything, in Carly's sketchbook
That you reviewed in preparing for her interview and evaluation stood out to you?
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say I don't quite know what to make of it, but I find it raises disturbing questions.
What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions to you?
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident, that was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting. And it's written
So
almost
she
like a piece
didn't
of
write
creative
it.
writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, anywho, I don't think
I was just gonna say, how do we know that she actually wrote this? So if there's any doubt that she wrote this, why are we doing this?
I'll make it any longer. And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and sort of scrawling. And it says, please help me. Please help me. I don't something. I'm sorry. And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph. And I think it signed something like Germa. And when I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask anybody else about that writing?
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smiley about some of the writings, and he told me that he and Ashley, Miss Smiley, had found several writings in a journal in Carly's room that had been hidden away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes, and they were worried about it, and they asked Carly.
When you say hidden, was it just in a drawer somewhere, or did she like carve out a hole in the wall? Did she tuck it? Like, was it under, like, was it kicked under the bed, or was it like shoved in between two mattresses and like sewn shut? What do we mean tucked away? This is her bedroom. I don't.
About it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smiley also told me that some of the writing was seemed to be in a different handwriting, but that Carly disavowed having written it.
And could you look at the second page that I gave you there, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the sketchbook that you reviewed?
I actually don't recall whether this is in a sketchbook or in a different journal. That's the one titled April 7th.
Okay. And what about that entry concerns you?
So I'll just say, Mr. Smiley told me that this, he believed, was from 2023, so April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here, I'm a schizophrenic person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just want to find true love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy. My thoughts envelop me. I'm scared. I need help. And I'm happy to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I don't know whether this is just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping a journal. It could be, right? So I don't take this as evidence that she has a thought disorder. I do think it's reasonable to think that she's worried. She was worried about her mental health at this point in time.
What, if anything, had Carly disclosed to you about her father having schizophrenia?
So Carly told me that her father had bipolar disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had or had been evaluated for schizophrenia, but it really was the bipolar diagnosis that she was most clear about.
Okay. So schizophrenia and bipolar.
People that have different personalities have different handwritings based on their personality at the time. Yeah, and I don't think dissociative identity disorder is was on the table for her. I don't think that was even an option for her diagnosis. I would be interested to see more of the writings and stuff, to see, like, maybe in her journal there's a page that sort of alludes or has the same sort of energy as when the writing got really big and primitive, he said. Then maybe that's definitely, I don't think it's completely off the table, but yeah. And you wouldn't necessarily remember writing it, so it would be, if a different personality came out, wrote in your journal, then yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think for her, I think her typical daily or weekly therapist would have sort of seen a little bit of something, or maybe made some sort of note or something like that. Dr. Clark so far hasn't even brought it up. I don't know. I mean, it's an option, but
Bipolar disorder were two
still, your personalities, if you do suffer from DID, dissociative identity disorder, your personalities do sort of exist in the same world. So taking that into account, would that in turn put a reasonable insanity plea, like, would the jury be able to be like, oh wow, if she does have, DID, would the reasonable insanity plea work for a not guilty verdict if, say, like, it was a different personality that was out, that didn't quite understand the law or the rules or what's right and what's wrong? I don't know. Something to think
things
about.
that
for
Carly
sure.
was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in April of 2023.
Yes.
Can you tell the court a little bit about what schizophrenia is?
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis that's considered to be chronic and typically has a kind of worsening course over time. It most frequently manifests in sort of late adolescence, early adulthood, and it's characterized by psychosis, so delusions and hallucinations. Also disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and there's a whole range of what are called negative symptoms of just having less interest, less engagement. It can be treated with antipsychotic medication typically, but the medications we have are not great. Frequently, people need to be hospitalized, often several times in their lifetime. It can be very disabling. It really is, perhaps, I think fair to say, the most catastrophic of all psychiatric diagnoses.
Truth.
You talked about psychosis just a moment ago. Can you explain for us what psychosis is?
Yes. So psychosis is a psychiatric condition. I think I defined it as a substantial disorder of thought form or thought content. And thought content really means delusions and hallucinations. If you're hearing voices, if you think the CIA has implanted a receiver in your molar, right? If you think the police are following you everywhere you go, those are considered to be delusions. If you're hearing voices or seeing things, those
Sometimes.
are hallucinations. But people can also have
100%
thought form where they just are not logical and coherent. Their thoughts just don't fit together very well, and they can become quite illogical, quite irrational, and quite disorganized.
And what do you mean by disorganized thinking?
So disorganized thinking is where, normally our thoughts go from one thing to another, and they're reasonably well connected, and there's an element of a degree of coherence. Disorganized thinking is when often people can jump from one thing to the other. Things don't connect. They'll start talking about one thing, and then they'll make a jump to another thing, they'll make a jump to another thing, and it can become a jumble.
What, if anything, did Carly inform you of with regard to an eating disorder?
So Carly told me that for at least the last few years, she had at times restricted her food intake, at times had binged and then purged by making herself throw up. She told me that she had never taken laxatives or diuretics, but that she had been engaging in these eating disorder behaviors for, on a somewhat regular basis. She told me that she had never actually lost a substantial amount of weight, but she'd been doing these things for at least a couple of years. And so she was having, if I may, mood issues, eating disorder issues, cutting herself, hearing voices, and sleeping difficulty, all, I guess, leading up to January of 2024.
Can you tell the court what disassociation?
Okay, and I want him to say, all right, so when it came to your eating disorder, when you smoked marijuana, how did you feel? Did you feel like you wanted to binge? Did you feel like you wanted to throw up? Did you feel like you wanted to restrict your eating after, a day or two of smoking marijuana? How did your mood feel? How did you, I want to know what happened, how she was feeling on this medicine, how she was feeling on the next medicine, how she was feeling when she smoked marijuana, how she was feeling when she took melatonin. When you took melatonin in the next couple of days, did you feel like you wanted to binge, or did you feel like you wanted to restrict? Tell me all of, I want more.
Association
info.
is a psychiatric term that is somewhat broad, but the definition is a disruption of the normal integrity of identity, awareness,
Oh, here we
memory, body
We might get into a
sensation,
little DID
and connection with the world, which may
or
not mean
just
a lot.
dissociation,
Dissociation can be both very mild
just in
and
general.
quite severe. Mild dissociation, which I think almost all of us have experienced, can include things like just spacing out, right? Like driving down the road, you're thinking about something else, you miss your exit, or you get home and you have no idea how you got there, right? That's a mild form of dissociation.
It's literally one of the most common ones, especially if you've been in routine after routine after routine, and you leave work, you get in your car, and you get home, and you're like, how the fuck did I get here? Did I run that stop sign? Right? It was just your brain was able to relax its navigation skills because you have done this very specific thing so many times, or enough times, and it was able to do something else in the background. And so it took just a little too much other energy and focus to do something in the background that you may not even remember was happening in the background. It's almost like I wouldn't call it blacking out, but it's almost an empty space from when you're like, oh, I know I left work and I know I got in the car because I'm in the car and I'm home, but I don't have that immediate recollection of coming home. That's normal. I know it sounds crazy to say that it's normal, but it's normal. That's normal.
Dissociation can include something called derealization, depersonalization, where people feel as if they're just apart from the world, that the world is somehow distant or gauzy, or they're just not engaged. They can feel they're just emotionally flat. Some people have that on a chronic basis, and it can be quite distressing for them. Dissociation is a part of sometimes post-traumatic stress disorder, where people, for example, let's say someone who's had a serious trauma, such as a combat veteran, has something might trigger them, and they'll just go off. They'll just go away. It's kind of like the lights are on and no one's home. They'll be back wherever in Iraq or wherever it might be, and that can be very, very distressing for them. Some people have dissociation where they wander. There's a condition called dissociative fuse, where people will just start wandering. It's a rare condition, but people can wander. They'll take the train, they'll take the bus, and they have no recollection of who they are or where they're from. So you get these rare cases where people are sort of found to be just wandering aimlessly, and you ask them who they are, they're like, I have no idea. And then for many of them, they're sort of set
very rare.
Back. Dissociation is also seen in what's called dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, which is a somewhat controversial diagnosis. But there are certainly people who experience, I think, on a regular basis, these dissociative states that can be very impairing. These individuals really do struggle from a psychiatric point of view. Dissociation is most typically thought of as the result of trauma, right? So either childhood trauma, and one way that people think about it is that it's a protective mechanism. So that let's say a child that's being sexually abused, right, during the abuse might just go away. Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through at that point in time. So that's one of the models for how dissociation.
A lot of people with
also,
DID, dissociative identity disorder, do typically have a sort of different aspect or different personality that is of the youth. Especially if that person is like in their mid to late teens, there is typically at least like one aspect to them that will sort of pop out as a younger human. DID is, like he said, it is controversial. I remember doing a little study of it. Was I in college or was I in high school? I was doing a lot of sort of research into DID at the time. It was just sort of transferring from multiple personality disorder to dissociative identity disorder. And it's very controversial, and it's hard to find too much information. You're never going to have too much information of DID. You're going to have a lot of questions and a lot of maybes but the solid like foreshores of it are tough to come by. There are a couple creators on the internet that do have DID, and they do share their experiences with the world, and it is from an interest standpoint, it's very interesting. And just even in the comments, you can see a lot of people who just cannot get behind it and don't agree that that's an actual thing that's happening, then you have a lot of supporters as well. DID is difficult to diagnose. DID is difficult uh, to live with. So from both sides, it's controversial.
Closely related to psychosis. Many people with a psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to really quite mild.
And can you explain the significance of bipolar 2 disorder and dissociation and the auditory hallucinations?
Oh, so in the period of time up until March 12th, Carly reported that her mood was flat, that she was zombie, that she was still quite depressed, she was still cutting. She also reported that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more prominent, and she was beginning to worry that they were taking over for her. Now, she told me that the only thing the voices said to her were things that were kind of elitist, like you're better than those people. Like that's the only thing she told me they said. So her mood is poor.
Right. So that's the only
voices
thing
are
you
getting
can
worse.
judge.
Her sleep continues to be bad, and she's smoking marijuana on 2 or 3 times a week. She also reported she had a fair amount of anxiety during this time as well.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Dr. Clark, when did you first
Like, why?
receive the Vital Court records?
So I received the Vital Core records, or the records from the Rankin County Correctional Facility for her psychiatric treatment and medication. And I didn't receive them until I had already interviewed Carly. I had returned to Boston and got the records afterwards. So I wasn't able to ask Carly questions about the records.
And that's because we had not yet received the records from Vital Court in the subpoena. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
All right, they're approaching. They're like, hold on. You still could have, I mean, just because the one-on-one interview is done and then you got the records, I mean, like that's a scheduling thing that you took part in. This is not something that the jury should hear. You still had opportunity to discuss things with her, right? The world did not end. Time still went on. You did make your report September 1st, and this was
records for Carly
beginning
I
of
think March 28th, 2024.
And are those the same records you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what stood out to you in those records?
There were at least a couple of things. There were several things that stood out, actually. One is, and I think I was quite surprised to see, Carly reported to the clinicians at Vital Core on March 28th, and then again a month later, she'd been having command auditory hallucinations.
What are command auditory hallucinations?
So auditory hallucinations are hearing voices, and they can be of different content. They're often critical, for example. But command auditory hallucinations is when you hear a voice that tells you to do something. It's fairly common. The voices will often, when a person has this, the voices often tell you to either hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. They're very concerning as a psychiatrist. If someone says they're having command auditory hallucinations, it's very concerning because some people act on them. I had asked
it's
Carly
not bipolar
several different times whether she had had command auditory hallucinations when I interviewed her. She said no, very definitively each time. So I was surprised to see that she had told the Vital Core clinicians that in fact she'd been having command auditory hallucinations, including ones that were telling her to hurt her mother.
And based on the records you reviewed,
So what time was she lying? Was she lying originally, or was she lying to her her weekly therapist, or was she lying to Dr. Clark? Did she lie to Dr. Clark and say, no, I never had those, even though at that point her NGRI plea was already the idea, what they were going with? I'm going to plead basically insanity, not guilty. And so why was that left out? If she was having these auditory command intrusive thoughts to go hurt someone else, go hurt yourself, go here and do these bad things, especially about your mother, the woman who you murdered March 19th, 2024, why did you not tell Clark this? Did you forget? What's happening?
when did the auditory hallucinations stop for Carly?
So Carly reported
March
these
20th,
these command auditory
2024.
hallucinations in March, and then again in April, and then I think by May they had stopped. And two things had happened. One is that Carly had been taken off the Lexapro. So Carly, we haven't really talked about Lexapro. Carly had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, 1 week before the incident. She was continued on Lexapro when she came to the correctional facility. They increased the dose of Lexapro 10 days after she had arrived there. She continued to report auditory hallucinations. And a month later, they took her off the Lexapro. And it was after that, she said the hallucinations stopped. But the other thing that happened at the same time, Carly was put on an antipsychotic medication.
What medication was she put on?
She was put on Abilify, also known as aripiprazole. So March 28th, she reported these auditory hallucinations. She was diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features and treated with an antipsychotic medication, Abilify. And then in April, the dose of Abilify was increased from 5 to 7.5 milligrams. And the Lexapro was stopped. So those two medication changes occurred, and Carly reported subsequently that the voices had gone away.
What dosage was her?
Okay,
dosage
so when
Abilify?
so he's talking about the records from when she was in the facility after she was arrested, not the original therapist. All right, but still the same things.
Raised at any point again.
Yes, at the time that I saw Carly in the end of August, she reported being on 10 milligrams a day of Abilify, and that's what the records would reflect starting in July.
And what stood out to you about that dosage?
So when I met with Carly, she told me she was on Abilify. I didn't know what dose she was on, and she didn't know. She told me the Abilify had been really helpful for her. Typically, in my experience with adolescents who've never been on an antipsychotic before, I'll use 1 or 2 milligrams of Abilify. Can be a very potent medication, can be very sedating. And typically what I see with adolescents, especially those that have not been on antipsychotics before, is they might be on 2 milligrams, maybe 4, maybe 5. Carly told me, or I found out, that she was on 10 milligrams a day, which surprised me. It is rare for me to see a teenager on that high a dose unless they've either have really significant behavioral problems and been on a lot of antipsychotics before, or they have a serious mental illness like schizophrenia.
And what's the highest dose of Abilify?
So typically 10 to 15 milligrams a day is considered the maximum dose. Abilify is an antipsychotic medication used to treat conditions like schizophrenia. Most typically, again, 10 to 15 milligrams a day. It's also used for many other things, right? It's used to help with depression. It's used to help with the kind of emotional overload. It's used to help as a mood stabilizer. But 10 to 15 milligrams a day is kind of the typical upper limit.
What, if any, issues, when you spoke with Mr. Smiley, what, if any, issues did he note for you in regards to Carly having time loss or memory loss issues?
Can I apologize for just a moment? I actually had not finished answering your last
I'm sorry,
question.
go ahead.
So was she schizophrenic? What?
I'm sorry. If I may, you had asked me about the significance of the records.
Yes.
In addition to Carly reporting these command auditory hallucinations, including those that hurt her mother, and the fact that she denied it to me and had denied it to the other investigator, the other expert, I thought was really quite striking. I thought it was quite striking. And so what I took from that is that it was most likely that Carly was denying and minimizing the auditory hallucinations. I thought,
Why?
I have to think, is she malingering here, right? Isn't this convenient that she's coming up with this story now after she's been arrested, right? That's like probably the central question. I would think if she was malingering, she'd be leading with this. The voices told me to do it. She denied it up and down with me. So the fact that she had it now saying no, I thought was really fit with the pattern that she was denying and minimizing what had happened.
What do you mean by malingering?
Sure. So malingering is when an individual fakes it, I guess, or comes up with symptoms or exaggerates symptoms for some secondary gain, like to get something. And so, for example, if someone who's, let's say, has an opioid addiction might come into the emergency room complaining of some sort of pain in order to get, they'll make it up in order to get opioid. In this situation, Carly has a lot of incentive to say it wasn't my fault, right? I mean, obviously she has a lot of incentive. And so the question is she telling us these things now because she wants to try to get out of it? I'm still getting a long-winded answer to your
you're fine. Go ahead.
question. So her being on Abilify, I think is very important. And the fact that Carly reports, and she's been very consistent about this, once she got on Abilify and once the Lexapro was stopped, she's felt good. She has felt like her mood is really pretty good and the mood swings have stopped. So she's very consistent in saying this works for me. So I think that's striking. The auditory hallucinations or the disappearing auditory hallucinations are striking. And then the third thing is Carly was reported by the clinicians to have been crying every day for months, to be really have been quite distraught, quite depressed, quite hopeless, very sad, just tearful from April through May and then June. And then since.
Was it because she was realizing the consequences of murdering your mom and shooting your stepfather? Those could make someone cry, especially at the age of 15, who isn't fully quite capable of realizing the extent of which happened. What? Ugh, she was just crying a lot. Yeah, she's 15. Her mom died by her own hand, and her stepdad's got a hole in his shoulder because of you. You planned this, like you premeditated this. You told people, I got 3 bullets for her and I got 3 bullets for him. What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
July or August,
I don't
her mood was
know.
much better.
It's
She still misses
hard.
her mother tremendously, she said to me, but she says her mood is better. I realized I was actually.
My mood is better. I'm crying a lot, but I really miss my mom that I murdered. This is really difficult. Oh, this is extremely difficult. And me having questions and me having oohs and me having I don't know, so this isn't quite making sense to me, isn't saying that she doesn't deserve mental health mental health help. Of course she does. She deserves to be to not feel differently because of her brain, but does she deserve to feel all the things from what happened because she knew what she was doing?
Preparing.
This is a really tough situation.
I realized the pattern that this represents, I think, is a pattern of what's called bipolar depression, a pattern of depression that occurs after a manic or a mixed state. So that typically when someone with bipolar disorder has mood elevation or a mixed state, a lot of agitation, it's followed by a crash that they will frequently, for some people, really quite predictably, they'll have a terrible bout of depression, which is deeper and longer lasting than most depressions. It really can be quite awful. And then they can feel much better. So for me, looking at how awful Carly felt for those 2 or probably 3 month period of time, and then how much better she felt after that, to me, that's very consistent with the pattern of, again, bipolar depression that comes in after having had a manic or a hypomanic episode.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that one of the reasons Carly might have been, having these daily long crying spells was because of her circumstances?
I think it's very fair to say. I think absolutely. I was struck by how distraught she was throughout, really for a long period of time, and then how much better she felt relatively quickly by the end of the summer, where she's still in the same circumstances as she was before. What I take from that is there's likely a biological component to that. I'm not saying she didn't miss her mother. I'm not saying this is anything but a terrible position for her to be in, but I think there's a biological component.
And is Abilify the first time, based on your interview of Carly and the records you reviewed, that she was put on an antipsychotic medication?
Yes. And as I mentioned, Abilify can have significant mood stabilizing properties. So in the treatment of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2, the first order of business is to stabilize someone's mood. That's sometimes done with a mood stabilizer like lithium, but also medications like Abilify are frequently used to help stabilize someone's mood.
And what, if any, other medications was Carly also on after she arrived to the Rankin County Correctional Facility?
So she was kept on the Lexapro medication after she arrived. And then, as I mentioned, on March 28th, the dose was increased from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams. And then she was on the Lexapro 10 milligrams for approximately a month.
And was she switched from Lexapro to another medication?
So in April, she was switched from Lexapro to a medication called Celexa.
And can you tell us a little bit about Celexa?
So Celexa is another of the SSRI antidepressant medications commonly used in both teenagers and adults.
Okay. And how is Celexa related to Lexapro?
So Celexa and Lexapro are similar medications. I think of them, if you think of all the SSRIs, there are like 5 or 6 SSRIs, think of them as cousins. They have similarities but real differences. I think of maybe Lexapro and Celexa as siblings. They have more similarities, but they still have differences. So they are different medications. They have different Food and Drug Administration approvals. They have different responses. People can respond differently one to the other, can have different side effects one to the other.
And before you diagnose a person or diagnose traits, what methodology do you typically adhere to?
Are you speaking of traits or psychiatric diagnosis? I'm not sure I understand.
Traits.
So there's something called personality traits. And I guess I should back up and say there's also something called personality disorders. So personality disorders, we've probably heard many of them, like for example, narcissistic personality disorder, are conditions in psychiatry that are supposed to represent an enduring maladaptive pattern of behavior. So for someone it's like bred in the bone, right? For someone who acts in a certain way on a regular basis in a way that doesn't work for them or people around them, they can be given a diagnosis of personality disorder. For people that want to point in that direction, but maybe not go as far as say a personality disorder, they can talk about personality traits. Maybe someone has narcissistic traits, for example, rather than the full disorder. And so in answer to your question, how do you diagnose? I'll say maybe two things. One is they're hardly ever, in actual clinical practice, it's hardly ever done. I almost never see someone who's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. You read about it a lot of books on the shelf about it, but it's just not very terribly helpful in practice, and it can be really stigmatizing. I mean, if you say, and what are you going to say to your patient? Oh, I'm diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and they will never come back. And you really need to know someone well to do it, right? It's not just how they are in this particular interview with them, but it's about how they are over time in many different settings. So you have to know a person really quite well if indeed you choose to do it.
And what, if any, signs of personality traits did you observe in Carly?
So I've really testified already. I think I observed her to be somewhat dutiful, to want to be a good kid, to want to please her mother, to be a good student. I mean, she had a degree of confidence about being a good student and being like one of the smartest kids in the school. And beyond that, I really saw her as kind of falling within the normal range of kind of adolescent girl, aside from her mental health conditions.
And based on your observations and interview with Carly and the documents you reviewed and her family members that you spoke to, would you characterize Carly as callous?
Really, on the contrary. So callous referring to, I guess, not having feelings, not having empathy. There is a term in psychology of callous unemotional traits, typically referring to individuals, many of whom go on to have serious problems with the law. Individuals who just don't care, don't have real attachments, don't have real empathy, who are just, I guess, cold and often cruel and limited ability to experience remorse. And I don't see that with Carly at all.
Based on your interview and observation of Carly and also your discussions with her family members, would you describe Carly as diabolical?
No.
Would you ever describe someone as diabolical that you're evaluating?
I can't imagine that I would, no.
And so what, if anything, did Carly tell you occurred on the Sunday prior to the incident of March 19th, which was a Tuesday?
So Carly told me that she had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, and that she found that almost immediately, very quickly, her mood swings were worse, that she was having lower lows and higher highs in that week leading up to March 19th. She told me that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more insistent, more of a problem for her. And then she told me that on that Sunday, March 17th, that she had smoked marijuana that morning, that her mother and stepfather had gone to the store. She was alone in the house. She'd smoked some marijuana, and that she had about a 20-minute experience where her thoughts were racing, her thoughts were jumbled. She was really frightened, and she kind of fell to the floor because she wasn't sure that she was going to be able to control her body. She said it was a very scary experience for her, unlike some anything she had before, and that after about 20 minutes it passed, and then she was sort of back to herself.
And
the crap.
How can we make sense of the fact that a low dose of a widely used antidepressant could have such an impact on Carly's symptoms so quickly?
She's
So
14.
the SSRI medications are widely used, generally considered safe, approved by the Food and Drug Administration, and most adolescents do just fine with them. They don't always work all that well. Sometimes they do, but there are a small number of individuals that have dramatically bad responses to these medications, most particularly in terms of suicidality. Right. So there's a small number of individuals. It's thought to be maybe 1 or 2% of people that take the medication, where fairly quickly they can become quite suicidal, just kind of out of the blue. They had not been suicidal before. They're given a medication like Prozac, and all of a sudden they get suicidal. So the Food and Drug Administration has mandated what's called a black box warning, which is that when you get your package insert from the medication, there's a thick, heavy black box that says warning. You need to be worried about, for individuals, for adolescents from the ages of 16 to 24, you need to worry about the risk of suicidal ideation caused by this medication. For a long time, the Food and Drug Administration recommended weekly meetings with your prescriber just to check in. So, and I will say in my experience, I've had many patients who have reported going on an SSRI medication and just having an awful response. They say, I just felt terrible and I had to stop it immediately. So it's not common, but it happens. And if I may,
yes.
For an individual, as I testified to earlier, with bipolar disorder, there's a risk that an antidepressant medication is going to make them worse, going to make their mood swings worse. It's going to aggravate their mood difficulties.
Would that be especially true if they are not already taking a mood stabilizing drug?
Yes. And I think it's often the case that an individual, once their mood is stabilized by a mood stabilizing medication like Abilify, once their mood is stabilized, they're able to tolerate an antidepressant. And sometimes it can be really helpful for them. So it's not surprising to me that Carly now is on a mood stabilizer medication, Abilify, and is able to tolerate Celexa, and the combination seems to work for her.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you about the events on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had woken up that morning groggy and irritable. She had not smoked marijuana. She had a hard time paying attention in class the first time that had happened. That she went to, she typically got a ride home from her mother, who was a math teacher at the school. And so that she went to the mother's classroom at the end of that day, and that the mother, I guess, informed her that she knew that Carly had been smoking marijuana. Carly told me that she said that her mother had a sixth sense about it. I don't think that Carly knew that someone else, a friend of hers, had told the mother. But Carly told me that the mother knew that she'd been smoking marijuana, that they drove home as usual, that when they got home, Carly went to the backyard to let the dogs out, and that her memory went blank at that point. And that her memory came back as she was standing by the side of the road, having crawled out of a drainage pipe, wet, and the police officer came by and picked her up. So she said that for that period of time, she had no memory whatsoever of what had happened.
Now, Dr. Clark, were you in the courtroom earlier today?
I was.
And what, if anything, did you hear about Carly having disclosed to a friend about her auditory delusions?
So what I heard this morning was that Carly's friend SK reported or testified that Carly had told her before the incident that she was hearing voices. We also have her journal entry.
And were you also in the courtroom when some body camera footage was played?
Yes.
What, if anything, stood out to you about that?
I think the only thing that stood out was that it sounded to me as if Carly was concerned about the welfare of her stepfather.
And were you able to hear anything on the body camera footage in regards to Carly's answer when they asked her, when they were doing the gunpowder residue test, and they asked her, which hand she used to shoot a gun? Do you recall what her response?
I actually didn't hear that particular response.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe about Carly's grief?
So what I observed was that Carly, even though she said her mood was stable for the first time in years, that she continued to miss her mother very much. She missed her mother very much, and she had been really having a very difficult time in the time since the incident.
What, if any, diagnostic impressions did you come to based on the records you reviewed, your experience, your expertise, your evaluation of Carly and the family members that you spoke to?
Yeah, so I think I have maybe four. So just to say, number one, her mood disorder. Right, so I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2, and I saw her as having suffered from some significant depression, and then some hypomanic episodes, and then worsening a mood disorder that was worsened by the Lexapro medication from March 12th onward. I also gave her the diagnosis of, and it's a terrible name, other specified schizophrenia, spectrum, and related psychotic disorders, really referring to the auditory hallucinations. So I think that I understood the voices she was hearing when she was younger as being notable, but not necessarily psychosis. I mean, they were there, but it didn't really seem to affect her. But I also understood that certainly in the week or weeks leading up to the incident, the voices were becoming more prominent, more urgent, more of a problem. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that the voices were likely not just saying to her, "Oh, you're better than that guy." I think that, at least in my experience and my understanding, is that when the voices become really urgent like that, they typically say something much more concerning than "Oh, you're better than that guy." I give weight to the records from Vital Core where Carly was reporting command auditory hallucinations shortly after she was arrested. I think, and I give weight to SK's testimony this morning, and I give weight to Carly's journal entry from March 12th. So I'm not even sure that we've talked about. All to indicate that the voices, I think, were becoming a really significant problem for her, and likely really had crossed over into the domain of what I would call psychosis. I think that I don't know whether the Lexapro was making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro. I can say, I think with some confidence, I think Lexapro was making the mood disorder worse. I'm not sure that was responsible for the voices getting worse.
Dr. Clark, is it fair to say that if someone is experiencing bulimia while they're also taking prescription medication, it can be hard to know how much of the dosage they're actually retaining in their system?
It can be hard to know, I think, depending on how frequent the bulimia is and when the self-induced vomiting occurs.
And is it fair to say that transitioning off of Zoloft could have contributed to the worsening of the symptoms Carly was experiencing?
I don't think so. The reason I say that is that typically when people stop a medication like Zoloft abruptly, and she wasn't on a very big dose, what they can experience are these withdrawal effects that are almost flu-like illness, headache, achiness, brain zaps, but it doesn't typically worsen a mood disorder, for example, or worsen a thought disorder. So I don't think coming off the Zoloft likely had much of an impact one way or the other. Carly told me that she did not experience withdrawal symptoms coming off.
Okay. And what, if any, diagnosis did you associate to Carly in the form of disassociation?
So what I understood was that Carly had this really kind of low-grade dissociative experiences for a number of years where she felt distant from, the world was dreamy, a sort of sense of unreality that had been persistent, but hadn't necessarily been a significant problem, but enough to, I think, give her the diagnosis. So I think it was other specified dissociative disorder. She didn't meet criteria, kind of full criteria for major league dissociative disorder, but I think it had been there.
Does a person are they always aware of when they're dissociating?
No. I mean, some people are, and at other times people dissociate and just, for example, lose track of time. Like 10 minutes will have gone by and all of a sudden they'll just like, what have I been doing? So I think for many people with dissociative disorders, it's just confusing for them. They don't quite know what to make of it, but they know that somehow their life doesn't quite fit together very well.
And can you explain acute dissociative reaction to a stressful event?
So yes. So what I think happened on March 19th is the following, that Carly was at that point really in a mental health crisis, that she was having significant mood swings made worse by the Lexapro, that the voices were getting more and more of a problem for her, that she had documented in a journal entry on March 12th that the voices were very problematic for her, that she was having these dissociative episodes, and that day in particular, she wasn't able to pay attention in school. I take that as a reflection of her worsening psychiatric state. So I really see her as having been in a psychiatric crisis. And then her mother finds out that she's been smoking marijuana. And for Carly, I think for any teenager, it can feel like the end of the world. I think for Carly in particular, she's so cared about her mother's approval. She's so worried about her mother being worried about her, that for her, this was a crisis. And so an acute dissociative reaction is something that it's a DSM-5 diagnosis that occurs when an individual is triggered by some significant stress and they dissociate, meaning that they go off in some way, they're not fully there, even though they might on the surface act like they're kind of there. And they often suffer a period of amnesia throughout this period of time. The amnesia can last from a few hours to a few days, and then they will kind of come to.
So can a person be experiencing this state but still seem functional to others?
Yes, they can. And I think about, for example, people who have these dissociative fugues where they travel, and people don't. I mean, they manage to travel, they manage to get themselves across the country or whatever it is, but they don't necessarily look as if they're terribly impaired.
And can a person be in a dissociative state and say, send a text message?
Yes.
Can they call a friend?
Yes.
Can they go to school and sit at their desk?
Yes.
And how long do these dissociative states typically last?
I don't think there's a typical to it. Dissociative states can be very brief, or they can be quite prolonged. You know, it can be 2 minutes, or it could be hours, or it could be days, or it could be years.
And what, if any, association is there between acute dissociative reactions to stressful events and violence?
So many people that engage in violent acts report that they were dissociating at the time and have no recollection of it. It's actually fairly common. And one of the hard questions is, how many of these people are really dissociating and how many are just saying it because it helps them to escape blame, or how many just can't stand to think about what awful thing they just did. So that's the hard question. But the answer is that it's not at all uncommon. It is known that people do this, that people engage in violence while in a dissociative state. And there's certain characteristics that are thought to be more likely to make this the real deal dissociation rather than malingering. And those characteristics include a past history of dissociation, a sudden stress, sudden significant stress, often a close relationship with the individual whom you are violent, toward whom you are violent, strong emotional reaction, and no prior planning, no prior threats, and the absence of history of, I guess, criminal or antisocial behavior. So those things are all thought to be consistent with or suggestive of a real dissociative reaction rather than someone just making it up.
And how closely does Carly fit into those risk factors?
I think Carly really fits all of them. The one caveat, I guess, the one thing I'd say is one other risk factor, or people that engage in dissociation where it's thought to be the real deal, it's said to be more likely to have patchy amnesia, where they remember some things, not remember other things. And for Carly, it seems more like a total amnesia. So that's the one thing that doesn't fit, but the other factors all tend to fit.
And what is your process for arriving at your opinions?
So my process is to try to gather as much information as I can in as neutral and objective way as possible without coming to any conclusions. So I just want to take the information in. I do my interviews, I ask the questions, I look at the records, try to get as much as I can. And then I sort of sit down, and it's almost as if I have the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, right? I got the pieces in place. And then what I try to do is come up with a hypothesis that fits the pieces. And what I try to do is look at alternative hypotheses. Like, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. Let's look at what fits the information that I have.
What, if any, other hypothesis did you rule out?
So I think two other ones that I ruled out in particular. One is that Carly may have just panicked, right? That she's emotionally fragile. This is a big deal that her mother finding out, that in the moment, and she's a teenager, right? In the moment, she just panicked and did something heedless. The problem I have with that, the one problem is, when I saw the video of the kitchen at 4:10 in the afternoon, you hear the shot, she comes in, she looks to me to be cool and collected and unemotional. I would have expected, had she panicked, that she would be quite agitated and emotionally aroused. I didn't see that at all. And then I see her engaged in this plan to shoot her stepfather, which makes no sense to me. If she had panicked and done this with her mother, why in the world? I mean, even that is somewhat incomprehensible. But why in the world would she then plan an hour later to shoot her stepfather? That makes no sense to me. Why would she invite friends over to the house? So to me, her emotional flatness in particular, and the sort of the continuation of the plan just didn't make any sense. The other hypothesis that I considered is that she's callous, right? That's for some reason she had it in for her mother and thought her mother deserved it, right? She just decided she was going to do this. The problem I have with that is that so much of what she did seems senseless. That both, like taking down the video camera and putting it in the refrigerator makes no sense to me. That planning to shoot her father,
was yapping now,
makes no sense. That having friends come over makes no sense. So to me, and that's good.
Let's just pause this, man. I'm having my butternut squash ravioli for lunch. I love butternut squash ravioli. Thanks, Potsdam. Bro was yapping. Bro is yapping. Bro is walking, and the walks are in circles. He is not coming to the exact conclusion if she was NGRI, or not if she's NGRI or not, but he's laying the land for the jury to come to that conclusion on their own. But golly, Is it going to be tough for this jury to come to that conclusion on their own from all of this yapping? He has like a 22-page report about all this, a 90-minute interview, listening to other people talk about her. Bro, what is her? You can't diagnose her. Like, I don't think legally you can diagnose her. You can't diagnose her. You can make inferences in what a possible diagnosis would be. But if you're sticking with the bipolar 2 with auditory hallucinations that were exacerbated by prescription medication, I don't know if the jury is going to be behind it. I don't know if the jury is going to be able to get behind that. Bro was yapping 1.25 speed.
Goes against everything that I know about who Carly is. Right? There's nothing in her past history that would indicate that she has the capability.
You don't know who
like
Carly
in
is.
Such a callous way. So those are the two other hypotheses. And so I put this together, acknowledging that it's not perfect, right? It's a hard situation, and not everything lines up. But I'll say that the whole situation is sort of perplexing and difficult. For me, this is the hypothesis that best fits the information that I have. And I think Carly has a much more severe psychiatric illness than anybody realized, and that she was able to acknowledge, or even that she's able to acknowledge today. And that combined with her history of dissociation sort of created this terrible situation.
And Dr. Clark, based on
So is she
your
schizophrenic?
interviews and evaluation
Can't
of
diagnose
Carly,
her, though.
your review of her medical and school records, your conversations with her that you've heard from friends in the courtroom, and also seeing her right after she'd been picked up by law enforcement on March 19th, and then her conversations with her stepfather. And you've already stated that Carly is a very intelligent child. How do you make sense of someone with Carly's intelligence, if she had planned to do this, not taking the video camera down early on before texting her stepfather or engaging in any other activities?
So I will say,
No, most likely no, Raylene.
I don't make too much of Carly's intelligence. I think she's bright, but she's also a teenager. But it seemed,
I think
it's
bright.
pretty clear.
Yikes.
This is not some well planned out scheme that she had put together. Nothing about this looks like a well planned out scheme.
And what is Carly's understanding of
It looked a little
what
planned
she's
to
done?
me.
I think Carly's understanding
There was
is
a
that
little planning there.
she doesn't remember, but she thinks that she must have done it. I think that's her understanding. I don't think she has any more insight than that.
And on one hand, Carly appeared calm and cheerful with the dogs when she got home, and then kind of engaged in a senseless plan and hid the video camera in the refrigerator. Does that fit a psychopathic model?
So I guess that psychopaths, we'll use that phrase, are capable of having a really poorly thought out plan.
This is interesting. I do not think we should have gone down could she possibly be a psychopath? Could she possibly be a sociopath? I don't think we should have gone down that road. I don't think that is good. Why did she do this? I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think this is a good idea. You're wasting your jury's time. If you know this is completely out of the question, I don't think this is a good idea.
For me, what doesn't fit the psychopathic model is what we know about her emotional and psychological. What we know about her emotionally and psychologically. We know that she cared for her mother. We know that she cared for her stepfather. We know that she cared for her friends. We know that she wanted to do well. We know that she had not engaged in criminal behavior of really insignificant sort. That's what doesn't fit the psychopathic model.
And Dr. Clark, are you aware of, based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, do you
I
believe
have
that
no
Carly was
idea.
able to understand the nature of her conduct and appreciate the difference between right and wrong at the time this incident occurred on March 19th?
I don't think so.
And based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly Gregg, do you believe that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
And do you believe she understood the nature and quality of this act on March 19th at that time?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Clark's mental health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
Same objection.
Sustain.
There it is.
I have no
You
further
think
testimony to the
you
witness.
have no idea what was right and
Take our
wrong?
afternoon. Great, everyone remain seated while the jury
You
exits.
don't know what consequences are. She didn't know. She doesn't know. She was in a complete mental break. Manic, the psychosis, whatever you want to call it. That's what he's saying she was in.
Signaling me pretty heavily. He needed to go to the restroom. So I was just trying to make that happen. Dr. Clark, you're going to be free minutes at least 2:45.
Okay, we too are going to take a break. It is 3:00. We've been streaming for a good chunk of time, because good Lord, that was a long time. I like how he's like, we're going to take an afternoon break. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Before we bring the jury back in,
I'm going to pause it here, just so I can. We're going to take a break as well. I found my hard drive for all of my editing stuff, so I can finally make some proper things like a "we'll be right back" sign. So funny. Da-da-da-da. All right. What time is it? 3:05. 3:15. Be back at 3:15. 3:16. All right. We'll be back at 3:16. All right, I am back. Let's get this back up here. And we will just get back into it.
Predicament at this point, because if we ask any questions this time, Your Honor, then obviously they're going to be allowed to come back and redirect him. So at this point, pursuant to County versus State and many other cases in Mississippi, we would make a motion to exclude and stricken Dr. Clark's testimony from the record at this point because none of his opinions were rendered to a reasonable agreement.
Response. Does anybody have a copy of Catchings for me?
No, sir, Your Honor, I don't have a copy of it.
Do you have a site?
Yes, sir. One second.
I apologize.
They want to move to exclude his testimony.
The way of the motion.
No, the only thing he gave an opinion to was to base hypothesis, and I would also state that Adam is seeking to insert certain terms during the break and such as reasonable medical certainty, and there are no references to that in the record.
Response. In particular, it's at note 5, correct? Is that what you were looking at?
I think so, Your Honor.
Uh, 684 Southern 2nd 591.
Come on.
Sure.
I'm just skedaddling through the dead air. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. Here we go.
Your Honor, the case that they cited specifically states that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty is a useful shorthand expression that is helpful in forestalling challenges to the admissibility of expert testimony. Care must be taken, however, to see that the incantation does not become a semantic trap and the failure to voice it is not used as a basis for the exclusion without analysis of the testimony itself.
Any further?
We would argue that based on the case they cited yourself, Your Honor, that their motion must be denied because the basis of the medical testimony itself went to the certainty that he went through in making his hypothesis, what he ruled out, his method of evaluation, how he comes to his conclusions. We went over who he talked to, what he reviewed, and at this point in time, that in and of itself, that statement is just being used as an incantation to exclude.
Reply.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. To my recollection, Dr. Clark simply justified that his best hypothesis was basically the opinion that he stated. While stating this, that the case states that you don't have to use the specific terms to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. You have to render an opinion somewhat in that line. And he hasn't stated that his opinion to any reasonable degree of medical certainty at all, using any kind of terms. He just simply talked about the training and education that he used in arriving at his conclusion. Not that his conclusion itself was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or anything even close to that. And so, Your Honor, as we argued yesterday, and as the court, deliberated back and forth with us yesterday, or whether or not to allow this testimony in, this is the exact type of diminished capacity testimony that we were bringing up yesterday, and now it's here, and the jury's heard it, and the state would argue that it doesn't meet the standard under Rule 702, 703, or under the case law of the state.
All right. This is only the court's ruling. In this state, we have a long tortured history with procedure. It seems that procedure changes from case to case based on who the parties are, what type of case it is. And every time a case gets reversed for exclusion, it comes down to this overarching appellate court favor towards the defendant being allowed to put forth the theory of their defense. As a practical matter, this trial judge, maybe wrongly, believes that we can't unring the bell. I think the jury's already heard the evidence. I think even though they could say that they put it aside, we would presume that to be true. However, although very imperfectly stated, he did at the very end give an opinion in line with McNulton.
Oh, he's going through it.
Of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude.
Same energy as the motion in limine.
Motion to exclude. All right. Anything further from the state? Bring him in.
All right, time for cross-examination. He mentioned you cannot unring the bell. He said all of the things. The jury heard all of the things. It's he could say, please take none of this into consideration while deliberating, but it's virtually impossible. You know, it is really hard to unhear all of that. So he's playing it safe. He's playing it what he seems to be fair for what I'm gathering, the current standing of Mississippi and the appellate courts in this area. He's been dealing with a lot of appeals.
I apologize. I did have a juror reach out like, hey, I need to use the restroom, and I made him wait a few minutes. I apologize. I try to take breaks at logical places so y'all can hear all the evidence in blocks. If it becomes a dire emergency, you give me, I don't know, maybe the universal hand signal. Yeah. Feel free to extend the middle finger or something when I say can you wait 5 minutes. All right. If it's an emergency, it's an emergency. Okay. But I do my best to take the breaks where they logically fall. But I do want y'all to know, if you have an emergency, let me know. Okay. Let me know. All right. With that being said, cross-examination.
There was a juror, this whole testimony was after lunch. So there was a juror who was like, I really need to go pee, sir. And he was like, just 5 more minutes. Like he was really trying to push it to the point, but until the defense was done with their direct examination. And the jury was like, I know, we get it. We were here too. That's so sweet.
All right. Good afternoon again, Dr. Clark. How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
There we go.
Oh, thank you.
As you can imagine, I have a few questions for you. Couldn't let you get out of Mississippi without asking you a few. So you talked a lot about your opinion that you rendered in this case with Ms. Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I just want to ask you a few questions about that opinion. So as I understand it, you stated that you were retained towards the end of August. Is that correct?
In the middle of August, I believe, was my first phone call with Attorney Camp.
Okay. Does it sound about right that you were retained around August 24th?
It's quite possible, yes.
Okay. And then 5 days later, on August 29th, you evaluated, you flew down here and you evaluated Ms. Gregg here, correct?
Correct.
Who paid for the flight?
And then 4 days later, on September 3rd, you rendered what was ultimately your report in this case, right? Your opinion.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
And Doctor, whenever you're retained on a case, and how many times you say you testified as an expert witness?
I said over 150.
Okay. So, but you said this is the first time that you testified in Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
All right. Whenever you're retained on a case, what do you do to familiarize yourself with what the standard is that you're going to be testifying about in whatever state it is you're retained?
What I usually do is, do an internet search and try to find either the statute or the case law or whatever is relevant. Right. And I'll also talk to the attorney about what they feel the legal requirements are.
Did you have a conversation like that with Mr. Count?
I did.
Okay. Did he provide you with what the legal standard was in Mississippi?
He did, yes.
Okay. And I believe that whenever we talked the other day, you told me that you looked up the statute in Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you I was wrong, but I told you that, yes.
Okay. Okay. Because in fact, there's no statute, is there?
I don't believe there is. So I looked up the standard, but there is not the statute.
Right. Right. Now, you've obviously talked about it. You evaluated Carly back here, right?
Yes.
And approximately how long did that evaluation take?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And you stated that Ms. Todd was present during that evaluation, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's the same Ms. Todd that's present with Ms. Gregg here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the only time you've evaluated Carly ever?
Yes.
All right. You never treated Carly before August 29th, 2024?
No.
All right. You've never reviewed any of her records until presumably you received them sometime after August 24th, correct?
I think that's correct. The record, I may have gotten records a few days before then,
Okay.
but that's generally correct. Yes.
All right. Dr. Clark, whenever you evaluated the defendant, Ms. Gregg here, did she know who she was herself?
Yes.
All right. Did she appear to be?
The video quality of the original stream is absolute trash. I'm sorry. It's set to 1080p HD, but it's not giving.
Dissociating.
But we
the
can
day
still
that
hear.
You evaluated her.
She didn't appear that way. She reported that she was to some extent, but not that I could tell.
Okay. So what exactly did she report? Who did she report to that she was dissociating that day?
Well, she told me that in a somewhat chronic way, she'd been feeling the sense of being separate from the world and that things were sort of dreamlike still. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened when she was having evaluations or when she would go to court more than other times.
But the fact that she was dissociating based off her own terms,
When
whenever
stress
you
was
evaluated
high.
her, that didn't affect your opinion as to the things she told you, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did she know at the time that you evaluated her why she was there being evaluated?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did she know why or in what role that you were there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her about that?
I did. I explained who I was at the outset.
And you actually told her that you're there, and I believe in your report, Stacey, that you're actually there on behalf of her attorneys, correct?
Correct.
The attorneys who were representing her in her murder trial, right?
Well, I told her that I was there. I've been retained by the attorneys to do an evaluation that the attorneys might choose to use, and they might choose to have me testify as well.
Right. You also stated that you conducted a Zoom interview with Ms. Gregg's stepdad, Mr. Heath Smiley, on August 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that lasted about 90 minutes, right?
Yes.
But neither the evaluation that you conducted with Ms. Gregg nor the evaluation for 90 minutes that you conducted with Mr. Smiley, you didn't video record or any other way record those, did you?
I only took notes, but I did not record them in any other way.
Okay. Did you ever provide those notes to Mr. Camp or Ms. Todd?
I've not provided them, nor I've not been asked for them, nor have I provided them.
Great, thank you. So in forming your opinion in this case, you relied basically on your memory from when you evaluated Ms. Gregg, along with the notes that you took as it relates to the evaluation, right?
Yes,
And then the other documents and things that you looked at as well, that you already testified about.
that's correct. Yes.
You talk about in your report some of the documents and things that that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I see some counseling records from when Carly was younger. Did you review those?
I did.
All right. I see some what appear to be, I guess, medical records from, I guess, her pediatrician. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then you go on down there and you say that you review some home videos. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that's number 9 on your report. Which videos did you review?
There were 2 videos that I reviewed. One was a video from the kitchen around 4:10 p.m. on Tuesday, March 19th. And the second was a video that was taken, I believe, from the garage that occurred at the time of the shooting of Mr. Heath Smiley.
Were you provided or did you review the videos from when Ms. Gregg and Ms. Smiley came home from school? Was that depicted on the videos that you watched?
It was not depicted on videos that I watched. I'm not sure whether it may have been provided to me, but I did not see it.
Okay. So was the only video that you saw from inside the house the video where you can actually hear the shooting?
Yes.
And then how long after that in the video sequence did you watch?
I watched for several minutes before then and for several minutes after then. But to my best of my estimate, it was no more than 20 minutes total and probably somewhat less.
Okay. And then you also mentioned some sheriff office reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you say that you reviewed some police reports regarding texts sent by Carly on 3/19/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever actually see the actual text messages, the printout of the text, or were you just relying on the police officer's reports?
I never actually saw the printout of the texts.
Okay.
So I had to rely on just the police officer's report.
Okay. And would it be helpful in rendering an opinion to have the actual text where you can look at kind of the context and how they were texting back and forth? Would that be helpful?
I think it likely would have been helpful, yes.
Okay. And these friends that it's talking about that Ms. Gregg was texting back and forth with, did you reach out to any of these friends to interview them?
I did interview one of them, yes.
Okay. Who was that?
It was a juvenile called BG.
Okay. All right.
Good job.
And what
Good
did
job.
what did your interview? Did you rely on that interview with BG?
No,
Okay. Did you actually talk to BG?
I did.
You did. Okay. What did BG tell you?
What BG told me was that he was good friends with Carly, that they'd been friends for at least a few years, that she was very bright and that she tended to hang out with the academically successful kids, and he wasn't necessarily one of those. He told me that she was outgoing and bubbly and friendly, had good energy. He told me that somewhere around February of this year that they began to text or communicate somewhat less with one another. He wasn't quite sure why. He told me that he became aware around early March that she was smoking marijuana and that he was concerned about it and talked to her about it. And he told me that he had decided to tell Carly's mother about that, and in fact did so on the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19th.
Right. Did he also tell you that Ms. Gregg reached out?
I really hope that BG, the juvenile witness, whose name will not be said because they're juvenile, feels no guilt. They are not responsible for what happened to Ashley, Carly's mom. They are not responsible. They were looking out for Carly. They wanted Carly's mom to know that this is happening. You should know. Carly has been acting different. I really hope that person, that juvenile witness, does not feel guilty. And I hope that they have their own persons that they speak to and are able to kind of work through anything that they're going through from this situation. That's really sad.
And ask him to come over after she shot and killed her mom.
He did. He told me that she had FaceTimed him and that she had asked him to come over and that he asked for the address and that he was actually heading over. But I think at that point it was too late.
Okay. Did he say anything about whether or not Carly told him why she was asking him to come over?
He did not say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
But Carly knew and recognized him at the time, correct?
I think it's a reasonable supposition, yes.
And she reached out to him between whenever she shot and killed her mom and whenever she shot her dad, correct, or her stepdad?
I believe so, yes.
Interesting.
In your report, Dr. Clark, you talk about present circumstances. Do you recall that? I think it's down at the bottom of page 2. Do you recall writing that section in your report?
I do.
All right. And in there, what are you talking about, present circumstances? Is that like as we sit here today?
I was talking about how Carly was doing, how she reported how she was doing at the time of my interview with her on August 29th.
Right. And you state that she chooses not to meet with mental health, both because it requires submitting a request and because she does not find it helpful, correct?
Correct.
And that's what she told you?
Yes.
All right. You go on down there. You go on to say in the beginning of the next paragraph that she's cried a lot as the reality began to sink in. Do you say that? Do you see where she told you that?
I do.
All right. And the reality that she's talking about is the fact that she killed her mom, correct?
I think it's probably, that's certainly a piece of, well, no, actually, I take it, no, I don't know that that's correct. I think that the reality that my understanding that she was referring to was that her mother was dead and that she was incarcerated.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent she believed or knew that she had actually killed her mother and to what extent that meant something to her. I just don't know because she didn't say that.
Right. And you talked about it on your direct with Ms. Todd, and you sat in here with Deputy Shack this morning and you watched the video, correct?
Correct.
And you heard her say whenever they asked her which hand did she with, she identified her right hand, correct?
I didn't hear that piece. I testified with Attorney Todd. I didn't actually catch that one piece.
That is what you said on direct. And you also heard Deputy Shack say that she was asking about her stepdad, correct?
Correct.
And that she apologized to Deputy Shack. She said, "I'm sorry," right?
Yes.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that you don't think that she knows that she killed her mom.
She's
do you mean
in
at
the
that point in time, or
videos.
do you mean right now? Specifically?
Well, at that point in time, do you think she knew she killed her mom?
I think that I don't know what she knew at that point in time.
And that's because we can't get inside people's head, correct?
I do my best, but
Right, I understand. But in general, we can't get inside someone's head and see exactly what they're thinking, can we?
No.
We can only look at what they tell us. Is that right?
Not only that, other things as well.
Their actions.
Their actions, their demeanor, their mannerisms, what other people tell us, the records that we can review. Sometimes we can do brain scans and psychological testing, not in this case, but we don't know for sure.
Right. Thank you. Now, you go on in your report and you talk about early history. And I assume that you're talking about prior to age 9, because then you have a separate section where you're talking about ages 9 to 14, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And down at the bottom of page 3, I think it's the next to the last paragraph down there, you state in general, and again, this was prior to age 9, according to what you just said. In general, she did not, she was going to therapy at a young age, correct?
Correct.
All right. But in general, she did not find it helpful. Again, we see that. So that's kind of been a common theme, right? She didn't find therapy helpful back here, and she didn't find it helpful whenever she was younger, correct?
Correct.
All right. She didn't like or trust some of the therapists, and she found that some seemed to be simply trying to get information to be used against her father. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what she told you.
Yes.
And you mentioned her father a couple times earlier, and you said that maybe you reviewed some records or something that he had bipolar. Did you ever reach out to Mr. Gregg?
I did not.
Okay, you never talked to Mr. Gregg?
No.
So other than a couple pages off of a medical record, did you ever see any medical record where he was diagnosed with bipolar?
I did.
You did?
I saw Dr. Hardy's record.
Right.
I think on 2 occasions where he was diagnosed and treated for bipolar disorder.
And you're aware that was just, he was sent there due to some court order or something in their chancery case?
I'm actually not sure why he was there.
Okay. And then if you turn the page in your report over there to the top of page 4, and we're still talking about prior to age 9, in the first full paragraph, about midway down, she said, Carly said she tried to act happy in front of others, although she was aware that she was putting on a show. And you talked about that earlier, isn't that correct?
I did.
That she's good at putting on a show.
Yes, she's good at putting a good face forward in spite of whatever difficulties she may be having.
Right. And I just want to be clear, so kind of, we'll jump forward just a little bit, just to, as we talk about this, we kind of have a mutual understanding. So your opinion ultimately is that from the time that she got home and she took out the dogs, that she blacked out at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she doesn't come to until the police pick her up, correct?
Correct.
She remembers everything else that day.
Yes.
She remembers waking up and being irritable that morning.
Yes.
But that one hour or so period, an hour and a half period, that's the period that she doesn't remember.
Correct.
And depending on which side you sit over here, that could be fairly convenient, right?
Yes. Yes, it's really
Yep.
Seems like a convenient time period, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
I want to talk a little bit about accurate information. Is it important in your evaluation to receive
This is their
accurate
job.
information?
Yes.
They're doing their
Is it
job.
important to receive complete information?
As much as possible. Yes. It's never completely complete, but yes.
Right. And I believe you stated that all of the documents that you received in this trial, or in this case, that you only received those documents from Mr. Camp or someone on the defense side. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So the only documents that you were able to review were the documents that they sent you.
Correct. No one else sent me documents.
Right. And then your other, the other things that you relied on was your interview with Miss Gregg, correct?
Yes.
And your interview with her stepdad, correct?
Yes. And as I testified, my training, education, experience, and
I got
knowledge of the literature.
Yeah.
Do you have proper facts? Can you give a proper opinion?
No.
Isn't it true that I talked about this a
Let's
little bit
know.
earlier? Isn't it true that someone can fake a mental illness or insanity?
Yes. Oh no.
True that someone in Carly's position who's been charged with a crime such as murder might have a motive to try to fake insanity or a mental illness?
Yes.
All right. So I want to keep moving forward a little bit, where section you go down to ages 9 through 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're talking age 9 until when this event happened earlier this year.
Actually,
It's not me time. It's
January of 2024.
the stream.
23.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the top of page 5 there, you talk about that there were 2 incidents of Carly getting in trouble prior to January 2024. You mentioned that one time is when she snuck out of the house, and another time is whenever she shared some test answers with the entire class. So those the 2 incidents that you were aware of her getting in trouble.
Yes, I think I'd already referred to the knife in school incident at some other point.
Do you know where that is in your report?
Oof. As I sit here, I don't know.
And I think actually, I don't have it right here in front of me either, but I think actually, correct example, Ms. Todd, you stated he told the school, well, first of all, did you review any records from the school?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. It was listed. You say, you told Ms. Todd that she supposedly at the school and either asked her senior that it was left in some pants from those lines. Is that correct?
No.
Again, we'll keep going through and we'll find it here in a second.
Come on.
All right. Are
stay
you aware
solid,
that
Shane.
was confronted by the school for bringing the knife to school? She originally told them that she brought it because somebody asked her or told her to. Is that what she told you?
No. She told me that's the reason why she did not talk to me about what she had said originally to the school.
Okay. So she originally told the school that she brought it because somebody told her.
All right. Getting to the knife stuff.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, Dr. Clark, sorry about that. I handed you a document that's already been produced in evidence as D15, and I'll give you a second to read that if you would like.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, and when Carly was first asked, and this is by the assistant principal at Northwest Rankin Middle School, when she was first asked why she brought the knife to school. Whenever she first was asked why she brought the knife to school, Your Honor, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, she said it was for her protection, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then she was talking about a high school student who was supposedly threatening her, correct?
I don't see that in there. I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school students.
Okay. Okay. Then the last paragraph there says, meeting with Carly's mother occurred that day. She was notified that she would have to follow protocol. Let's see.
Stuff.
And that's the next bait stamp number document in that.
These both have bait stamps of 475.
Okay. Yeah, that 475. You see that indeed Carly changed her story, didn't you?
Yes.
And she stated that the first reason that she said for protection just seemed more logical, correct?
Correct.
Right. So in essence, she lied.
Yes.
He's not so much impeaching this witness. He's just he's out here like, okay, here's a different angle.
And you're talking about the two things, and you stated that she snuck out of the house and that she shared testimony. You'd already mentioned the knife, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you that she on her phone texting other people, correct?
Yes.
And
yes. And so in 2023, and then later in the winter of 2024, she told me she was using either an old iPad or a burner phone.
right.
I'd rather have bad quality
Now,
and audio than
proceeding down
bad
here,
audio
there
and
you
good
talk
quality.
about, you say that Carly was asked about her mood for the last 5 years.
Yes.
All right. And so that's up from when is that time period covering that 5 years?
Okay.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. And you listed some stuff there that you said that she was doing that were kind of out of characteristic for Carly. You said that she got a piercing, she got a tattoo, correct?
Yes,
That was also at school. But then in the bottom of that paragraph, you state that she told you she never became paranoid or lost touch with reality, correct?
correct.
So at least until January of 2020, lost touch with reality.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And it's coming down there in the next paragraph, you see where she talks about that she or that she reported experiencing a voice in her head for as long as she can remember. Is that what she told you? Okay. Told you basically that it was simply telling her elitist things. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Stuff such as you're better than them. But at that time, it was certainly not telling her any, I guess what you would call auditory or command hallucinations, correct?
Yes, I mean, it does qualify as an auditory hallucination,
Right.
but not a command hallucination.
Exactly. Thank you. So, and the first time that she ever reported any command hallucinations was whenever she was actually already in the jail that year, correct? Or after she'd been arrested.
I think that's true. I don't know the specifics of what she reported to her friend SK before the incident. I just don't know.
Right.
But as far as I know, in the jail was the first time, yes.
But she certainly never reported any command hallucinations to any healthcare providers that she was seeing, correct?
That's correct.
And that kind of takes us up to January of 2024, whenever Miss Smiley, actually her mom, started taking her to see a couple of different therapists and nurse practitioners, correct?
Yeah, I think one therapist and one nurse practitioner.
Right.
No command hallucinations until arrested.
You also talk about
Essentially, maybe
at the top of
right
page 6 in your report,
before.
it says that, again, this is between the ages of 9 to 14, so up at least until July of 2024, Carly denied ever losing large chunks of memory and denied others suggesting that her behavior had been unusual in ways she could not recall. So at least up until January 2024, she had never lost any large chunks of memory, correct?
That's correct. She reported that she had not.
And again, all this
We're
is based off
blacked out.
what she told you
That is based on what she told me, yes.
after she's been charged with murder, correct?
Yes.
Wow. It's slow going, but he's doing a great job in sort of cementing this timeline
And
of
that
like
leads us up to the kind of
when
subsections
things
you
were
have
heard,
here
when things were
where you
said,
talk
when
about
things were
January to March
thought.
of 2024, right?
Correct.
And that's kind of the time period that you focused on in your report, because that's whenever she begins getting prescribed Zoloft, correct?
Correct.
And she's going to see some different therapists and things like that, or going to see a therapist.
Correct.
I get so cold being here.
And you talk about the fact that Carly's mom found out that she had a burner phone or an iPod Touch, right?
Yes.
And you put in there that her mom accused her of living a double life in quotes. And I assume that that's in quotes because I assume that's what Ms. Gregg told you, was that that her mom thought she was living a double life, right?
Correct.
And at that point, Ms. Gregg thought it was necessary, Ms. Smiley thought it was necessary to get Carly into therapy and to get her some kind of medical treatment, right?
I mean, I think fair to say that she thought it was a good idea and called for her.
And there at the bottom of your report, you say that Carly liked her therapist a lot and found it helpful to speak with her. She reported that she was forthcoming with the clinicians who prescribed the medication, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Carly told you.
It is.
That she was forthcoming, told them everything, right?
Yep.
Did you review the notes from Carly's therapist, Ms. Rebecca Kirk?
I did.
All right. Is that Magnolia Counseling?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that not one single time in her therapy notes with Ms. Kirk did she ever report to Ms. Kirk that she dissociated or heard any voices, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, she answered a questionnaire from Ms. Kirk's office where she stated she did not hear voices, right?
I actually think the questionnaire was from Precise Clinical.
You're right.
But indeed she answered that she did not hear voices.
Right. And that was a document that we looked at earlier, D19, with Ms. Todd. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she had you go through and do you still have that document in front of you?
Well, I'm actually not sure. I think I have it here. Yeah, yes.
And she had you read through several questions. If you'll turn to page 763, question number 21 states that, have you ever heard things other people couldn't hear, such as voices? And Carly states no. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And this is the therapist that she was seeing up until actually the day before March 19th, right?
This is the nurse practitioner
You're right, you're right.
that she had seen, I think, 1 week before the incident.
Yes, but even the day before, whenever she saw her therapist, Ms. Kurt, she didn't report to her that she was hearing any voices, did she?
She did not.
Right. And I want to talk to you about, you talked about the event that happened on Sunday, March 17th, so basically 2 days before, right?
Yes.
And let's see, I think that is at the top of page 8 of your report, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you also talked about a journal entry that Carly wrote, is that correct?
Yes.
And she said some things in there about either feeling like she was schizophrenic or something along that line, right?
So there had been that journal entry from, I think, April of 2023.
Okay.
But I'd also talked about a journal entry that she had made on March 12th, 2024.
Okay. That was on March 12th?
She made a journal entry that day, yes.
Okay. And then you talk about an event that she had at the top of your report on the Sunday before, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the one where she says she actually smoked some marijuana and then she had this event, right?
Yes.
So she would do, well, she voluntarily intoxicated, right?
She was.
Right. Because she smoked the marijuana.
Yes.
Do you know whether recreational marijuana is legal in Mississippi or not?
I actually don't know.
Okay. We just got
marijuana
medical last year, so
decriminalized, but it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
Actually, stay.
Ugh,
And she 17, right?
she's
Yes.
just bitter.
And that was after she smoked marijuana.
Yes.
Well, we might not have, but we've talked about precise neuroscience, right?
Yes.
And that's the nurse practitioner that she was going to see.
Correct.
And that her name is Miss Olivia Lieber, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then we've got her therapist over here. So she went to see nurse practitioner Lieber, and then nurse practitioner Lieber referred her to therapy, and that's Miss Rebecca Kirk, right?
Correct.
And she stated she liked Miss Kirk.
Yes.
All right. And she was forthcoming with her.
Yes.
And then you agree with me that she never told either Miss Kirk or nurse practitioner Lieber that she ever heard any voices.
I would agree with that. Yes.
All right. And from January the 22nd of 2004 all the way up until the day before this event happened, she was seeing Miss Kirk basically every week, right?
Yes.
And sometimes twice a week.
Yes, I think that's right.
Right. And she never said anything to her about voices.
Correct.
She never said anything to her about dissociating.
Correct.
Voices, no dissociating. We might skedaddle through this.
Did she ever say anything to nurse practitioner Lieber about that she was zoning out?
I don't believe so, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
We still have like
Who did you get that information from that she was zoning out? Smiley tell you that? That she would zone out from time to time?
Mr. Smiley did tell me that, yes.
All right. Her stepdad, correct?
Her stepdad, yes.
what 16-year-old, 15-year-old, 14-year-old doesn't zone out from time to time?
Was her will to want to please her mother, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay, yeah. Get
So,
to the
Her
juicy
main
part.
source of anxiety is basically an overprotective mother who wants her to do well, right?
I'm not sure I'd say overprotective, although I think Carly probably would,
Right.
in fact.
And Carly's obviously worried about pleasing her.
Yes.
And specifically, what was Carly worried about? Her mom finding out.
I think that
Yeah.
it was important for Carly that she do well in school, that she really excel, because she thought her mother would be proud of her for that. And then later, of course, and then she was cutting, as I understand it, for about 2 years before the incident. So I'm sure that it's reasonable to think that she was worried that her mother would find out about the cutting. She was using this iPod Touch in the fall of 2023, and then later a burner phone in 2024. And then, of course, she was smoking marijuana in
Wait a minute. Is it an iPod Touch or is it a burner phone? Are they two different things? Did she have an iPod and then she had a burner phone? What is going on? We cannot keep the details straight on this iPod / burner phone / maybe they're two separate things.
March and February of 2024. So those were all things that she would reasonably have worried that her mother would find out about and be upset.
In other words, that Ashley was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
I wouldn't use that phrase. I know that Carly said that her mother had used that phrase. I wouldn't use it. I don't think that's an accurate portrayal.
Well, Carly was worried that she was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
No, Carly told me that her mother had used that phrase with her.
Right.
No, this isn't about you. This
And
is
when
about
did Carly say that she started smoking marijuana?
Carly told me, I think she told me around February of 2024.
And I think earlier you said maybe that that Carly had told you 2 to 3 times a week. I think in your report you say 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Oh, it's possible. I think I testified either 2 to 3, or I'd also seen 3 to 4 somewhere in there.
And she did that all the way up until at least the day before this happened, correct?
Correct.
So all the way up until March 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Now, we've heard testimony about some of the medications that Carly was on, and I'm talking about specifically between January and March of 2024. Specifically, we've heard Lexapro and Zoloft, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any proof that Carly actually ever took those medications other than what Carly told you?
No.
Yeah, do we have
Okay,
like
so
blood
you don't know
tests?
whether she actually took them or not, do you?
I don't know for sure. Of course, I don't know anything for sure.
Right.
But what I know is that the medications were filled, and Carly reported to me that she took them regularly, and I imagine she reported to the nurse practitioner that she was taking them.
Okay, and you have no proof that she actually took them as they were prescribed, right?
I have no absolute proof of that, or
And in fact, she didn't take them as prescribed because whenever she was being weaned off of the Zoloft, she just said she quit cold turkey, as you testified earlier, right?
I did testify that she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th, rather than follow what was the recommendation of going down to 25 milligrams.
Right, but you said that she had no withdrawal symptoms from that, correct?
That's what she told me. Yes.
Right.
Would she understand
Now,
what withdrawal
Again,
symptoms felt
when
like?
did Carly begin taking Lexapro?
She began taking Lexapro on March. It was prescribed on March 12th, 2024. It was picked up on March 12th, 2024. I don't know whether she took it that day or the following day.
Okay, and so your opinion is based off
You
the fact
don't know.
that she
Took it
started
at all,
taking
to be
Lexapro
fair.
on either March 12th or March 13th, right?
Yes, that's one of the bases of my opinion. Yes.
Okay, but again, you don't know which day she started taking it on.
I don't.
All right, and hypothetically speaking, if she told someone that she did not start taking it until March 18th, would that affect your opinion here today?
Not substantially.
Okay. And you said that she was prescribed basically 5 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And that's essentially half of what the recommended dosage is for a pediatric patient, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a range of recommended dosages, but it's a low. I'll say it's a low dose.
So the general dose is
Starter
10, is
dose.
that right?
Typically 10.
Okay. And of course, 5 would be half of that, right?
Yes.
But even still, after taking that, at least as of the day before, whenever Carly saw Miss Kirk, she didn't say anything about any voices that she was hearing, right? To therapist Kirk.
That's correct.
They weren't commanding her to do anything, right?
I'm not saying that. She didn't tell Miss Kirk about it.
Right. She didn't tell Miss Kirk, and the first time she ever said anything to anybody about it was after she was already detained, correct?
Although we heard SK testify this morning that she had told her before the incident.
Okay, her friend that she still stays in contact with today, right?
SK is a friend that she still stays in contact with. Yes.
Right.
This is
And I think in your report, as of
Getting
today
a little
before, that
tense.
you say that that what she told you were the voices would simply just still tell her elitist things, right?
Yes.
And that's what she told you, right?
That's what she told me. Yes.
Isn't it a little bit inconsistent what she was telling her practitioners and her healthcare providers before she was arrested, and then what she was told them after she was arrested? Isn't that inconsistent?
It is inconsistent.
Right.
Yes.
You go on to say that even after she started the Lexapro, that she did not demonstrate poor judgment or impulsivity, urges for suicide or aggression, and she was still able to focus on her schoolwork. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And supposedly this is the week leading up to March 19th, 2024, right?
Correct.
And all that, you're assuming that she took the medication as it was prescribed,
Yes.
but you can't confirm that, correct?
I can't prove it.
I can't prove it.
And I think you actually asked Carly about whether she took the medication as prescribed, right?
I did.
And she told you that she was generally adherent, right?
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure I used that. I think even more strongly than that. Carly told me, as I recall, that she was quite adherent with medication. So I could be wrong. I did say, and I think she then told me that she was generally adherent with what was prescribed.
Thank you. Page 8 on your report.
Probably
You're
having
talking
a hard
about,
time
You're talking about the day
seeing-
of March 19th, right?
in this right now.
Yes.
It does feel like
All
it's been a
right. And you said
really
she remembered
long
waking up. Correct. She told you remember waking up that day.
day
And
trial.
said she was irritable. She didn't sleep much, right?
Correct.
And she remembers after school going to her mother's classroom, right?
Yes.
And she said that that her mom actually was clearly upset, right?
Yes.
And at some point, Miss Smiley asked her if she was doing drugs, and she searched Carly's bag, right?
Yes.
And this was either at school or sometime between when they left school and got home, right?
Yes.
Miss Smiley asked her if she was lying or hiding anything, right?
Yes.
And like you said earlier, Carly told you that it seemed like that her mom had a sixth sense, right?
Yes.
But now we know that out of concern for their friend, some of her friends devised a plan to go talk to Miss Smiley and tell her basically that they were concerned for Carly because she was smoking weed and had a burner phone, right?
Correct.
And you said you watched the video from inside the house. And so whenever you see Miss Smiley and Carly get home, you can see Miss Smiley go directly to Carly's room and start searching. Is that right? Or well, you don't see what she's doing, but you see her go directly into the direction of Carly's room.
I believe so, yes.
And then Carly kind of goes, listens to her mom to see what she's doing, and then Carly at some point takes the dogs out, right?
Yes.
And then that's whenever Carly supposedly blacks out.
Correct.
And then comes back to right whenever the deputy report there that she had an awareness that she had done something wrong because she found herself in a sewer, right?
Yes.
All right. Why would she have an awareness that she did something wrong if she doesn't remember what she just did?
I don't know the answer.
question.
I know this is what she told me.
Right.
And what I took from that was that at that point she did have some awareness because there's no particular connection, logical connection between coming out of a storm drain and having actually done something wrong.
Right. And
That was a great question.
You saw the video this morning, the officer, or you saw his testimony, and he stated that he asked her if she was the girl that shot or was involved in the incident. She said yes, right?
Yes.
That was a fantastic
Because it seemed like it
question.
was a logical thing to do, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Which is the same thing that she told the people at the school whenever she brought the knife to school, right? That it seemed like the logical thing to do, or it seemed like the logical thing to say.
She did say that, yes.
And she never once
It would
asked
also be logical
about.
to say, I have no idea what you're talking about, to the officer.
He's finally getting to some really, really good questions. Why did she have feelings that she did something wrong? If she blacked out, she didn't know she did. Why did she never ask about her mom? What's going on with her mom? But she did ask about Heath, who was injured, her knowing that her mom was dead. Yeah, these are great questions.
That could be logical as well.
Well, if he asks you if an officer stops you and asks you if you just shot someone and you have no recollection of it, wouldn't it be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about?
It would.
Not to say that yes, because I just thought it was logical, right?
Correct.
And
Great
you described
question.
Carly right after being arrested or detained. She stated that her mind was shut off, right?
Yes.
But she said she was aware of everything that was happening, correct?
She did, yes.
All right, and so that's after the officer picks her up.
Yes.
Mine was shut off,
Now,
but how's
you
my
also talk about in
stepdad?
your report after March 19th.
Wild.
You state that Carly reports hearing gunshots in her dreams and feels terrified and paranoid, correct?
Yes.
Did she say why she heard gunshots in her dream?
No.
That she just said she heard gunshots in her dream.
She
right?
said there were times that she had, I think she used the word nightmares, but that she heard gunshots and they were scary for her. No, actually, she did not use the word nightmares, as I reported, but she said in her dreams, and she felt terrified and paranoid.
And those are the gunshots that she remembers from when she killed her mom?
I think that's a reasonable presumption. She didn't say that specifically.
Right.
How many gunshots does she hear in her
But
dream?
she supposedly doesn't remember killing her mom, right?
Correct.
But her physical body still saw it and heard it.
Now I want to
So-
talk about, you talked about a couple of the
So there could still be like an argument, be like it's still in her subconscious if she truly did like black out. She, her eyes were open, her body was there, her ears still worked. So
diagnoses or opinions that you rendered, and I think kind of one of the first ones where you talked about bipolar 2, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the DSM, correct? Remind us what that is.
The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, the DSM-5, which is the compilation of all the official psychiatric diagnoses.
And you're familiar with that document, obviously, because you've been doing it for a long time, right?
Yes.
All right. And so, and you talked about hypomania, right?
Yes.
And is bipolar and 2 and hypomania, are those terms kind of used interchangeably, or is one different from the other?
One is a little bit different. Bipolar 2 is the medical condition, or it's a psychiatric condition where a person has either depression or hypomania. So hypomania is a component of the bipolar 2 illness.
Right. And you, I believe you have diagnosed or evaluated, your opinion is that at some point during this time period between March 12th and March 19th that Carly was suffering from hypomania. Is that correct?
I think I actually have not testified to that, but I think I would likely refer to it as a mixed state. Okay. You can have a mixture actually of elevated mood and depressed mood, and you can have mood swings that go on as well. I think of it sometimes as stepping on the gas and the brake at the same time. because it wasn't clear to me that Carly was purely hypomanic in that time.
Okay. And I'm just gonna read just here real briefly from the DSM
Okay.
as far as the criteria for bipolar 2. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the DSM states that a hypomanic episode is defined as a distinct period of persistently elevated or irritable mood with increased activity or energy lasting for at least 4 consecutive days. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any point in your evaluation, were you able to identify a consecutive 4-day period where Carly was in an elevated or irritable mood?
So Carly reported to me that she was in an elevated or irritable mood for up to 7 days at a time. I don't have the specific dates. I didn't ask her for it. I'm not sure she has it, but I don't have the specific dates on the calendar for it.
Right.
But that's what she reported.
But that's what she reported to you. And was it in a persistently elevated mood, or was it up and down like you just testified?
She reported persistently elevated mood. Looking back over the preceding 5 years, what she reported to me was that she had these periods, persistently elevated mood, where she was more active. She was more irritable. She was more impatient. She was more impulsive. She did some more impulsive things. She could be more tactless. She could be more rude. She was more restless.
Right. But at least as it relates to between January and whenever this event happened in March of 2024.
Yeah, he's like narrow it down between these really important dates. Let's narrow this down. These questions are fantastic. He's asking him, the prosecution is asking Dr. Clark to be poignant, to be specific, to give us the details that he was able to sort of glaze over during his direct examination. And I think he's doing a great job. He's doing a great job at asking these questions, and the questions are being answered. And the answers are not going to reassure the jury that the NGRI is the right choice. The lawyer is lawyering.
Certainly no healthcare provider diagnosed her with bipolar 2, correct?
That's correct.
And they were seeing her on a regular basis, correct?
They were, yes.
Her therapist sometimes as much as twice a week, right?
Yes.
And I believe she was seeing nurse practitioner Lieber at least once a month, right?
That's right.
She saw her in January, and then she saw her in February, and then she saw her in March, right?
Correct.
And none of those healthcare providers identified a consecutive 4-day period where she was in a hypomanic or elevated state, right?
They did not.
Okay. But after talking to Carly, now she's told you that she was in an elevated or hypomanic state, right?
Yes.
And that's 6 months after she's been charged with murder, right?
Yes.
All right. You talked about some of your, I guess, alternative hypothesis, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was that she just simply panicked, and out of fear, I guess, of her mom discovering her burner phone and her marijuana or her vapes, that she basically cold-blooded murdered her mom, right?
I'm not sure I would agree with that phrase, cold
Well, she
blooded.
panicked and she killed her mom.
She panicked and she killed her. Yes, that was a hypothesis or possibility that I considered. Yes.
Okay, so that's one thing that certainly could have happened, right?
Yes.
All right. And the second thing that you hypothesized was that she was simply a psychopath and callous and she killed her mom, right?
Yes.
All right. But they could certainly both apply to Ms. Gregg, right? I know your opinion is that they don't, but they certainly could, right?
They could potentially, yes.
Yeah. Now, I guess your opinion here, as we sit here today, is that on March 19th, whenever Carly shot her mom, that she did not, in your word, appreciate the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched the videos from the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong whenever she hid the gun behind her back?
It's my opinion that in general, at that period of time, she fundamentally didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong, although I will also acknowledge that she acted in ways like that would seem to indicate that she had some appreciation.
Okay. So I guess, again, I would just simply ask, is it your opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong when she hid the gun behind her back?
It is my opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time or at any point in time in that period.
Okay. And in that video, when she peeks around the kitchen wall after going to retrieve the gun, I assume it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time too, correct?
That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. Whenever she removed the camera from the wall and hid it in the fridge, it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Correct.
Great question.
When she called and texted multiple friends but obviously knew that she couldn't tell him what was wrong over the phone, then I assume that you also don't believe she knew the difference between right and wrong at that time.
I don't know whether it was obvious that she felt like she could not tell them what she had done. I don't know why she didn't tell them.
Well, she certainly told them she couldn't tell them, didn't she?
I think that's right.
Right.
Yes.
And did you ever talk or see any talk to or messages from Thad Gilbert?
He's really thinking
I
about
don't
this one.
remember. I've seen some of him, but as I sit here, I don't remember. I don't think I've seen those text messages.
Okay, so sitting here as an expert today, that you've been introduced as an expert and is an expert. If she were to testify, one of her friends, TG, and told him that she fucked up, excuse my language, but that's his words. If she told him that, then would it be your opinion that she didn't know the difference between right and wrong at that time?
It would.
All right. What if she told TG that he volunteered to call 911? She said, no, you can't do that. I assume she still didn't know the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yep. Yes.
When her friend BG that you talked about earlier, whenever BG told her not to harm herself or anyone else, and she said it's too late, I assume didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
We're getting little bits and pieces of testimony we didn't hear
Invited over BW
through this
she put 3 in her
questioning.
mom, and then her stepdad will be home shortly, and she had 3 more. Still didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
And when she ran from the house after it was all done, she didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
But I guess, in your opinion, a lot of it goes back to the switch in medication, correct?
I think that's only a piece of it. I think there's much more than that. I think the psychosis, I think the mood swings and mood disorder had been present before then. The psychosis was clearly getting worse by March 12th before the Lexapro was switched. The dissociation had been ongoing. So I think there was a lot else even before the Lexapro was begun. And then I think the Lexapro was made things worse.
Right. But to be clear, you cannot tie her actions. And I believe you stated in your report, you cannot tie her actions on March 19th to the switch in medication, correct?
I think the switch in medication had an impact. I think it clearly had an impact. I cannot say Lexapro made her do this.
Right. In fact, you state, in Carly's case, in my opinion, the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders, leaving her in a highly precarious state, but there's inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication, correct?
That's correct.
You cannot attribute, as you sit here, a direct causality between the Lexapro and what happened on March 19th, correct?
Well, I think there's some causality there. I think it made her mood problem worse. I think it made the situation worse. I cannot say that Lexapro made her do it.
Right, because you have inadequate information, as you stated in your report, right?
Correct.
Right. And then you'll be super at Lexapro. Potentially. Wow. That's fantastic breaking it down. Prosecutors working as defense attorneys, essentially, sowing seeds of guilt or
just a second about
doubt.
Dissociation, Dr. Clark. And I believe that you stated earlier that dissociation is typically more what you would see as a protective mechanism. Is that correct?
Well, that's one theory for how it begins, that when a person develops trauma, that they use it, they will dissociate as a way of protecting their sort of psychological well-being. That's one
Right.
theory.
And I've also prosecuted other type of crimes, and I know sometimes with like sex offenses that some of the victims will say that they felt like they kind of left their body and that they were maybe over their body, like looking down on. Is that correct? That'd be a type of dissociation.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you stated earlier that in that model, that it's typically the victim who is having the dissociation, correct?
Yes, I did say that. Yes.
Right. Not the person who's offending, right?
Correct. Although there's also, I think, quite a bit written about people who are offending who also experience dissociation.
Right. And again, up until March 19th, no healthcare provider ever said anything about Carly dissociating, correct?
That's correct.
That's difficult. That's tough to tell the jury, because
I believe you talked about
it just started and it's random and it's out of the blue.
Adverse, I guess, reactions to SSRIs, stuff like Lexapro, correct?
Yes.
I believe you said it was maybe only a very small percent, 1% to 2%, right?
Correct. In terms of the suicidal reaction, yes.
Right. And you said suicide, but not homicidal, correct?
So I don't know what the data is on homicidal. I know that aggression and agitation are known side effects of these medications. They're listed in the package insert, but I don't know what the actual data would show. I'm not sure there is much in the way of data in that regard.
Right.
Did you look though? Because I feel like that would have been good to look. Be like, there is no data. See?
And as it relates to the dissociation, you talked about one of the things I guess that typically you see is complete amnesia, right?
That's what people who write about it say, that you tend to see more. I'm sorry, what they say is you tend to see more patchy amnesia rather than complete amnesia in people for whom the association is thought to be legitimate rather than malingering.
Okay. And
Patchy
as
amnesia.
far as your theory goes about whether or not Carly was callous or anything whenever she did this, you said you don't believe in your interactions with her, you don't believe her to be callous, right?
I think not just my interactions with her, but everything I know about her based on all the records and I've heard from the friends and the family in general. So overall, I do not believe her to be callous.
And that's based off of your 4-hour evaluation and the documents that her defense team gave you, correct?
And my interview with Mr. Smiley.
Mr. Smiley, who's now supporting her, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean supporting her. There are various meanings of that, so I don't want to agree to something I don't really understand.
Okay.
But yes.
Court's indulgent.
All right.
Carly took after she shot her mom, but before she shot Mr. Smiley. And I asked you whether or not it was your opinion that whether or not she knew right from wrong during that time period, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stated that your opinion that despite all those actions, you did not believe she appreciated the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Correct.
Is there any type of medical literature or anything that you're relying on to form that opinion?
Well, there is. There's certainly literature on dissociation, literature on violence in dissociation. I believe that in my report I referenced certain articles. That is, bear with me one moment, on page 23 at the bottom of my report.
And in that
the articles that you wrote.
Is it simply talking about dissociation, or what's it? Is that the article, the one about dissociation that you're talking about?
Yes, the article is called Dissociation, Defining the Concept in Criminal Forensic Psychiatry. So it's talking about dissociation in the context of people who commit crimes, such as murder.
Thank you. And you admitted earlier that some of those actions certainly looked like she knew the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
And you saw the video earlier,
like running,
and where did you hear her
people
ask
that you
about how
did
my
something
stepdad,
wrong
in the video earlier with Deputy Chat?
I did.
Okay. Why would she ask how her stepdad is if she didn't know that she shot or did anything?
Yep.
I think reasonable to conclude that she had some idea that she had done something or something had been done that might have imperiled her stepfather. So she clearly knew something at that point.
Right. But she knew something about when she was supposedly blacked out, correct?
Correct. And I draw, what I conclude from that is that the blackout was not complete, that there was some level of awareness that she had.
Right. And that's also clear because of all these actions she took to try to cover up her actions, right?
Well, I don't want to presume her motives in doing it, but there's clearly some level of awareness in much of what she was doing. Yes.
Right.
Right. Like texting people that I just did a wild thing,
Redirect.
running away,
Hold on, before you
only
get into
asking
that, do you have
about.
any exhibits up there, Mr.
Yes,
Chief?
sir. Yes, sir.
Do you mind turning those to the court reporter before you sit down?
Never asking about mom
Mr. Smith?
because she
one thing
knew.
up here loose. And if that, yeah, I'll tell you what, while we're getting all our exhibits back together, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's go ahead and take a quick rest. Okay?
Copy.
Are we sure it's a copy? No, I think that's both y'all. Take my, once you put them in evidence, they belong to me. If you don't return my exhibits, you go to jail. So do not walk away with my exhibits. All right.
That was mine.
You can have that one. All right, you're still under oath. You're still under oath. You're still testifying. Don't talk about your testimony with anybody. Okay.
That's right.
All right. We'll take a brief recess. That'll give you all.
All right, they're going on a little break. And then we're going to finish up
Redirect at
today.
this point in time, we would like to offer Dr. Clark's report into evidence.
Y'all.
Laying down the law. He's had enough of the nonsense because it's been back and forth nonsense. Where's this? Where's that? You know, like discovery not coming in. This Dr. Clark's being declared a witness and an expert witness, all that stuff. It was like after deadlines, and it was all not. He's done. Judge Dewey Arthur is done with it. It's also just been a long day for them.
Yes, ma'am.
Brother, I love that. You take my exhibits, you go to jail. Period.
Clark, did you come to your conclusions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Okay, so now we're in redirect. How do we think the jury is handling this specific witness? This witness who is supposed to set in stone the NGRI to clarify all the issues. This was the one to just be like, see, this is why. So much better than Judge Bev. So much better.
Certainty.
I did.
Dr. Clark, during your interview with Carly, who answered your questions?
Carly did.
And during your evaluation and interviews, who controls that?
I did.
And what would you do if you were having any issues with your evaluation?
I tried to change the circumstances because having a accurate, appropriate evaluation is sort of critical to the work I was doing.
And how, based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to feel like they're in a surreal state, out-of-body experience when they are discussing traumatic events?
I'd say certainly not uncommon. I think many people that have had traumatic experiences do have the experience of feeling distant from it or feeling somewhat out of body.
And had you explained the term disassociating to Carly during your evaluation?
No.
And was Carly already on Abilify when you interviewed her?
She was.
How long had she been on Abilify when you interviewed her?
I saw her on August 29th, and she started on Abilify on March 28th. So that would make it 5 months.
And what dosage of Abilify was Carly on when you interviewed her?
I believe she was on 10 milligrams a day.
And do you recall how long she'd been on 10 milligrams a day by the time you interviewed her?
I believe her dose was increased from 7.5 milligrams to 10 milligrams in, I think, either June or July.
And did your conversation with BG change the opinion that you came to in your report?
No.
And you spoke with him after you produced your report?
Yes.
And did you hear SK testify this morning regarding her text messages to Carly?
Yes.
Did you hear SK this morning reading out her text messages with Carly from March 19th?
Yes.
Did that change your opinion?
No.
Is it fair to say that if you find yourself suddenly crawling through a drainage ditch, you know something's wrong?
Sustained, just deleting, rephrase.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation with Carly, did Carly seem aware of how she got to the drainage ditch?
No.
But that was the first thing she remembered after taking the dogs out.
Yes.
Did Carly seem to know that it wasn't right for her to be there?
Yes.
And Dr. Clark, if
Can I pose a question to you? If you were doing your day and then you woke up in a drainage ditch, middle of the day, sun's out, how are you, and like this is hypothetical because it could be completely different from you when you actually if it actually, God forbid, ever happens, you wake up in a drainage ditch and the first thing you see are police, how calm are you going to be? Carly seemed overall pretty calm. I knowing myself, probably on a scale of 1 to pure panic, close to pure panic. I don't know. If I don't know where I am, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why I'm wet. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what time it is. I don't know anything. My brain just shut down, turned back on, and now I'm in this weird place. And the first thing I see is police. Panic.
Dr. Clark, if a child knows that law enforcement is looking for them, what is the logical conclusion they are likely to come to?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, let me rephrase.
Yeah, that's a terrible question.
If a law enforcement officer, has a child and is taking a child into custody and arresting that child, is it a logical conclusion for that child to come to that they're in trouble for something?
Yes.
And would it be logical for the child to come to that conclusion even if they didn't know what they did?
So, I mean, just deleting.
And would a child, or let me see this. Do you believe that a child who is being arrested, and during your evaluation and your review of records, do you recall reviewing some counseling records of Kevin Gregg's?
Yes.
And do you
Well,
recall?
I apologize. I recall reviewing a record from the psychiatrist,
Right.
Dr. Hardy, for Kevin Gregg.
Yes, and that's what I meant by medical record. And based on your review of that record, do you recall the medication Thorazine?
Yes.
And who had been prescribed that?
So Mr. Gregg had been prescribed, I believe I saw 3 medications listed: Thorazine, Risperdal, and Zyprexa.
Let's start with Thorazine. What kind of medication is Thorazine?
Thorazine is an antipsychotic medication and sometimes called the first generation antipsychotic. It's an older medication.
Okay. And what was the second medication you said you observed?
Risperdal.
And what type of medication is Risperdal?
Risperdal is also an antipsychotic medication and is considered as a second generation antipsychotic.
Okay. And what's the third medication that Mr. Gregg had been prescribed?
Zyprexa was the third medication, also a second generation antipsychotic.
Oh,
And
he's on
did you also observe in those records that Mr. Gregg had
3
been talking about?
antipsychotics?
And based on the medical records that you reviewed from Precise Medical Records and and Ms. Kirk's medical records,
Wow.
were those medical records received and were they produced in response to subpoenas directly to the various medical providers?
I believe they all were, yes.
So it wasn't something that I drafted up or something that Mr. Camp drafted up and sent to you, correct?
To the best of my recollection, all of those documents came with subpoenas.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly when you said it was a nurse practitioner at Precise Medical Clinic that prescribed Carly her medication?
I believe that Ms. Lerber is in fact a nurse practitioner.
Okay.
I
Not a
believe.
psychiatrist.
Not a psychiatrist.
Why is a nurse practitioner prescribing
Always
Carly
know if they've
medication
lost time.
if she's not a
No.
psychiatrist? Is that a
Can
thing?
a person know
Is Mississippi
they lost time
different?
if they have no memory of it?
Objection, Your Honor. It's outside the set. Cross.
Corollary rule, it was touched on about her alleged disassociation. I'll allow him to answer the question.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. Can a person always know that they've lost time if they have no memory of it?
No. I think some people are aware that something has happened, and some people aren't very aware at all.
And when you reviewed Rebecca Kirk's records, did you see information in there regarding that Ashley Smiley had also spoken with Ms. Kirk?
I believe so, yes.
And, and based on your evaluation of Carly, was Carly afraid that her mother would find out that she was having these mental health issues?
Yes.
Is it reasonable that Carly would not want to disclose that she was having these mental health issues to someone she knew was talking to her mom?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you talked about how Carly was a follower. And if someone has more of a follower personality, are they likely to argue with law enforcement?
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope.
Your Honor, he brought it up on cross. Why wouldn't she have argued?
Overruled.
You can answer.
I'm not sure being a follower makes much difference in that regard. I would imagine that for a 14-year-old who's being arrested or picked up by the police, they're not likely to argue. I see Carly as a pleaser. Perhaps that's more germane. I think it's unlikely Carly would have actually argued. That's not something that would be characteristic of her.
She's
And
a people pleaser that blacked out
do
and
you
killed her mom.
recall your testimony earlier today when you were talking about
Interesting.
dissociative disorders and acute dissociative reactions to stressful events, how you testified that Carly met most of the risk factors?
Yes, I believe I talked about the factors that would make it seem more likely that it was the real deal as opposed to malingering.
And I believe you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the only factor that Carly didn't really meet was that she didn't seem to have any recollection of it instead of spotty recollection, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Same as deleting.
And would it be fair
Maybe.
to say that
Maybe.
if Carly's nightmares of gunshots were somehow her memories of that incident, then that would fit even more perfectly with your diagnosis, that the risk factors?
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't say perfectly. I wouldn't use that word. The other thing I say, I wouldn't put too much stock in this whole thing. This is information
That's
that we
fair.
have from the research that there is. It's not
That's
great
fair.
research. So
At
again, I
least
wouldn't put
someone
too
on the
much stock in
jury
it, but
agrees
yes,
with you
the
for
fact
sure.
that she would seem to have some awareness of what's going on, some post-traumatic symptoms associated with it would make her amnesia a little more patchy.
Okay, and so having that patchy memory would fall in line with someone who is genuinely experiencing dissociative amnesia.
Yes, again, this is not proof. This is not proof that she experienced dissociative amnesia, but it would be a factor, weighing in that direction.
I don't know, man.
And Dr. Clark, when we saw the body camera footage today, when Carly and Deputy Shack arrived back at Carly's house, were there already law enforcement videos and an ambulance there?
I actually couldn't see the video itself from where I was sitting, so I'm not sure.
And you know, if that is what the video portrayed, you know, would it be how likely?
Oh, for
would it
sure.
be-
They all
would
saw
be
it.
Logical for
They
someone
all
to
saw
believe
that,
something
yeah.
has happened.
I think it would be very logical for someone to think that something had happened. Yes.
Something happened, and she's able to remember that her father is still alive and needed assistance, and her mom was pointless to ask the question, "How's my mom?"
All right, you may stand down. Defense may call us next witness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, take a hot second, okay? Yeah, I'm just giving 5 minutes. If anybody needs a restroom, now, it'll be a good time, okay?
So the defense just rested their case. Meaning Carly is not going to testify because there's no more witnesses.
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
All right, any further basis you wish the court to consider?
No further basis.
Does the state reurge, does the state argue the same responses as before?
Yes, sir, with additional information that's been.
Feel free to put it. Okay. Any further argument?
No, sir.
All right. Court will overrule the motion for directed verdict for the record. All right, does the state have we all had a telephone call about a week and a half ago. You had a witness with a scheduling problem, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Still have a scheduling problem
That's correct, sir, for Friday.
for Friday. So I can recess. I mean, it's 4:47. What I'm saying is I can recess for the night. I should recess for the night. But if you have a witness problem, it's Wednesday night. Folks go to church. If you have a witness problem, we spend about an hour taking care of something else. I'll let you call the witness now. But if we don't have a witness problem, I want to rest. I want to be done for the night.
Your Honor, can I make sure we have 2 witnesses upstairs? They're pretty short. Can I just make sure that they can both be back tomorrow?
Yep.
You don't mind checking on that on the phone? And Dr. Pickett's in the courtroom. He is available tomorrow.
Can we request a question?
Okay, so they're having witness issues, scheduling issues. Friday is not an option for some witnesses for the rebuttal, for the prosecution. I'm just going to keep reading there in the South when he said folks go to church and I got confused. Yeah, Wednesday folks go to church. Like, what do you mean? No, they don't.
D1 through D6. Is that what we have? Is that correct? Okay.
Just working on evidence.
Give them my instruction. Anything further from the state before I bring in the jury?
From the defense.
No, Your Honor.
All right, bring it.
All right, let's see.
Purposes, how many do you have them more, roughly?
I'm sorry.
For planning purposes, how many do you have them?
2 should be.
We're at a point in the evening where we need a break for the night, okay? It's 7 minutes till 5, and I don't want to go late tonight and then have to bring y'all back tomorrow too, okay? For planning purposes, kind of bear in mind, if the case goes to y'all for some reason tomorrow, we can't disband until we have a verdict. So if you've got childcare issues, something like that, call your mom, call your grandma, call somebody. Let's get that taken care of for tomorrow, okay? I'm just trying to put y'all on notice as much as possible. Remember, the court's admonition: do not talk about this case. Do not allow yourself to be exposed to any outside media. And please don't go look at any social media or do any independent research. Does everyone understand that? All right, I'm going to ask y'all to be back in the jury room tomorrow morning at 8:45. All right, with that, we'll be in recess for the evening, and everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Sure. That's all right. That's all right. Take that.
My boss, my wife, we'll be home tomorrow whenever we get home. Is that, you see them?
Tell your wife you don't know what time you'll be home tomorrow, and you don't know what time you'll be home Friday. How's that? But you can tell her you'll be home for the weekend. How's that? Yes. Yes, sir. No, thanks, sir.
Like, so what am I supposed to tell my wife, sir? He said, you don't know Thursday and you don't know Friday. You'll be home for the weekend. That is, it's adorable. He's like, I'm not getting in trouble with my wife. Can I get a note from the judge?
Y'all have any exhibits tonight? I mean, I understand you produced them in discovery, but let's go on ahead and make sure we go through them so we don't have any time lag tomorrow, okay?
I think everything that I think we'll be talking about the medical records and the journals and schedules are already. We might use the television at some point.
All right, anything further from the state before we close for tonight? From the defense? All right, best of luck. Y'all have a good night.
Best of luck. Y'all have a good night. Ooh. All right. Let's get into Carly, Gregg. We just did day 3. We're going to get into day 4. All right, judge
Good
is
morning,
in
ladies and gentlemen of the
there.
jury. Did everyone follow the court's instructions every night? Did anyone allow themselves to be exposed to any media accounts, any social media, or any news account of this? That's it. You can adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into it.
Okay.
But I do need you to speak to that lady in the very back row over there.
Okay, got it.
I understand that you're now arrested. You're sworn answer. You're subject to felony perjury. All right, you may proceed.
If you would, Olivia, introduce yourself to these men and women.
I'm Olivia Lieber,
And Olivia, where do you work?
Precise Mind.
Tell us a little bit about what Precise Mind is.
It's an outpatient mental health clinic, and we do research and mental health care for all ages.
Just to be clear, you're a little nervous today, right?
Yes, yeah, I am.
Is this your first time to ever testify?
Yes.
All right. How do you, and what is your role at Precise?
I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner.
And can you kind of tell us a little bit?
I put it at 1.5. If it's too fast, please let me know. But I don't think we're going to watch all of these because I kind of want to get to the verdict, but we'll do a little touchstone. I'll probably do a little skedaddling through these. This is the state's rebuttal. So this is no longer the defense's case. It is back to the state. They have some extra witnesses to bring in to just kind of re-put in the jury like, hey, yeah, so you heard the defense, but let's talk about our side again. One more time. We have the burden of proof over here. So let's talk about our side. And we'll give you a couple of other ideas when it comes to Carly's mental
About
state.
what that is and what you do.
I got a degree with a master's degree in advanced nursing practice. So I chose to specialize in psychiatric mental health, the nurse practitioner program.
And then you have a little sister that had died some years back.
Yes.
Just going,
about midway down, it says she's in the 10th grade, and her goes ranking, and she loves
Past
school and is the valedictorian.
her
How
education.
did you get that information?
I was mostly asking about school in regards to ADHD and ruling that out. And so I asked her how school was, and she said she loved it. She's a great student, and she's a smart girl.
Did she tell you that she was the valedictorian?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to learn she wasn't?
No.
Let's see. She talked about, in your notes, it says, talking about that she was in therapy previously.
Right.
What did you learn about the reason that she was in therapy when she was younger?
If I understood correctly, or remember correctly, it was based on the divorce court or custody court ordering her to go to equine therapy.
And who was that for divorce? If you don't know that,
I think it was a custody battle between her dad and her mom.
her biological dad.
Right.
Thank you for clearing that up. For us. And at some point, down at the end of the note there in your history, it says her mom says that she's been lying and talking to a guy on Snapchat on a burner phone, and she's hiding it from her mom.
Mm-hmm.
Her mom made her cut him off after they found out she was putting her thighs and taking sleeping pills.
Right.
Is that something that you remember discussing with Carly and Ashley Smiley that day?
Yes.
And at any point, did Carly say, "No, I wasn't taking sleeping pills"?
Not that I recall.
And at some point after your evaluation with her and you're in there on that first day, was there discussions about maybe giving her some medicine to try to help with her issues?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
First, we talked about counseling, and that was definitely recommended. And then we kind of pointed out the priorities and what was getting in the way of her life the most and making things most difficult and what was a priority to address. And then we talked about medication options and what to start.
And what did you end up starting her on?
Zoloft,
And do you remember what the milligrams was?
25 milligrams daily.
And tell ladies and gentlemen just a little bit about, is that a lot of medicine? Is that a little bit of medicine?
No, that is that's a starting dose, and I'm usually conservative with my approaches, so that was just a normal starting dose for her age.
And is that one of the lowest dosages that you can actually prescribe?
Yes.
I want to walk you through, Olivia, on page, I'm looking at page 744, so I want to make sure we're looking at the same thing, under behavioral health history.
Which page was it?
744 down at the bottom right. I'm still in your January 15, 2024.
Okay. Got it.
Down there it says Carly had grown tired of counseling and wanted to stop. Do you remember them talking to you about that?
I think 1.5 is pretty good. I have to pop off screen for like 10 minutes. I'm still going to be listening, but it's just going to be, this is the nurse practitioner that originally prescribed her Zoloft. And then I'll be back and we'll skedaddle through. We'll get through this pretty quickly.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more?
After the equine therapy, she had tried other counselors that she wasn't necessarily happy with.
and stopped at some point.
And actually, it says down there, subsequent providers appeared far less impactful as Carly grew disillusioned with the courts.
Right.
Were those your words or something that they told you?
This portion was filled out by Ashley.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
I want to take you to the next page where you talk about mental status exam and risk assessment. If you could tell us what that is and what you're looking for.
We're really just observing for any kind of abnormal behavior or things that stand out, like memory, attention span, they articulate well, if they're cooperative, and then mood, affect, if their judgment is sound, and if they have any presence of psychosis, hallucinations, delusions.
So I want to walk you through a couple of those for Carly on January the 15th.
Okay.
What did you report her psychomotor behavior to be?
Well coordinated, which is normal.
What about her speech?
Normal rate and volume.
She wasn't talking really fast or really loud. What about when you go to her about her cognitive abilities on that day? Can you describe, ladies and gentlemen, what you said about her attention span and concentration?
They were all within normal limits.
Her orientation to time, place, and person.
She was oriented to all.
And so what does that mean?
That she's aware of where she is, who she is, and the date and time and situation.
What did Carly report regarding her recent memory, her ability to recall things?
That it was within normal limits.
And what about remote memory? So things that were not happening right at that moment, but kind of in the past.
Same.
Down a little further, you talked about her emotional state. Can you tell us what her mood and affect were?
They were during the appointment. It was normal and alert and oriented and appropriate.
Her judgment and insight that day, is that something you also took into consideration?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you determine to be Carly's judgment and insight?
Within normal limits.
I want to take you, Olivia, to there's a section in that assessment about thought processes.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell us about what you observed and what your records indicate about whether or not Carly was having abnormal or psychotic thoughts on January the 15th, 2024?
She denied those.
And did she ever tell you that she was having those types of thoughts before January the 15th of 2024?
No, she denied hallucinations or delusions.
And what was your diagnosis of Carly from your encounter with her in January 15th of 2024?
Adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood, and then major depressive disorder, single episode, moderate severity.
So for those of us that are not in the medical field, will you break that down for us? Just tell us kind of what that means.
Sure. An adjustment disorder is basically just based on a stressful situation that might have happened that is their reaction to that. So it's pretty common, especially in her age group. So, and then there's a specifier that you can add that says with mixed anxiety or depressed mood. So I added that. And then major depressive disorder. And then you can specify single episode or if it's been recurrent, and then the severity, if it's moderate or severe or minimal.
And you put single episode. Can you tell us what you meant by that?
Just that it wasn't chronic, that I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so, and again, you're just able to render your opinions based off the information provided.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Does that appear to be, I'm sorry, there's actually another page to that. I want to talk to you about that before we move on.
Okay.
It talks about your clinical assessment and treatment plan, and we already talked about what medication you put her on.
Right.
Tell us, there's another paragraph on that page that says SSRI / SNRI/TCA, and it talks about patient warned of possible side effects. Can you tell us what that means?
This is just a warning for those drug classes that of possible side effects that could happen that I go over with all my patients.
And did you go over those side effects with Carly Gregg?
Yes.
And one of those side effects is self-harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you tell them, if you're having thoughts of suicide, what do you need to do?
Go to the emergency room, call us, and stop the medication, or go to the emergency room if you are afraid that you're going to harm yourself or others.
And at any point between January and the next time you saw Carly, did she tell you that she was having any trouble with her medication?
No.
I want to talk about the next time that you had the opportunity to provide treatment to Carly. Was that on February the 14th of 2024?
Correct.
And the notes I'm looking at say that was a telemed.
Right.
And it was mom was present.
Uh-huh.
So tell ladies and gentlemen, what does that mean, telemed?
They just have the option to do in person or a Zoom call for their appointment.
And what did Carly tell you? There's sort of a history provided by the patient. What did she tell you about the medication she was on at that point?
That had not really had an impact on her at that time.
And so kind of what was your discussion about? We're on 25 milligrams.
Mhm.
And then what did you talk to them about?
How it's affected them and if they've had any bad side effects. And if they have not, then, and it has not done anything like for her at that point, then we usually go up on it.
And I want to talk about those side effects because your medical records specifically say the patient denied SI, HI, and AVH. So if you could walk us through, what does it mean when it says patient denied SI?
Suicidal ideations.
And when she denied HI, what does that
Homicidal ideation.
and what about when she denied AVH?
Auditory visual hallucinations.
So she's denying seeing things that other people don't see and hearing things that other people don't see.
Right.
Did she also deny any other side effects from the medication?
Right.
You did a mental assessment and risk assessment on Ms. Gregg again on that day.
Mhm.
Can you walk us through that day? Was she oriented to time, place, and person?
Yes.
And did she report having any trouble with recent memory or remote memory?
No, not that I saw.
Down under thought processes, did she report having any abnormal or psychotic thoughts?
No.
And again, on page 3, in the records, it talks again about these SSRIs. And I think I failed to ask you, Olivia, is Zoloft an SSRI
Yes.
medication? What does SSRI mean?
Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, and that's the drug class for Zoloft. And that just means that it increases the available serotonin in the synaptic.
And what is serotonin?
It is a neurotransmitter that most people call the happy neurotransmitter, and it affects mood and sleep.
So when you put somebody on an SSRI, the goal is to try to make them a little bit happier.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's the antidepressant medication. It's
Yes.
going to help depression.
Yes.
And it says that, again, the patient was warned of any side effects.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall if you specifically went back over that with them?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was that the you had a telemed conversation with them? Carly discussed that she didn't feel the medicine was really doing anything to her, so you decided to up it to
Right.
50 milligrams. Was there an opportunity that you had to see Carly after that?
Yes, one more time.
One more time. Okay.
Mhm.
And was that in person or was that telemed?
That was telemed as well.
And the records that I have been provided show that you saw her on March the 12th,
Right.
of 2024.
That's right.
Could you tell us about what was relayed to you by Carly on the 12th?
She said that the medication was making her feel like a zombie.
And what was your discussion with them? What she stated that she kind of felt something like?
I never want that for any adolescent. So we definitely were not going to increase it, and we just decided to go ahead and switch it to a different medication so that she didn't have that flatness and take away her personality.
When you talk about switching the medications, did you tell her just stop taking the Zoloft? Tell us about what your recommendation was.
I recommend tapering off so that you don't have any kind of discontinuation syndrome, which is a possibility, or rebound symptoms. So I told her to take 25 milligrams of Zoloft for 10 days and then stop it, and then start the Lexapro for 5 milligrams at the same time.
I want to back up again. I'm not in the medical field, so I want to make sure that tapering off means the same thing I think.
Okay.
So she's on the 50 milligrams,
Right.
and then you want to put her on 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
Simultaneously as going down on the Zoloft.
So the Zoloft, you're saying that come down a little bit of this
Right.
while we're taking this, so that you don't just get off all the medicine.
Right. Weaning off.
And you said something about to rebound effects, to prevent rebound effects. What does that mean?
If you have a discontinuation syndrome, if you stop your medication abruptly, there's always a risk for symptoms to come back, maybe worse, and then other things that just are uncomfortable whenever you're withdrawing.
And you don't know when you prescribe people medication whether they're adhering to your recommendations or not.
No.
At any point during that evaluation with Ms. Gregg, did she report that she was hearing voices?
No.
In fact, I think the very last line you said, again, she denies SI, suicidal ideations, that she denied homicidal ideations, is that right?
Right.
And that she denied AVH,
Auditory visual hallucinations.
And you also did a mental status exam and risk assessment of Ms. Gregg from that day.
Right.
And I'm looking at your records, base stamps number 754. Could you tell us what your findings were with regards to whether or not Carly Gregg was oriented to time, place, and person?
She was still oriented within normal limits.
So again, she knew where she was, she knew who she was, she knew the time.
Correct.
Her recent memory, what did you determine?
It was normal.
Intact. Excuse me, I didn't interrupt.
I'm sorry. It's intact.
At any point in your providing treatment to Carly Gregg, did she tell you, I'm having memory problems?
Not that I recall, no.
Did she ever tell you about any blackouts, any lapses in time?
No.
You go down and you talk about her judgment on that day. Could you tell us what your findings were with regard to that?
Within normal limits.
And her thought process rate?
Normal rate and rhythm.
So if you would, I don't think I'd asked you about that, Olivia, before now.
Mhm.
So she had said on her questionnaire there were like some racing thoughts sometimes.
Right.
But when you observed her, what does her thought process rate was normal and in rhythm mean?
That it was not racing.
And that was the same on all 3 times that you had come in contact with her?
Right.
And then she also, you had questions and reported in your records that there had been no thoughts of abnormal or psychotic thoughts. Is that correct?
Right.
So to be clear, at no point in the 3 times that you treated Carly Gregg did she report hearing voices.
Right.
At no point did she report that she was having lapses in memory.
Correct.
Did she ever use the word derealized?
No.
She never described herself as feeling derealized?
No.
Did she ever use the word disassociation?
No.
Are those words that people typically use when you're treating them as patients?
Not typically, no.
Those are more like clinical terms.
Right.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
How many times did you see Carly from January to March of 2024?
3.
And how many of those times were in person?
Once.
And how many of those 3 times was Ashley Smiley also present?
All 3.
All 3. And was she in, like when you were seeing Carly in person, was she in the room with you guys?
Yes.
And what, if any, conversations did you have with Miss Smiley during the course of your treatment with Carly?
For any minors, we have to get consent for treatment and medications. So we talked about the whole treatment plan and what they were okay with and came up with a plan together.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you don't have the same confidentiality between a medical provider and a patient if that patient's a minor and their parents is in the room?
We can, by law, we have to report anything. We cannot tell anything they tell us except for if they are a danger to themselves or others.
But if the parent's in the room with them,
Oh, yes.
yeah. So there's really no confidentiality between you and Carly if someone else is in the room with you.
I'm not sure I understand.
If a parent is in the room with you, Carly doesn't have confidentiality between you and Carly, right? Because somebody
She
else
could have
is
told me
present.
anything. We could have spoken alone. I gave them the option of that too.
And if Carly would have reported to you between January and March that she was having auditory hallucinations, would that have been something you felt like you needed to report to her parent?
No.
You wouldn't have needed to tell her mom that she was
Not
hearing
legally, no.
this? But in your, just based on your own personal treatment, would you feel like you needed to?
Personally, yes, probably.
And if you knew that Carly had reported to her best friend in her personal journal that she was hearing voices, would that have changed your diagnosis of Carly?
I can only go off of what I assessed at the time.
If Carly would have told you that she was hearing voices
Mhm.
And having these auditory hallucinations, would that have changed your treatment of Carly?
Yeah.
Would it have, how so?
I would have to rule out. Well, we would have potentially started her on a different medication.
And different how?
An antipsychotic is what we use to treat that.
Okay. And why would you use an antipsychotic in that situation?
Because that is what hearing voices is. It's psychosis.
Right.
And is it fair to say you can be a great medical provider, great at your job, and doing your very
Oof.
best job, but still miss things sometimes?
Sure.
And is it fair to say that if a person is experiencing memory loss, they might not always be aware of it?
Possibly.
Is it fair to say that if a person has lost time, they might not always be aware of it?
Sure.
And
Yeah.
if we can look at, do you still have your report in front of you?
I do.
Can you look at page at the bottom? I think it's 742
Mhm.
in red. And can you look at symptoms?
Uh-huh.
And the visit date there is January 15th, 2024.
Right.
And was that the first time you saw Carly and her
Yes.
mom?
Uh-huh.
And what symptoms were reported at that time?
Depression, anxiety, cutting, insomnia, overthinking, hopeless, racing thoughts, and stress.
And if you will turn to page 745.
Okay.
And again, this is the same visit date, January 15th, 2024.
Yeah.
Can you read what's written there under family behavioral history for father?
It says father, manic bipolar, ADHD, drug, alcohol, and prescription abuse. And this was filled out by Ashley.
And is bipolar disorder, based on your knowledge and experience, is bipolar disorder often hereditary?
It can be.
And can you tell me what's the difference between someone feeling sad and a major depressive disorder?
Yeah. We all have changes in mood. Sadness is considered normal, and a depressive episode or depression, major depression, is something that interferes with their daily life.
Okay, so it's affecting how you function.
Right.
And if you could, will you turn to page 748 with me?
Okay.
And if you look at the last paragraph on that page, the first sentence, and this is, I guess, when you're going over your
Right.
prescription medication.
Mhm.
And again, this is still from January 15th, 2024. Can you tell me what's written there on the sentence that reads, this can lead to?
This can lead to increased thoughts of self-harm. Many psychiatric medications have been shown to possibly worsen the symptoms or cause increased thoughts of self-harm. Please stop the medication and notify the clinic if this occurs, and seek help in the emergency department if you do not feel safe.
So it's commonly known in the medical community that sometimes if you put somebody on an SSRI, it can worsen the symptoms they're already experiencing.
The black box warning is for self-harm and suicidal thoughts. So that is a possibility.
What is a black box warning?
Something for the whole class that is considered serious.
Okay, so it's like a warning.
Mhm.
Okay. And if you will, I just have one more question for you. If you can turn to page 753. And this was your March 12th, 2024 visit.
Uh-huh.
And can you read the second sentence on that page? And this was after the telehealth visit with Carly and her mom. It starts with, she said she doesn't like the Zoloft.
Right. That it makes her feel like a zombie. So we will wean off of it and switch to Lexapro.
And then will you read what patient's mom?
The patient's mom declined Prozac as she herself took it years ago and it gave her suicidal thoughts.
Okay. And is that what Ms. Smiley reported to you that day?
Yes.
Thank you. Back to court indulgence, Your Honor.
No.
Sometimes patients don't tell you everything you need to know.
Right.
Yeah. Does that happen more so, like not just with children, but with all patients?
Well, if they're not telling me, I don't know.
Yeah. But it's fair to say that that happens.
Yeah.
No, send to the witness.
Direct examination.
Lydia, I think on when Ms. Todd was questioning, you said something about that you gave Carly the option to meet with you alone. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. Usually I ask right when I go get the patient out of the waiting room, do you want mom to come or do you want to meet first alone? And I don't recall whether she wanted to be alone. If she wanted to be alone, I would have seen her alone, of course.
And that didn't happen in this case?
No.
Ms. Todd asked you about if a person was having memory problems, they might not report it. They might not know to report it.
That's right.
Did Ashley ever report to you that Carly was having memory problems?
No.
Did Ashley ever report to you that Carly was having disassociation? Did she ever report to you that Carly had said that she feels derealized?
Objection. Question asked and answered. You can probably read.
Did Ashley report to you that she had ever had homicidal thoughts while she was on Prozac?
No.
I
She
want
wasn't on Prozac.
Ashley.
Oh, no.
The medication, and Ms. Todd thankfully had you read that whole thing. It talks about self-harm.
Uh-huh.
It never says that it can cause homicidal thoughts, right?
No.
And in fact, none were ever reported to you in this case.
Correct.
Ms. Todd asked you about the medical history on page 745 regarding Carly's dad, and I think it was your testimony that Ashley had filled that information in.
Right.
You did not diagnose Carly's father
No.
with having bipolar.
No.
They do mention, though, that he has a drug, alcohol, and prescription abuse problem, right?
Correct.
In your experience and training, Olivia, can people that are on drugs sometimes appear to have bipolar symptoms?
Sure.
And sometimes doctors, even though they're really good at their job, they might miss something and misdiagnose someone with bipolar.
Correct.
And you have no way of knowing if Mr. Gregg's diagnosis was actually bipolar, do you?
No.
And it very well could have been.
This attorney is fantastic.
Because drug problems are also hereditary, aren't they?
Yeah.
Drug addiction. I want to
I think this attorney is doing a fantastic job
I'd
at
ask you some questions about that note, and that was your.
this specific attorney is doing a fantastic job at lending cues to the jury. Like, here's a really good time to pay attention. I'm going to ask a really important question. Okay, thank you. Here's this really important question.
Your treatment record from, February the 14th, I think. Hold on, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. That's March the 12th of 2024.
Okay.
That very last line, what did you report regarding Carly's sleep habits?
She reported good sleep.
So March the 12th, 2024, she's telling you that she's sleeping well at night.
Right.
Again, just to be clear, you can only treat with what you're provided with, the information you're provided with.
Correct.
And you were never told that Carly had any memory lapses?
No.
Any audio, auditory voices?
Right. No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
This must be finally excused by the same.
Yes, sir.
By the defense. You're pretty bad. Please leave the exit.
All right.
And
Rebecca Kirk. I'm a licensed professional counselor.
Rebecca, where do you work as a licensed professional counselor?
I'm an owner of a small practice called Magnolia Counseling in Madison, Mississippi.
If you could tell us just a little bit about your educational history.
We're just going to skedaddle through the education.
And at some point they talk about, you have notes, and it looks like they mentioned that Carly has trouble going to sleep at night.
That's right. And that seemed to be a big deal to her, this sleep issue.
When you're treating a client, how important is it that you're getting accurate information from them?
Extremely, again, that trust is so important. And so if you're not receiving the correct information, you can't see the whole picture. So you can't really treat the person in the appropriate ways, tailored for them.
You talked about that you had a meeting with Ashley and that you met with Carly. Who knows Carly better than herself?
Yeah.
No one, right?
Right.
So I want to ask you, Rebecca, on this first meeting, did Carly ever report to you any use of illegal drugs?
No.
Did she ever report to you that she was hearing voices of any sort?
No.
Did she ever report that she was having any sort of hallucinations?
No.
Did she ever report to you that she was having memory trouble?
No.
What about feeling derealized?
This is Carly's original therapist.
And to be clear, I want to talk about the first day, but was there ever a time in your treatment of Carly that she reported that she was having any sort of blackout? Like there were times where she didn't remember what she thought?
No.
So on the first visit, you kind of go through the current functioning and the checklist with Ashley and Carly. And then you actually provided some chart notes from that same meeting.
That's right.
If you could, I think you talked about this, that mom reported there was a burner phone. If you'll look down on page 2 of your records, it says mom was upset, she lied, and when she asked about the relationship. Is that something that Ashley conveyed to you, that she was upset Carly was lying to her?
Yes.
And then when you go down a little bit, there's a little bit of handwriting. I think it says her bio dad.
Correct.
Who wrote that in the records?
I did. It was a grammatical just edit for clarification.
And to be clear, there's some other times in the records that when you produce these, you went in and kind of wrote
Yeah,
things.
because I want to be fully present, but I also want to take, records of what's going on for my need later to help her.
See, it says that she was 4 when her parents separated due to, and you put his and then her bio dad's, pill, alcohol, and pot addiction. It goes on to say he was getting high in front of her. Do you remember who told you that?
Yes, both of them did. Ashley actually kind of broke down teary-eyed in the session, which I inferred was what we all feel as parents, which we, feel, am I the best parent? She felt a little bit, I read and then told her this is not your fault, because she had discovered that he had been doing that for quite some time before Carly told her. It may have been like a year and a half, and I didn't get the impression the visits were often, but I mean, that's irrelevant. When she went, said that he would be high constantly in front of her with drugs all around. And then when she did tell her mom, she stopped, and then they were in actually court, discussion with trying to terminate his rights, I guess, permanently. And that was actually going on while she was seeing me.
And so she's got these other things that Ashley's told you about, the sleep trouble and the things, but you also learned in meeting with them that there's a custody battle going on.
Correct.
What about your note also
That's
says
hard.
she was also taking sleeping pills because last month she hadn't been able to sleep and woke up at 2. And then it talks about now she's taking melatonin. So I want to be clear, in your records, it appears that the melatonin is not the sleeping pills.
Correct. In fact, it was my perception at the time that that was one of the things Ashley was upset about, is that she was taking sleeping pills.
Did they ever tell you where she'd gotten those?
No, I know nothing more than that. Sorry.
Is there anything else that you recall specifically about that first interaction with Carly that we have not discussed?
The whole impression of working with her overall seemed to me to center on what was making her cut, these dark, nights of the soul, so to speak, when she was, she reported having like existential thoughts about life and, the meaning and things like that. And so that's kind of what I flagged in my mind as a practitioner to try to develop more of trust and a desire to go there to see what was troubling her.
And do you recall, you said you kind of build rapport trust with these people. Do you remember how many times you actually saw Carly between the first visit and your last visit with her?
Yes, I saw her every week, every work week, once a week, for a total of 9 sessions, which would have been 9 hours, not counting that time with Ashley. So it would have been a little less, that first session.
The next time you saw Carly in your records is from February the 2nd of 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk to you. It says persons in attendance patient. So can you describe or what that means?
I'm trying to see where you are. Can you tell me what page you're on?
Yes, sorry, page 4 of 24.
Okay.
And then about a little more than midway down on the bottom, it says persons in attendance. It
Yes,
says patient.
right. She was the only one there from session 2 to session 9. I spoke and interacted with only her, with the exception of Ashley always brought her to her appointments. I think that's an accurate statement. I think her stepdad did come with Ashley maybe like once or twice. I know like on Valentine's Day, for instance, they were together.
But he didn't ever come into the room.
No, nobody ever. It was just the waiting room. So I would see them in the waiting room and, that was all.
On that same page, Rebecca, you did, it looks like kind of an assessment of what you might do with a patient each time you meet with them.
That's right.
Could you tell us what you observed of her behavior that day?
Yes, it says appearance, normal, grooming and hygiene, attitude, calm and cooperative, behavior, no unusual moments or psychomotor changes, speech, normal rate, tone, volume without pressure, affect, normal range, congruent, thought process, goal directed and logical, perception, no hallucinations or delusions, orientation ×3. So that's like, where you are, like, the time, you can see where you are, hear where you are, those kinds of things. Memory, concentration, short and long term intact, insight, judgment, good, mood, stable and angry and sad.
So she reported to you that she was angry.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to take kind of a couple of those one by one, Rebecca.
Okay.
You talked about behavior, no unusual movements or psychomotor changes. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes. Sometimes people are just very clearly on edge and they can't get to a calm place. And that's evidenced by a lot of movement in their chair or their body that's maybe not related to their emotional feeling of something they're describing necessarily. And then just like rapidity of speech, like very rapid, maybe loud speaking, things like that, maybe looking around a lot.
And you didn't notice any of that?
I did not notice any of that ever.
And it says her thought process was goal-directed and logical.
Okay. I'm going to skedaddle through a little bit of this. It's going to be just sort of the basis of she wasn't the things. So I'm just see. We have some. All right.
What Crime and Punishment is about.
Crime and Punishment is about a protagonist, which is the main character. I was written by a Russian author back in maybe 1866, I believe. And it is the entire book, very difficult book, about a psychopath who lives in Russia, and he is poor. He is a student. He is very intelligent, and he comes on hard times, impoverished, and he has this obsession with this obsessive thinking of basically planning to murder a woman with a hatchet. And the novel kind of really, that murderous act happens pretty early on in the novel. And then the remaining novel continues to kind of be about his processing of it. And he even published something in the paper about why people kill and things like that. Anyway, and then he eventually is sentenced because of his admittance of his crime. That kind of also was found out as well. But he was declared insane, and he served 8 years in a Russian labor camp. And when he was in the Russian labor camp, he was unrepentant, and he did not think that what he had done was wrong and that the woman deserved it. He did actually kill her sister too with a hatchet to her skull, but that was kind of an accident because she came home too early.
And Rebecca, in your notes, you'd actually underlined the fact that she was reading that book.
Well, that was just for grammar because you're supposed to underline the title of a book if you can't italicize it.
Okay. Did you and Carly have any other discussion?
She was actively reading that book. And took it a bit too close to heart, too much to heart.
About reading any kind of literature, like kind of dark literature like that?
Not that I can recall, no. And to be clear, in this note, she had not yet read it. She was reading The Castle. This was what, on 2/21, and she was going to read Crime and Punishment. And she did so later. I think she read it the week of spring break. And I saw her Monday after spring break. That was my last session with her, the Monday first back after spring break.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
I want to take you to the next note, February the 26th of 2024. Again, without belaboring the point, same appearance, behavior, speech, affect.
The only difference is appearance is black t-shirt and jeans.
In your notes on that day, it said something about she may be on the spectrum. Can you tell us what that meant?
Carly came in that.
This was a thought that I have been having. I did not vocalize it. This was a thought that I've been having, if this was even a consideration for anyone. So this is interesting to me.
And she was telling me that she had a lot of symptoms of kind of autism, and that's what that means. And so like Asperger's, and she was talking about just sensory issues and things like that. But yeah, that's what that means. Yeah.
So Carly was telling you that she felt she had autistic symptoms.
Yeah, I mean, she never used the word, but I knew, and most teenagers are very familiar with what that is. And I mean, I just assumed that she thought she had that. Yeah.
And based off your treatment, did you think that she actually had autism?
I didn't. She did report too that her mother didn't either.
Okay.
I want to take you to the next time that you saw Carly, March the 5th of 2024.
That was
again, you saw her in person.
Part of the question.
The history given regarding attitude, behavior, speech, affect, thought process, perception, orientation, memory, and concentration, kind of all that's the exact same.
That's correct.
In your note on that day, you have CBT and attachment therapies were discussed and explored to help alleviate anxiety. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, CBT is shorthand for cognitive behavioral therapy, and attachment therapy. So those are there are many different forms of therapy that we're trained in, and cognitive behavioral is really good for depression and anxiety. It's about kind of trying to analyze your unpleasant thoughts and basically, for lack of better words, get a grip on them and have a better life experience. Attachment therapies are rooted in this well-known belief and research about the parent-child bond and how we feel attached to people in our lives and how that influences us.
You also put in your records, boundary setting and identity work was explored. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes. So boundary setting would be just your classic, any kind of boundary you need to set to assert your comfort as a human being while also, not causing harm to another, obviously, but a lot of people have trouble saying no to people or sometimes saying yes to them, depending on the circumstance. So it's just kind of more of a work through of like, what do I want and how can I in a healthy way communicate that to others?
And at this point, Rebecca, is it safe to say, I mean, you're still in therapy, she's still in therapy with you, and you're trying to work on not cutting anymore?
Hi, Crystalline, how are you?
And depression
That's correct.
There weren't any other known psychiatric things disclosed to you?
No.
I'm going to take you to the next time that you saw Carly, March the 13th of 2024. And again, talk about the in-person visit and the observations that you made regarding her appearance, behavior, et cetera, that we've been through. That's not changed either.
Correct. It's the same.
She does report to you that Lydia Liebers changed her medicine because she reported feeling numb.
Yes.
She didn't laugh as much, nor did she feel as upset and yelled at her.
Mm-hmm.
That she finished her reading. Is that what you were talking about? That she told you that she finished reading the books?
That's right. Specifically that one, yeah.
And she sort of relates like her anger to her mom's stress, I think. And I want to ask you about that. She says when her mom is less stressed, she feels it in less anger. Can you talk to us about what that meant?
Okay, I'm trying to find where that is. Okay.
I miss you too.
Yes, that's kind of a working sentence. Sorry about that. I was kind of.
I have the makings of a plan. I haven't put it in place yet. For a possible late October return. So I've been thinking, getting my brain situated for that. So I'm thinking Halloween time. I'm gonna be back a little bit.
I'm trying to do it while attending to her, but basically, she appeared to me to feel some codependent feelings, or maybe be a little bit codependent on her mother's emotions. And when Ashley felt something, Carly, seemed to be affected by it.
And I think I misspoke, Rebecca. I said when she finished her readings, and then at the very end of that, it says she's about to read.
Oh, yeah.
So that was the following week that you were talking about.
Yes, this is the week of spring break, and she was going to read it during spring break, is what I said.
And then she talked about her mom asked her to promise that she wasn't trying to be a boy. Can you tell us? And then you wrote, I think it was you wrote, due to her new haircut. Can you talk about that?
Yes, I think we only talked about her haircut maybe twice. Literally just gotten her haircut before that session. So that day, this would have been a week before my last session with her, I think. She had her med change, she'd gotten her haircut, and I think on a session before that, she just expressed, I always kind of want to make sure someone's not feeling like identity problems regarding their sexuality or something that needs to be discussed. And she did talk about how her mom, I think, wasn't a fan of it or was a little bit afraid or something. I'm not sure. I really cannot recall, but I feel like the reason why I said this is because we had probably talked about it earlier, as I recall. And so I was trying to follow up. How did you think about your haircut? So she was okay with it. And she was like, yeah, she just said, that promise me you're not trying to be a boy.
And did you, in your 9?
I hate that sentiment. Promise me you're not trying to be a boy. That's hard. That's hard. My computer just froze. Oh no. I said that quite possibly end of October I will be returning to my old space as well. That's what I got in the hopes. This whole sentiment of the trying not to be a boy, that's really difficult. That's a hard, even if you're not being trans in Mississippi is already a hard thing. Being accused of being trans when you are, well, I wouldn't say accused, but having sort of like the thoughts that they might be, or the questions that come in that might make a 14-year-old feel like you're being accused of being trans when you're just trying to figure out your life and you just got a haircut, and you're starting medications and you're talking to therapists and you're doing all this, and that's a lot. It's like I'm having an internet problem.
Some sort of identity crisis.
No, and in fact, I followed up that time and the very next time, which was the last time I saw her, because the next time I saw her would have been the first time her peers at school had seen her new haircut. And I wanted to be sensitive to the fact that, are you being bullied at all? Like, because there were some other negative things that had been said to her and other peers. And she always answered with a positive affect, like, no, it's fine. And I asked her too, like, was that the truth to your mom? You can tell me it's fine. I'm not going to discuss your stuff. And she's like, no, I told her the truth or something like that.
So I want to take you to the next report that I have is a treatment date on March the 18th of 2024. Is that the last time that you saw Carly?
That's correct.
And I do want to talk specifically about each of these on March the 18th. So you saw her in person by herself, right?
Correct.
And you reported that she was wearing a black t-shirt.
Day before.
Yes.
What was her behavior like?
Completely normal, the same as it always had been. She had just gone back to school. It was Monday, the first Monday back after spring break. And this was was it a 5 o'clock session? I'm not sure.
Yes, it's 5:50 p.m. to 5:55 p.m.
Okay. And so 5:50 to 5:55, 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
So I met with her for an hour, and basically everything was the same that it had been as far as the way she appeared to me.
And at no time did she report any hallucinations or delusions? At no time did she report any memory or concentration issues?
No.
This is big time. This is.
I want to take you to page 19 of 24.
Those extra nails
This is regarding
for the
your
jury.
psychotherapy notes, that last visit you had with her. And she talked about kind of walking on eggshells consistently while mom's around. And I think you touched on this a little bit. Carly was maybe a little bit codependent on Ashley's feelings and behaviors. Can you tell us kind of what you meant, what that meant about walking on eggshells?
Yeah, but I think I want to say something a little bit before that, if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Let me place a theory before you. If she did have some attachment issues with her mother, which we are coming to see throughout this trial that she did, do we think that has not, those issues inside of her brain have not been resolved, and that maybe her attachment issues that she would share with her mother are now being shared with Heath, which may result in some odd behavior between the two of them that we would consider to be odd? That's my theory.
I honestly kind of had to lead the session with her and try to dig into some of the stuff that she might be feeling, because I was starting to really kind of wonder if I was really serving her the best I can. And, if I can and someone else can, I want to refer someone. I knew that she was a school teacher. Blue Cross State insurance plans aren't real rewarding on that end. And so I really had kind of contemplated, am I really helping her? Because I felt that the sessions were really mostly about school, but I knew that there had been a big event with why she was coming. And so I really kind of honestly did a little bit of soul searching and decided before this session that I wanted to really try to go there to maybe some painful things that she maybe was being hesitant to speak about. And so I did kind of bring that up. And I think that's important to know. Like, she didn't just start talking about her mom. I was trying to like really get to some hardcore stuff with her in the session. And she, we talked about how her mom, when her mom was angry, it was really hard for her to really handle that. And so I'm always trying to get a gauge, like, obviously, let's rule out abuse. I did not have any indication ever before, during, or after that her mother was abusive, but I can't make that assumption as a clinician. I need to really be sensitive to anything that might not be being reported. And so I wanted to get kind of a measure of like, what does Ashley look like when she's angry? And she described, and it's in this note, that, she raises her voice sometimes, or slams doors, cabinets, speaks in shorter sentences. I think we actually discussed an example that's not noted here. We can give you an example of her angry or something at you. And she gave an example of maybe grading some tests of some kids. She's a math teacher, and so they were doing poorly on it, which is not what any teacher wants when she's grading tests that she knows she taught well, which I'm sure Ashley did. And she noticed her mood, and she wanted to be helpful, and she kind of maybe had, and I don't think maybe this event had necessarily recently happened. I was asking her to give me one so we could work through conflict resolution and her emotions and stuff. And she said that she had done, had offered to help her, and then her mother kind of snapped at her in response. And so I try to do a lot of work with like, okay, well, let's just take that example then. What do we do when we're upset? How can we communicate calmly, clearly? I emphasize the importance of cooling off. Your body needs to self-soothe. When it gets flooded and your heart rate gets to a certain degree, you can't think properly. And so we talked about things like that.
And your report actually says you talked about understanding anger and how to respond to it.
Correct.
That anger is a secondary emotion, and how to confront her mom when she's cooled off was explored. Is that what you kind of just described?
Yes,
to show
exactly.
ways for Carly to approach anger?
That's right. Underneath anger is really sadness or fear or a blockage of some sort. Yeah.
I know that's the last time that you treated Carly, but there's actually another note that was added to your records May the 16th of 2024. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Whenever termination of care has occurred, it's customary for clinicians to do a summary note. Either, sometimes very, very rarely, it just, no communication ever happens, but oftentimes it's the joint, agreement or the agreement of one versus the other. And this was a very different case. And so I had to write a summary report on it like I would any other.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that, Rebecca. Okay. It talks about within 24 hours, something terrible had happened. And you state in your last session with me, she appeared emotionally stable and she had no suicidal or homicidal feelings suspected by me nor spoken by her. So I want to ask you about that. You said that she didn't tell you about any feelings. She didn't think that there was anything like that going on either.
No, that's correct.
And then you also noted that she did not indicate that our week was negatively affecting her.
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
Well, anytime that a person's prescription meds change, you need them to be very concerned about side effects, feelings of suicide, things of that sort. And so I wanted to follow up and make sure she wasn't experiencing any negative reactions regarding that.
You also said that, nor did she appear different from any other sessions, nor emotionally unstable or dysregulated. Can you talk about what that means?
Yes, just kind of basically what we said, that was on the first part of each of my sessions. Like, she seemed very oriented to time and space and didn't seem to have erratic speech, loud speech, to be overly angry or overly happy. Just, a normal situation observance of her.
And then you go on to say she did not appear melancholy nor zoned out emotionally. Can you talk about what you meant there?
Yeah, she had reported several times that, at least one time maybe, but I feel like I maybe wrote it more than once, I'm not sure, that with some of the Zoloft, she felt like a zombie. And so, she never really appeared that way to me ever, but she had reported it. So I put it in my notes when that had occurred, but I was saying here that I didn't notice any of it as well.
And you talked about how you had gone.
Okay. So we are in the last couple witnesses for an NGRI trial, which is for Carly Gregg. So Carly Gregg, who is currently 15 years old. She was 14 when the crime took place. And she murdered her mother, and she shot her stepfather as well. He is alive and he is supporting her. Carly Gregg is pleading not guilty by reasonable insanity, which is NGRI. And so we're in the final witnesses of a trial phase for this. This was a short trial. We're on day 4, and I believe it ends soon. We'll probably skip some of these. We're probably going to just kind of skedaddle ahead to maybe a little bit of the charging the jury and then getting to the verdict, because I think we all pretty much have a pretty good idea on what's happening. We've heard a lot from the defense when it comes to her being unstable enough to not recognize the difference between right and wrong, her blacking out and all that stuff. We'll probably skip ahead a little bit. But essentially this trial is to see, we know who did it. It's essentially on video. We know how it was done. We know that other juveniles were pulled in after the fact. They were told about this, but messages were sent from Carly Gregg. So this trial is basically to see if she was mentally unstable enough to not recognize the right from wrong, if she was completely blacked out, if this was her mental illness taking full control of her versus her just doing something really bad and trying to get away with it with pleading reasonable insanity, which even if, okay. NGRI is really, 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 really hard to prove. And if she is able to prove that she's not guilty due to reasonable insanity, it's not like she just gets to enter back into the world. There are going to be steps taken for her mental health. She will be getting 24/7 treatment. She will be in a facility. She will be figuring out what exactly is wrong with her. A strict diagnosis, medication after medication after medication to see what helps, what's the best help, what therapy after therapy. It's not as simple as I was not guilty due to insanity, back into the free world. That's not it, but you will be back into a world that is not adult prison. And this is Mississippi. This is a southern state, which has a different connotation than a northern state when it comes to the prison system.
All through conflict management with Carly on the day before the incident.
Correct.
I think you also talked about kind of what you observed between Carly and Ashley's relationship. Can you talk about why you thought that was important to put in your record?
Yes, sure. Well, ordinarily, termination of care is in a very different manner, and I knew that this one was a very sad act that occurred. And I wanted to be clear that I did not ever observe them together other than in the waiting room, and I never really saw, anything that would lead me to believe that or hint at any kind of very severe danger or threat.
At any
This
point
has been a very
in sessions
interesting
with Carly,
trial.
Did you think that she was being physically abused by anyone?
No, never. In fact, I asked several times about the stepdad, and I'm very confident in her response, verbally and non-verbally, that it felt very much to me like that nobody that she was living with had been abusing her. Now, her biological father, yes.
And she described some incidents where he had been physical with Ashley as well. And then what about, I didn't see any note of this, but did she at any point ever report that she had been sexually abused by anyone?
No, she told me she had not.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. We're not gonna watch. We're not gonna watch the cross. We're not gonna do that. Court goes on break. I don't think it's necessary for us to watch this. I will say if you want to watch these last witnesses, we can, but I think we can all sort of assume what they're going to say. I think it will be really important to watch the closing arguments and get a verdict. They are just going at an opposite stand from the defense. That's it. That's it. All right, so let's, and I believe that is going to be day 5. We're going to charge the charge conference.
Defense?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Does the defense have a copy of the state's instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the state have? Defense?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Does the defense have a copy of the state's instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the state have a copy of the defense instructions? All right. C1, C2, C3, C4 will be given. Objections for the record by the state,
No objection, Your Honor.
by the defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to withdraw C5. Just for the attorney's knowledge, this was an old set of pattern instructions. That one hasn't been given in this district long time. All right, C6 will be given. Objections for the record by the state. Objections for the record by the defense.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
C6, defense right not to testify.
Yeah.
No objection.
All right. Let's move to S1. Any objection by the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
S1 will be given without objection. S2, any objections by the defense?
No objection.
All right, we'll skedaddle through this. We'll go to day 5 because that's just them going over how to instruct the jury. All right, closing arguments. I believe he'll probably charge the jury after closing arguments. They're up at the stand.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did everyone follow the court's instructions overnight? Did anyone allow themselves? Did anyone go do any independent research from scratch? I don't believe. You're going to have the instructions to take back with you. So just sit there and listen. You will have the instructions to take back with you to read during your deliberations, okay? All right, members of the jury, you have heard all the testimony and received the evidence in the course of this trial. When you took your places in the courtroom, you made an oath to follow and apply.
So he's charging the jury before closing arguments. So let's skedaddle through that. All right.
Use them. You can come get them. If you use them, return them in the same order you pick them up in. Closing arguments on behalf of the state. Mr. Shipley, you'll keep that.
The audio better change.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Ms. Todd stood before you on Monday.
Oh, no. It's like when they first started trial with these terrible audio issues. All right, let's put it down to 1.25. It looks like closing arguments will not be that long. Okay, they won't be too long, but they are a little bit chunk of time.
In her opening statement, and told you this is not a case about who did it.
Here we go. Okay.
And in fact, all of the evidence that you've seen tells you exactly that. It's not a case about who did it. You haven't seen one shred of evidence in this case that what happened on March 19, 2024 was caused by anyone other than Carly Madison Gregg. The defense also told you during opening statements on Monday that the state wants you to leave your common sense at the door, that they want you to tie it up in a bucket and leave it at the door. Ladies and gentlemen, all we want you to do in this case is use your common sense. And in fact, that's what Judge Arthur just instructed you to do in the very first jury instruction. And I want to talk about a few of these jury instructions with you real quick. But in jury instruction number 1, which you'll have back in the room with you, on the second page, he instructs you, you're required and expected to use your good common sense and sound honest judgment in considering and weighing the testimony of each witness who has testified. You should not be influenced by bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Your verdict should be based on the evidence and not upon speculation, guesswork, or conjecture. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the state, all we want you to do is to go back there and use your good common sense and your sound, honest judgment. And again, I don't believe that you've heard one shred of evidence throughout this entire week that the person who shot Ashley Smiley was in fact Carly Madison Gregg. The person who shot and attempted to kill Heath Smiley was Carly Madison Gregg. And the person who took down the camera from the kitchen and hid it in the refrigerator behind some water bottles was Carly Madison Gregg. Now, Judge Arthur also read you the elements of the crimes. And again, you'll have this information back there with you in the jury instructions. This is jury instruction number 8. And I kind of want to go down because as a simple person myself, I like to kind of have a roadmap as to where I'm going. So I like to be able to look at things and see them on paper. And that's exactly what these jury instructions provide you, kind of a roadmap to help guide you in your deliberations. So I want to talk about count 1, which is the first degree murder. And there's 3 elements here that it has listed. And the very first one says that on about the 19th day of March, 2024 in Rankin County, Mississippi. That's the first thing you have to find. Ladies and gentlemen, all the testimony has been that this happened on March 19th, 2024. You heard from Deputy Hunter Lewis, who was the first deputy who arrived on the scene there, that he was called out that day, that he received a call from dispatch to respond to 214 Ashton Way, which is in the Farmington Station subdivision off of Old Fannin Road. And you heard Mr. Kevin Collins, the 911 dispatcher, who told you that the call out came on that day at that time, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And you heard them tell you that obviously Farmington Station is located in Rankin County, Mississippi. So there's no question as to that first part of the element there. That's it. Number 2, that the defendant Carly Madison Gregg did willfully, feloniously, and without authority of law kill and murder Ashley Smiley, a human being. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard from Mr. Cliff Dunlap, the deputy coroner, who told you that the manner and cause of death in this case was found to be 3 gunshot wounds to the head, and that it was found to be homicide, and that the victim was indeed identified as Miss Ashley Smiley. The last part there is that she did it with deliberate design to affect the death of Ashley Smiley.
I'm so sorry about this
Ladies and gentlemen, I
audio.
would submit to you that in the state of Mississippi, when it talks about deliberate design, that it's simply talking about an intent to kill. An intent to kill the victim, Ashley Smiley, that she did this with an intent to kill. And I would further submit to you that the use of a deadly weapon is an intent to kill. Whenever you aim a deadly weapon, a pistol, a .357 revolver, at someone's head and you shoot 3 times, that's certainly an intent to kill. Now, again, it's not a case about who did it. And I'll show you some of the video here in just a second. But let's think about what happened that day. So you remember from the video, you saw from the garage, you heard several witnesses talk about it, that earlier that day, Mr. Bennett Germany and another friend, Sarah Catherine Rayleigh, who the defense put on the stand yesterday, you heard from them, and they said they devised this plan to go talk to Ashley, to go talk to her. He went and smoked marijuana. It could have been any drug, but it was just marijuana. And she zoned out.
I'm just trying to like.
She said that she, fell out on the floor and whatever.
We know what
She
he's
did that after
saying.
Her mom and he.
We know what he's saying. I just want to get away from this awful audio. I'm so sorry.
One day went to the love of her life. You heard that she had another daughter who died.
Can't
at a very
believe
young
it.
age. Like, obviously, she's disappointed, probably a little bit sad, probably worried for her daughter. And the last thing that she wants her to do, according to the defense, is turn into her dad, right? Her biological dad, who you've heard about, who obviously liked to use a lot of drugs, abuse a lot of drugs. So at some point, she confronts Carly. She searches her backpack, whether in the car, on the ride home, or at the school. And then you see them get home, and you heard Dr. Pickett talk about it yesterday. The situation seemed a little bit tense, right?
Oh my gosh.
Presumably to start searching through Carly's room, right? And so you see Carly kind of walk back and forth. You see her walk there to the living room area and kind of listen to see what her mom's doing. At some point, she eventually takes the dogs out, right? I don't know what happened while she was outside, ladies and gentlemen. Her friend from MSMS had, which you heard.
This is only happening on the stream, apparently, because if it sounded like this in the courtroom, they would immediately stop. But this is awful.
He's bedroom where the dogs back in or took the dogs out. That she blacked out at that point. You heard me ask Mr. Clark. Well, from the time she took out the dogs to the time she was arrested by Deputy Chatty, who you also heard from, that she was blacked out in that period. Well, that's a real convenient time to be blacked out, right? And so she brings the dogs back in, and she goes directly to her mom's room and Heath's room, and she retrieves this pistol. And you see her walk back across the screen. Well, when she gets there, she looks around the corner into the kitchen to make sure that her mom hasn't come out of her room, knowing exactly what she's doing. Cool, calm, calculated, and callous. She walks directly. She proceeds to her room, and a couple seconds later, you hear the shots. Boom, boom. You hear 2 shots within 3 seconds of each other. You've seen the pictures. You heard Dr. Pickett testify yesterday. 2 well-placed shots right to the side of Miss Smiley's head, a relatively small target. And then a couple seconds later, boom, you hear a 3rd shot right under the chin. And we believe it's right under the chin. It's the 3rd shot. We know it's right under the chin. We believe it's the 3rd shot. You heard Deputy Investigator Burnell talk about the stippling, the powder burn around the shot, right? And he tells you that based off his training and experience, that shot had to be within 36 inches because that's when you see stippling. The powder that comes out that's still ignited, it doesn't have time to burn, and it burns right here on Miss Smiley's face. And then what does she do? Immediately, you'll see on the video, that happens at 4:14 p.m. Immediately, she comes back in, she gets on her mom's phone, she has the wherewithal to enter her mom's code onto her phone and to text someone specific, and that someone specific was her stepdad, Heath Smiley. And you'll see that text message was sent within the same minute, 4:14, that she shot and killed her mom. And what did she say to him? Something to the effect of, "When are you going to be home, honey?" And it's perfect grammar.
And that's not what they call each other.
Right before honey, right? She knows exactly what she's doing. She comes in there. She knows exactly where the camera is. She comes. She's got the gun hidden behind her. She slides down into the chair, and you hear her put it down on the bar stool. You can hear it whenever you get into the jury room. You'll be able to hear that. She puts it down. And you hear Dr. Pickett talk about she's got the wherewithal to know exactly where the dogs are. The dog walks behind her. You'll see it. He walks behind her, and she knows to make sure he doesn't knock the gun off, right? At some point, she begins text messaging her friend. She shoots her mom at 4:14. Then she invites her friend from school, who you heard from, Brooke. She invites Brooke over. You'll see the messages between her and Brooke. They're in evidence. And you'll see where Brooke texts her at 4:58, basically 45 minutes later, and says, "I'm here." Brooke had no clue what she was about to walk into. Carly meets her at the door, says something to the effect of, have you ever seen, or are you squeamish of dead bodies? Well, Brooke says, I don't know. I've never seen a dead body. Not thinking that there's a dead body currently in the house, right? Carly's walking around with a gun. Carly leads her back to the room and shows her dead mom, who's got her arms crossed over, who's been posed, right? She's posed her mom this way. She's put her arms across her. She's put a red towel over her face. Again, cool, calm, and calculated. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew exactly who to reach out to during this time. She's reaching out to all of her friends. You heard from multiple friends that she reached out to. You heard from her friend Thad, who she was texting, and actually before they text, she calls him on FaceTime. And what did she tell him? Well, she tells him, and she's like, I fucked up, right? Well, how do you know you messed up if you don't know what you did? She knew what she did. She knew the difference between right and wrong. So she obviously tells Thad, but she can't tell him what she did. She knows she can't tell him over the phone. Well, then, being a good friend and being worried, Thad begins to text her after they get off the phone. And he, they're messaging. Well, of course, in the meantime, she's walking back and forth in and out of her room where her mom's located. She's walking back and forth. She's sending messages to multiple other friends. And Thad is messaging her, but he can't get a response. And he says, I'm worried about you. If I don't hear from you, I'm going to call 911. And she says, you can't do that. Why? Why can't you call 911? Because she knows what she did was wrong. And she doesn't want 911 over there because she's about to try to kill Heath. And she doesn't want 911 over there because it's going to ruin her plan. Right? Knowing the difference between right and wrong. And you heard me, I very specifically asked Dr. Clark. You render the opinion that she cannot appreciate the difference between right and wrong. Right? Well, you heard Dr. Pickett and Dr. Gugliano testify yesterday. That's not the standard in Mississippi. In fact, there's an instruction in here that defines, it's jury instruction number 10, that defines exactly what insanity is. And it goes on down there, and it says that the accused was laboring under such defective reasoning from disease of mind as to not know the nature and quality of the act she was doing, or two, if she did know the nature and quality of the act she was doing, she did not know what she was doing was wrong. It's not appreciated. The standard in Mississippi is not that you appreciate the difference between right and wrong. She knew what she was doing was wrong. Look at all of her actions. Sneaking around the house, calling over the friends, knowing not to tell the friends over the phone what she did. SK that they called in yesterday, her friend. What did she say? Dr. Pickett talked about it. Well, she says, I'll tell you tomorrow if I see you. Well, why would I not see you tomorrow? Well, because I'm going to be in jail probably. Right? She knew what she did was wrong. She tells her friend, Brooke, whenever Brooke comes over, she says, I put 3 in my mom, and I've got 3 more in here for Heath whenever he gets home. Right? I'm going to take care of him. 3 more bullets in the gun. She texts her friend, Bennett, tried to call him, did call him, text him, and he tells her, of course, again, he's a good friend too. He's worried about her. Same one that told her mom what had been going on, that he was worried about her. Trying to do the right thing. He tells her, don't hurt yourself or anyone else. Don't harm yourself or anyone else. What did she say? Too late. Again, knowing the difference between right and wrong. You saw the video from Deputy Shack, and they want you to believe that he did something wrong because he muted his body cam or whatever he did. He told you that whenever he got Carly out of the back of his car and the other deputy started performing the GSR test on Carly's hands, which you saw them doing there, being as nice as all get out to her, right? Baby, are you okay? You heard him say that his involvement in the case was over. He never went in the house. He didn't transport her to jail or anywhere else. They want you to believe that him muting the body cam was him doing something wrong. He told you that his involvement was done and over at that time. Now, I want to play just a short.
All right, so it sounds like they do have timed closing arguments, which is great. I like it and I don't like it. For right now, I'm cool with it.
Clip of the video for you. Before my time's up.
Some situations I probably wouldn't be cool with timed closing arguments. It's playing at 1.5 speed. So it might be, you might not get the full kind of spectrum of what's happening because it is playing a little fast. But anywho, this is like the video that basically is like, why are you pleading not guilty at all? It's hard to see, hard to watch, hard to hear. So we just saw her. Let me just play it. I'll play that section just again. Her hands are behind her back, making sure she's not caught on camera. That was the 3. And that is her mom's phone. That is Ashley's phone. That is not her phone that she just picked up.
Any further time, Dr. Come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She what? She killed her mom. She killed her mom? Yeah, that's what I'm finding about. What's the matter? She got to kill me.
Okay, so what we just heard between the video cutting off and when it cut to Carly with her hands in her ears was the 911 call that her stepfather Heath made. Because when he entered the house, she fired 3 times at him, hitting him once in the shoulder area.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt that Carly Madison Gregg is the one who killed her mom, Ashley Smiley. There's no doubt that she attempted to kill Heath Smiley when she aimed the gun right at his head and shot and hit him in the shoulder. And there's no doubt
There's
that
a
she's
photo
the one
of her
who
journal.
hid the camera, thus tampering with evidence in the refrigerator. And we would ask you that you go back there and you find her guilty of all 3 because she was not insane at the time that this happened. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she knew the difference between right and wrong.
Extremely, extremely terrible.
All right, closing by the defense.
May we begin? Good morning. I know it's been a long week for all of you guys, and I know you're tired of coming here every day, but I want to take a minute and talk about why the state has the burden of proof that they have, the highest burden of proof that our law allows, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. A lot of people think that having that high of a burden is there because it's supposed to protect the defendants in criminal cases, but in fact, I think it protects the jurors just the same, if not more, than it does the defendant, because making the state prove every element of their case beyond a reasonable doubt is what is going to keep each of you from waking up in the middle of the night. The decisions that you make today will not just affect Carly Gregg, it will affect her entire family. And it's a heavy burden to carry. So I want to take a few minutes and talk about the truth. The truth is rarely pure and never simple. That's what Oscar Wilde said. Let's talk about what is undisputed in this case. It is undisputed that Carly loved her mom. You never heard the testimony of one person in this case who said otherwise. It's undisputed that Carly had no history of violence prior to March 19th. Nothing you heard. There is no evidence that tells you otherwise. It's undisputed that Carly Gregg loved her stepdad. In fact, he was the only dad she really ever had. No one told you otherwise. It's undisputed that Carly Gregg believed her father had a mental illness, bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. Carly was afraid of her dad. She knew he was an unsuccessful man. She knew he was abusive. She didn't like being around him. She didn't want to be like him. It's also undisputed that that's something Carly worried about all the time, because that's something her mom worried about all the time. Her mom frequently worried that Carly was going to end up with the same mental illnesses that her dad had, because they're hereditary. It is undisputed that Carly had been experiencing serious mental health issues for quite some time prior to the events of March 19th. She had
But she
bulimia
still knew the
for 2
difference
years.
between right and wrong.
She had intrusive thoughts. She had racing thoughts. She had engaged in self-harm behaviors. Carly had anxiety. She had been diagnosed with a major depressive disorder, and she developed trouble sleeping for months prior to March 19th. Moreover, we have her journal entry from April 7th of 2023, in which she writes down, "Do I have schizophrenia?" We have Carly's other journal entries prior to March 19th, including her journal entry on March 12th, which you'll have back there in there with you, and I implore you to read, in which Carly writes down and says, "Am I having a psychotic break?" Talking about the voices in her head. We heard the testimony of SK, and that testimony came out on cross-examination, not with me on direct, but with the prosecutor on cross, that yes, Carly did in fact tell somebody prior to March 19th that she'd been hearing voices in her head. And who did she tell? The person she was most likely to tell, her very best friend. who told us that they told each other everything. No. It is also undisputed that Carly's mental health issues worsened by December of 2023 to the point that her parents sought medical intervention and put her in counseling and got her on an antidepressant. And I want to take a minute and break that decision down, because we spent a lot of time in this case talking about Carly and her mom and how much they loved each other. But I want to break down the decision a mom is making to put her child on an antidepressant at that point. What did we know about Ashley Smiley? That she was an incredibly loving mother. Her world revolved around Carly. What Michael just told you was true. Carly was the love of her mother's life. We also know that Carly's mom was overprotective, and understandably so, because she had lost a child. Carly was the only child she had left. Do you honestly believe that loving, overprotective mother would make a decision to put her child on an antidepressant medication when she herself had had horrible side effects when placed on Prozac? She had become suicidal. Do you think that mother would have taken any risk with her child, the only child she
I don't
had
think
left,
that's fair.
knowing how serious those risks were, when she decided to put her 14-year-old on an antidepressant medication? No, of course you wouldn't. That tells you everything you need to know about the serious issues Carly was having, whether her parents wanted to admit it, whether Carly wanted to admit it or not.
I don't think that's fair. And I think that if her mom thought it was more than just depression, she would have been cool with antipsychotic meds.
You can't tell me Ashley Smiley, as loving and protective as she was, would have taken that risk with Carly if it wasn't required. No.
Just because
Knowing all
you
this,
need that doesn't
it's also
mean
undisputed
you
by
don't
Rebecca
know the
Kirk,
difference between
the
right and
only medical
wrong.
professional who spent more than a day
That's what we're
with
here
Carly
for.
that you heard from in this case, who had treated Carly from January of 2024 to March of 2024, a 3-month period of time, that Carly was a sweet, gifted child with no history of violence. Ms. Kirk also called the taking the knife to school incident much ado about nothing. She told us that it was evident that Carly loved her mom, wanted to please her mom, and was worried about stressing her mom out to the point that Carly walked on eggshells, trying not to upset her mom. She told us a story about how at one point Carly saw her mom having to grade a bunch of tests, being stressed out, and Carly wanted to help. So she asked her mom if she could help her grade the test. And when Ashley snapped back, which is something parents sometimes do when they're stressed out and a child catches you at the wrong moment, that hurt Carly's feelings so much, that was the only thing that Rebecca Kirk could pull out of her when she was trying to get Carly to open up about traumatic experiences she had had. Just having a mom snap at you was traumatic to Carly. How could Carly tell her mom she was experiencing the same mental health issues that her dad had? How could any 14-year-old?
She told her other things.
It's also undisputed from Ms. Kirk herself that she knew there was more going on with Carly than Carly was disclosing. And she worked very hard at that last session trying to pull it out of Carly to the point that she thought maybe I should refer them to somebody else because there's more here than I can get to.
I think that's a good argument, but your evidence that you presented didn't
We've
do
heard
a
the
good
testimony
job
of
at
Carly's stepfather.
agreeing with your
There was no reason
argument.
to defend this child. It's not his biological child. He was very much in love with his wife. They were still in the honeymoon phase. You heard him on that 911 call. That was a man in shock, in grief, and in pain. You heard his testimony about feeling intimidated regarding his testimony in this case. But despite all of that, he has continued to tell the truth consistently from March 19th until his testimony in this courtroom today. And he continues to stand by Carly to this day and support her. And he
Which
said,
is strange because she
"Yeah, I've
killed your
noticed
wife.
that Carly was experiencing memory lapses in the fall of 2023. It was bizarre. I noticed that Carly was losing track of time. It was bizarre. They knew Carly wasn't able to sleep. They were worried about how much melatonin she was taking to try to sleep at night. We heard from Dr. Pickett how that all correlates with bipolar disorder. It is undisputed from the testimony of the minors who testified in this courtroom today, this week, that Carly had only started smoking marijuana in February. It is also undisputed by the testimony in this case and the records we put in evidence from Vital Core, which you'll have back there with you, and I hope you'll look at, that it was only after Carly was finally put on Abilify, an antipsychotic medication, that the voices stopped and her mental health issues decreased. The crying spells, the depression, the lows, only after the antipsychotic medication. And why? Well, we heard from the medical professionals why. In the words of Dr. Clark, when you have a child experiencing psychotic issues, you have to stabilize their mood before an antidepressant can be effective. And if you don't stabilize their mood, then we heard this
audio is crackling.
That after she left that house, believed was there based on the state of terror Carly was in. We heard the screams. You can't fake that. You can't make that terror up. Carly has consistently reported to everyone that the last thing she remembered on March 19th was taking the dogs out, and the next thing she remembered was crawling through a sewer filled with water. And I personally believe that it was the cold water that brought Carly back out of it and back to herself, the shock of it. The state would have you believe that Carly intended to kill her mom on March 19th, when Carly didn't even know during the evaluations that her friends had sought to intervene because they believed that what they saw from Carly was due to marijuana use that started in February rather than symptoms of a mental illness that they could not know about.
You're 14.
That story just doesn't track. Because for the genius kid that Carly has been repeatedly described as, don't you think she would have known if she intended to do what she did on March 19th, where the camera was in the kitchen, and that she ought to take it down before it filmed her doing everything she did? Because I didn't make a 30 on my ACT, but I would have known to do that. That doesn't sound like the actions of a smart kid who was intending to do anything. If Carly intended to kill her mom because her mom found out she was smoking pot, then why wouldn't she have left the house after she killed her mom? Why not run then? Why call all of her good friends asking for help, terrified, crying, saying she couldn't tell them what happened? Why text her stepdad anything? Why wait in the house? And what did her stepdad have to do with anything? He didn't know about the marijuana usage. He didn't have any skin in that game. It doesn't make sense. And the state
No,
can't
but she
tell
had
you
3
why
bullets
she
for
did
him.
any of those things. But they have to prove it to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, no one, not her stepdad, not her counselors, not Dr. Clark, who was teaching psychiatry at Harvard while Dr. Pickett was still in medical school, believed that Carly was a sociopath or a psychopath. Even Dr. Pickett said that was going too far.
Talking down on someone else's
Who was
expert.
the only person who told us anything about Carly making a statement about shooting her mom, and she had 3 more for her stepdad.
Talking down about the prosecution's expert witness because of her age. I think we'll hit a couple of the jurors who are younger, on like the younger spectrum, when it comes to jurors, a little harder than the older ones. But yeah, don't do that. That's not cool. I'm sure it's fine to do. I'm sure you're allowed to, but that's not cool. That's not a good look. Like, oh, they're young, so they're dumb. Okay, well, your client's 15.
I didn't hear that statement from the law enforcement officers that interviewed her. I heard from the prosecutor. But I also heard from the prosecutor that BW was a little bit of an unreliable witness because she answered the first question of, where did Carly get marijuana from? I don't know. To have to answer immediately with the follow-up question, well, isn't it true that you bought it and gave it to her? Yeah, that's true. So that tells us right there, we've got a little bit of an unreliable witness. Now, we also had Dr. Pickett, who gave us his opinion. But Dr. Pickett admitted that he had no experience whatsoever in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. He had never evaluated a child before Carly. He had never testified in a criminal case before, and he had never qualified as an expert before in anything, in any criminal case before this one.
Well, your expert never qualified as a forensic psychiatrist.
That, especially when he is discounting the diagnosis of a doctor who diagnosed Carly's father with bipolar disorder. And the reason that Dr. Pickett told us that he discounted this other doctor's diagnosis was because that doctor had only seen Kevin Gregg 3 times. Well, Dr. Pickett saw him 0 times, but yet he's able to undiagnose him and re-diagnose him. I mean, if Dr. Pickett can diagnose or undiagnose someone without ever seeing them, he's going to have a hell of a career. And even though Dr. Pickett denied having a preconceived bias going into this case, I couldn't help but realize he had memorized all the medication that Kevin Gregg was on that he believed contributed to Kevin Gregg just being a drug addict. But he somehow missed the 3 antipsychotic medications that Kevin Gregg had been on.
Yeah, we're in defense closing right now.
Possibly schizophrenia. You know what? Those facts didn't fit his
She's
story,
almost done.
so no need to include them. And I actually couldn't stop thinking about that. Why was it that he memorized the medications he believed were easy for people to abuse and become addicted to, but just couldn't remember it all? The 3 antipsychotic medications that Mr. Gregg was on at the same time. That stood out to me, who's not a doctor and who doesn't have training in this field. I had to go Google those drugs to learn they were antipsychotics. And then I realized
You are a lawyer, ma'am.
which we also put into evidence, and I hope you look at, that he served as a Hinds County Sheriff's deputy for 3 years prior to going to medical school. And it made sense. Then his diagnosis made sense to me. Because when you're a hammer, everything looks like an L. I hope that seeing all the people who knew and loved Carly the best prior to March 19th, her friends, her maternal grandparents, her stepfather, her counselor, I hope seeing that they still love and support Carly Gregg after March 19th tells you everything you need to know about the incident that occurred on March 19th. That
you're legally allowed to love a murderer.
Why would the parents of
does
those
not
friends
make
still
that
let their daughter
murderer
call
innocent.
Carly? Why would they be here testifying for her? And let's talk about this genius kid. The easiest story she could have told would have been, I shot my mom and stepdad because my stepdad had been molesting me for years. My mom knew about it and said nothing. And people would have bought it all day long. That's a convenient lie. And it would have served her all day long at the expense of her mom and her stepdad. That's the easier story to tell. But
You
that's
just
not what
said to
Carly
the jury,
Carly
why'd
told
she
the
choose
hard
this
truth
lie?
about her mental health issues. A truth that these are rare and it's happening, but that this happens often when you put kids on the wrong medication. When they already have these underlying significant mental health disorders and they get treated with the wrong medication, this is what can happen. I hope none of us are ever judged by the worst moments of our life, but rather by our lives as a whole. And I think when you step back and you look at the facts of this case as a whole, okay. And when you look at the facts of this case as a whole and the picture of who Carly Gregg is as a person on a whole, you will see that this was not a bad kid. This was not a kid who was enraged. This was not a kid who had hatred in her heart for her mother or her stepfather. In fact, the exact opposite. This was a kid who was experiencing significant mental health issues, the same mental health issues that ran in her family and that we know are hereditary. This is a kid who was compliant with the medication she was put on. However, that medication, without anyone being able to tell beforehand, caused her symptoms to worsen. And while she was having a state of psychosis in an episode of acute stress on March 19th, she lost herself in what was the perfect storm.
Come on, be done.
I'm asking you for those reasons to please find Carly Gregg not guilty by reason of insanity and finally quell this storm for Carly and her family. No one will understand this case and no one has heard this case the way that you have.
That's fair.
Passing judgment on another person is a heavy burden to bear. And I'm sorry that it falls on you. But please consider what is at stake in this case for this child and this family before you rush to judgment and render your verdict. Look at those documents. Consider the testimony.
Judge
search your heart
just fall
for what you
asleep?
know about this child
I
from the
thought
picture
just
painted by her of
took a
all
little
people that knew
snooze.
her best.
Ma'am,
And you tell
come
me,
on.
what was the intent? You tell me why someone who intended and had planned to murder someone wouldn't have taken the camera she knew was in the kitchen and was easy to see down before she did anything, especially when she was a genius.
She wasn't a genius.
That's
Stop
not the actions
saying
of a
that.
diabolical, evil genius, leaving camera footage up for everyone to see, crawling through a sewer instead of just running away, calling friends for help, friends who could later testify about what happened. Again, I ask you to search your hearts and remember the undisputed truths in this case. Thank you.
Mr. Camp, 17 minutes. Thank you. We'll start the clock until you have everything set up and you're ready. Madam.
3 times. Okay. They're doing more. We're just gonna skedaddle through.
Argument to show beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it. And the defense attorneys have admitted that she did it.
Calling for a vote.
All right, we're
finding out where everybody stands.
We're good. We got the gist of the closing arguments. Okay. Let me skedaddle back to this. They go on a short break. She's doing her thing. And we're done. We get it. Let's get to what we want
Did
to
everybody
know.
fill out a lunch menu too? Okay. Here's that right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, you can retire to begin your deliberations.
All right. There's only so many times in my brain, like, that we can continue to reiterate all of these things. And honestly, I think it's safer for the jury. I mean, it's safer for your argument to sometimes make it shorter and sweeter and to the point for the jury. And they're from Mississippi. These are Mississippi, essentially born and bred. I don't know if they were born here, but they work in Mississippi. They live in Mississippi. They know the people of Mississippi, so they know this jury much better than I do, and how they would possibly take in information. But for our sake here, we've been at this for a few days. They are on verdict watch, and they are out. Let's see. So they take off at 2 hours and 11 minutes, and then a verdict is in. So they really only deliberated for about 2 hours, probably less because if they had lunch. Prosecution looks little fine, not shaken, not concerned whatsoever. A quick verdict, typically, I'm not going to say always. I'll say a good chunk of the time is a guilty one. So we will just kind of get. I don't want to keep looking at Heath and them interacting with each other. Oh, she's showing emotions because she probably has the feeling this is it. That was a really fast verdict. She's scared. There's fear. She's feeling things. This is the most emotion we've seen in her face. Oh, real tears. A real tear just went down her cheek. Sheriff is going to be close. She is being tried as an adult here. He's telling her, I love you. She's saying, I know. I know. I know you love me. All right. Ooh. Her lip is quivering. This is hard. This is hard to watch.
This room, I don't know which half is going to be upset. Do not add injury to insult. These people did not ask for this job. They didn't want the job. The state and the defense forced them into the job. You will not approve the jury's verdict, and you will not disapprove of the jury's verdict, or you will
Speaking
go to
the
jail.
gallery.
There's a 30-day jail sentence for every outburst. I'm going to give anyone who does not believe that they are able to control their emotions the opportunity to leave the courtroom at this time. Would anybody like to leave? All right, Mr. Bailiff, please bring in the jury.
All right, here we go, folks. Should I get my gavel? I have a gavel. She is nervous. She is anxious. She is scared.
Can you say paper to the bailiff? Returns.
He's reading it over, making sure everything's filled out right.
All right, the verdicts appear to be in proper form. Verdict of the jury is count one. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Count two. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of attempted murder as charged in the indictment. Count three. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in the indictment. Please be seated, Mr. Gregg. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury is custom for the court to poll the jury. Have to do it each time.
She was found guilty on. Oh, my camera froze. She was found guilty. Just give me 1 second. I will get my camera. There we go. And she knew it. Let's go. That was in that was pretty fast. That was still in 1.5. Let's go back down to 1.25 and just watch it again. Oops.
Long material.
All right.
All right, the verdicts appear to be in proper form. Verdict of the jury is count one. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Count two. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of attempted murder as charged in the indictment. Count three. We, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in the indictment. Please be seated, Mr. Gregg. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury is custom for the court to poll the jury. Have to do it each time. And for each count, I'm not being rude. The quickest way for me to get through this is to simply point at you and you answer out loud. As to count one, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Beginning on the first row, ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? You got to answer out loud, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yes.
On the back row, sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? That verdict is proper and unanimous. As to count two, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, guilty of attempted murder as charged in the indictment. Beginning on the first row, ma'am, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Sir, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that your verdict?
Yes.
On the back row, sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Count three, we the jury find the defendant Carly Mass and Gregg guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in the indictment. Beginning on the first row, ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? On the back row, sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? All right, all three verdicts appear to be unanimous. The court will enroll the verdict. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with you having returned a verdict of guilty in count one and count two of the indictment, we'll now proceed to the sentencing phase of the trial. State of Mississippi may call its first witness.
This is wild. It is a little uncommon to see immediate sentencing for a crime of this caliber. Just sort of in general, for me, I don't see many trials where sentencing is immediate. Even Alec Murdaugh, I think, was like the next day sentencing. It wasn't even like the same day, and they were like, "What about tomorrow?" So sentencing will happen. They are going to go into some deliberations, I believe, and then the final word, and then we'll be done.
Witness.
Your Honor, the state has no witnesses. We would just ask that the court adopt the previous testimony that the jurors have heard, with the exception of we seek to introduce one to both trial.
All right. State wishes to move to adopt and incorporate by reference the record of the guilt phase. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Show your piece of evidence to the other side.
She's in shock. Carly is
Any
in
objection?
shock right now.
Y'all approach.
All right, so between verdict and sentencing here, some witnesses or evidence can be entered to the court to assist or sort of sway in sentencing. And Carly's lawyers are now up at the bench, and she is now sitting with what was just handed to her, which is a verdict that was decided by a jury of her peers on her actions on March 19th, 2024. This happened 6 months ago. 6 months ago, she was a high school student, and now she is a convicted murderer. And that is Heath. That is her stepfather. Her lawyer said it's okay, and she said, no, it's not.
All right, the state has moved to adopt and incorporate by reference the record of the guilt phase of the trial. The court will grant that request. Does the state have any other witnesses that wish to speak?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, defense may call any witnesses.
Come on. This should already been talked
I don't
about.
have any witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. With the defense not calling any witnesses, attorneys approach. Does the defense rest its case in chief as to sentencing? Do you also move to adopt and incorporate by reference the record?
We do.
All right, y'all approach.
All right. And here she is sitting again with what has just happened, what has just been decided. Even though when she took those actions and she pointed that gun at her mom,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, with both
she made that
sides agreeing
decision
to
herself.
rely on the testimony from the guilt phase, the court will further instruct you at this time. You, the jury, have found the defendant guilty of the crime of first-degree murder in count one. You must now decide whether to impose either a sentence of life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections or life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections with the possibility of parole. The court instructs the jury that you should consider the following factors in making your decision. 1, the defendant's chronological age. 2, the defendant's family, home, and environment. 3, the circumstances of the homicide offense. 4, the defendant's incompetencies associated with youth. And 5, the defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. The court instructs the jury that when all 12 of you reach and agree upon the defendant's sentence for first-degree murder, you shall return the sentence in one of the following forms. If you agree to sentence the defendant to life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections, your verdict will be as follows. Quote, count one. Quote, as to count one, we, the jury, sentence the defendant, Carly Mass and Gregg, to life imprisonment. Close quotes.
This is interesting.
If you agree to sentence
Jury
the defendant
decides
to life
the
imprisonment in
punishment.
custody of the Department of Corrections with the possibility of parole, Your verdict will read as follows, quote, as to count one, we, the jury, sentence the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole, close quote. If you cannot agree to the sentence for the defendant as to first-degree murder, your verdict will be as follows, quote, as to count one, we, the jury, are unable to affix the punishment, close quote. You, the jury, have found the defendant guilty of the crime of attempted murder in count 2. You must now decide whether to impose either a sentence of life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections or life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections with the possibility of parole. The court instructs the jury that you should consider the following factors in making your decision. 1, the defendant's chronological age. 2, the defendant's family and home environment. 3, the circumstances of the homicide offense. 4, the defendant's incompetencies associated with youth. And 5, the defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. The court instructs the jury that when all 12 of you reach and agree upon the defendant's sentence for attempted murder, you shall return the sentence in one of the following forms. If you agree to sentence the defendant to life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections, quote, as to count 2, we, the jury, sentence the defendant, Carly Madison Gregg, to life imprisonment, close quote. If you agree to sentence the defendant to life imprisonment in the custody of the Department of Corrections with the possibility of parole, your verdict will read as follows. The verdict will read as follows. Warning.
1 minute is fine.
1 minute. You may proceed.
This is so
Ladies
interesting.
and gentlemen, you've been here for 5 days now. Over 5 days, we've heard about this terrible crime that was committed by Carly Gregg. You have to consider her chronological age. We can't change that. She's 15 years old. In the eyes of the law, we talked about this on Monday, Carly Gregg is an adult. You do get to consider her age, but that's not the only factor you consider when you determine whether or not to send her to prison for life. We'd ask that she be sent to prison for life without the possibility of parole, and let me tell you why. When you consider her family and home environment, ladies and gentlemen, by all accounts, the defendant has told you she had a loving home. She had parents that adored her. She had every opportunity, more opportunities than most kids. She was advanced in school. She had guitar lessons. They took her to equestrian therapy. They took her to counseling. She had the opportunity to have medication. Nothing was enough for her. She still committed these heinous crimes. Nothing. Her home life.
So what's happening now is the jury is now deciding the sentence that Carly will be serving. So the jury decides the verdict and the jury decides the sentencing. This is sentencing arguments from each side. It's only a few minutes.
Was a perfect home life. When we talk about these factors in Miller, that usually comes up when we talk about these defendants that have been grown up on the streets when their parents weren't present. Now, did Carly have a dad that she didn't love or had problems? Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not enough. That is not enough for her to be able to walk the streets. She murdered someone. She attempted to murder her stepdad. Her family life and her dad being on drugs is not enough. The circumstances of the homicide, I don't have to tell you that. Y'all just lived it. You watched it. You saw those awful photographs. You had to watch that terrible video. We listened to Ashley Smiley's last sounds. We heard from Heath Smiley on that 911 call, the desperation. He said, help me, help me. Ladies and gentlemen, those crimes were awful. She has shown zero remorse for what she has done. Let's talk about her ability for rehabilitation. The defendant's own expert during the guilt phase of this trial said, you know, she's on this medicine, she's fine. But if you believed that, ladies and gentlemen, you would have believed that she was having some disassociated spell at the time of the crime and that she's continuing to have these disassociated spells. And obviously no one's buying that, right? We don't know why she committed these crimes, but we know she did. And we know that she is a danger to society. If she is given the possibility of parole, no one in this room knows how long she will stay there. We cannot guarantee she will stay there 1 year or 10 years. We have no control over that. Ladies and gentlemen, we watched one of the most heinous things that I believe most of you will ever see in your life. Please do not let this lady have the possibility of parole. If she were paroled, nothing would stop her from walking into a school. Nothing would stop her from walking into a shopping mall. Nothing would stop her from walking into the grocery stores. Nothing would stop her from being in the movie theaters. Ladies and gentlemen, she is dangerous. She may look like a little girl. They may have said she's sweet little Carly, but unfortunately, we all know that that's not true. We will ask, and I'll ask you again when we stand back before you, that you sentence Ms. Gregg to life in prison without the possibility of parole for both the murder of her mother, Ashley Smiley, and the attempted murder of her stepfather, Heath Smiley. Thank you.
This is tough. She's sitting there and hearing these things. Lock her up forever. She's not a sweet little girl.
I'm gonna have to tell you, this is probably the most difficult thing I've ever had to do.
I'm not really interested. Not to say that it's not interesting. I'm just not really interested.
positive, negative, whatsoever.
Seems like her tears have stopped. Her face color is back to normal. Odd time to really give a big smile. That's an odd time. This has all been so odd. All right. Your sentencing awaits milady.
Never reach unanimous verdict. Continue that to the bank.
All right. Unanimous verdict has been reached.
All right, the verdict appears to be in proper form. Ms. Gregg, if you and your attorneys will come to the podium. The verdicts read as follows.
This is it.
As to count one, we the jury sentence the defendant Carly Mass and Gregg to life imprisonment. As to count two, we the jury sentence the defendant Carly Mass and Gregg to life imprisonment. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, just as I did with the verdicts of guilt, not trying to be rude. It's the quickest way we can get it done. As to count one, we the jury sentence the defendant Carly Mass and Gregg to life imprisonment. Ma'am, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? On the back row, sir, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, is that your verdict? Sir, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? Ma'am, is that your verdict? As to count two, we the jury sentence the defendant. Ma'am, be in proper form. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, please exit. I will be there in just a moment to release you, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
She was just given life in prison without the possibility for parole. She will be in prison for the rest of her life unless the appeals work, which I don't foresee that for this case. Wow. I got to take that in. She has to.
Ms. Gregg, please come to the podium.
Wow.
Your sentences will be as follows. As to count one, the jury having fixed the verdict at life imprisonment, this court will sentence you to life imprisonment. As to count two, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. As to count three, you'll be sentenced to 10 years to serve. You'll be required to pay court cost fees and assessments in the amount of $431.50. Ms. Gregg, regarding any appeal of your judgment and conviction and order of sentence and in accordance with Wright v. State 577 Southern 2nd 387, the court wants to inform you that pursuant to Rule 4E of the Mississippi Rules of Appellate Procedure, the notice of appeal required by Rule 3 of such rule shall be filed with the circuit clerk within 30 days after the date of denial of any motion for a new trial or the date of imposition of sentence, whichever is later. Pursuant to Rule 4E, if you make a timely motion under the Mississippi Rules of Criminal Procedure for a judgment of acquittal notwithstanding the verdict of the jury or for a new trial under Rule 25.1, the time for appeal shall run from the entry of the order denying such motion. Finally, Rule 25.1 subsection C provides that a motion for a new trial must be made within 10 days of entry of the judgment, which includes both adjudication of guilt and sentence. Should you make a decision on the record to appeal, that decision will stand unless a written statement to the contrary signed by you and your attorney is filed with the court. Should you make a decision to waive appeal, that decision will stand unless you give written notice to the court and your attorney prior to expiration of the time in which you perfect an appeal. Should no decision to appeal be made by you, your failure to express a desire to appeal shall be considered a waiver of your right to appeal, and that waiver will stand unless you give written notice to the court and to your attorney prior to expiration of the time in which you perfected an appeal. Have you made a decision to appeal your conviction and sentence? All right. Court will be in recess.
Your Honor, I need some clarification. I apologize on this.
Sentences will run concurrent.
And she's off. Wow. All right. Well, there we have it. You know, there we have it. Carly Gregg found guilty on all three counts: first-degree murder, attempted murder, and tampering with evidence. And she is going to be. She has been sentenced to life imprisonment at 15 for a decision she made when she was 14. because the jury found that she was not without cognitive judgment. she was cognitively aware what was right and wrong, that killing your mom is bad, that you don't do that, that you don't hide the gun in front of the camera, because why else would she have walked like that? That you don't then also try to shoot your stepfather as he comes in, especially after telling people that you had 3 for her and 3 for him when he comes home. She was not a sweet little girl. The prosecution said she is not the sweet little girl, Carly. She's not a genius. NGRI is extremely difficult to prove. And in my opinion, not a lawyer, but in my opinion, they did a terrible job at even attempting. In my opinion, they did a terrible job. Her defense did an extremely terrible job at even attempting. The expert witness that they acquired was just not good enough. Just not good enough. There was so much there. There was so much history there for Carly that showed that she was aware. That she was aware, that she was able to make all of these decisions, and that just so happened this hour and a half. It just so happened. The convenience of it. The convenience of it. Do I think the relationship between her and Heath is a little odd? Yes and no. I want to say yes, and I have to say no as well, because we're not there. Because what she did, she also ruined her own life. Yeah. She ruined her own life. She made adult decisions. She made life and death decisions. She made decisions that I don't understand the decisions. A very tiny percent of this population that we exist within would understand this decision. Will she appeal? Probably. Will it work? Probably not. Based especially on the speech after speech, the reminder after reminder, from the judge to let certain things in, that even though he didn't want to, he felt it would be a worse decision to not allow these things in, certain witnesses and their conclusions, even though they might be improper. He let them in. He allowed the defendant to make their case, and it just was not good enough. So that's essentially the Carly Gregg trial. And with that, I'm going away. I'm gone. I'm leaving. And with that, I'm leaving. So that's that. Any thoughts before we head out? Anything that anyone else wants to share? It was a bit of a roller coaster. It was definitely strange. I feel like everything that we've covered on here is of the strangest. We, for some reason, we're getting any sort of like straight to the point sort of situations. This was a quite odd one for sure. But I'm gonna take off. I will see you guys in the next one, whatever the next one is. I'm not sure. I waited so long to see this since Twitter and Newsbreak. It ruined it for me days ago. I know. I expected the jury to kind of take this through the weekend and then maybe come back on Monday. But they came back within 2 hours on Friday, which was extreme. Yeah, we got to find the next one. Gotta figure out what's happening next. I think there's stuff coming up. I think there's stuff coming up that we can cover. But anywho, that's that. I'll catch you guys next time. I'll run the intro because I still don't have an outro, and we'll call it a day. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Make sure you subscribe. My name's Lily. I'm the Chatty Juror, and I'll see you soon. Okay, bye.